Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 12 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
This is the Honourable Member for London West.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of presenting to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation at the bilateral visit to Northern Ireland and Westminster, London, United Kingdom, March 16th to 24th, 2012. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans in relation to a motion adopted by the committee on Tuesday, December the 13th, 2011, on invasive species that pose a threat to the Great Lakes system. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requested the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all members of the committee for their hard work and for the spirit of collegiality that was shown by all members. I also want to extend my thanks, Mr. Speaker, to the dedicated staff of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What a great chair.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 48th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 9112, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider an item added to the order of precedence on April 18, 2013, and recommended that the item listed herein should not be designated non-votable and should be considered by the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Introduction of Private Members' Bill. Mr. Cleary, seconded by Ms. Leslie, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigable Waters Protection Act, Ocean Watersheds. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is designed to protect Labrador watersheds. Changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act mean only a handful of the millions of lakes and rivers in Canada will now be protected. None in Labrador. No rivers or lakes in Labrador will be protected, which means projects that could affect navigation, projects that could affect habitat and passage of fish can proceed without the permit that once would have been required. Newfoundland and Labrador has more than 60% of North America's best Atlantic salmon rivers, with some rivers having annual runs of up to 30,000 fish. But that's nothing compared to the salmon runs of decades ago. Labrador's commercial salmon fishery has been shut down since the early 1990s because of low salmon returns, and now the Conservatives are going to put our rivers, our salmon, what's left of our salmon, in further jeopardy. The Conservative government should be ashamed of itself. Its management of the Newfoundland and Labrador fishery has been a disgrace, and this is yet another slap in the face.
Mr. Cleary, seconded by Ms. Leslie, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
This motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, my community in Davenport woke to the news that GE Hitachi had been operating a nuclear fuel processing plant in my riding for 50 years, and no one knew that it was there. In fact, the license requires that GE inform the public, especially those that live right around the plant. Toronto is a very densely populated city, as you know, Mr. Speaker. So I had written a letter to the CNSC requesting that the license be reopened so that the public could have their rightful, lawful opportunity to speak to these concerns. This petition speaks to these concerns as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
I'm pleased to present this petition on CCSVI. Canadians with MS want to know when Conservative MPs and Senators learned of their government's position to kill both the House and Senate bills for CCSVI. A decision was taken by February 6, 2012. Did Conservative Senators know the position going into the Senate hearings, and if so, why did no one have the courage to talk to Canadians living with MS and be honest with them? Canadians with MS should not have been given false hope for 8 months. Petitioners are calling on the Minister to consult experts actively engaged in diagnosis and treatment of CCSVI, to undertake Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis, and to require follow-up care.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present petitions from hundreds of residents in Guelph and surrounding areas in southwestern Ontario who are calling on Parliament to refrain from changing the Seeds Act or the Plant Breeders' Rights Act in any way that would further restrict farmers' rights or add to their costs, and ask that Parliament enshrine in legislation the important rights of farmers to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell their seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table this petition today from residents in my riding of Westmount Ville-Marie, particularly from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, asking the government to reconsider its decision to close the post office at 5551 Sherbrooke West in Montreal. This post office is particularly important to the residents of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion concerning climate change in the name of Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie, seconded by Ms. Quash, moves that this House A agree with many Canadians and the International Energy Agency that there is grave concern with the impacts of a 2 degrees rise in global average temperatures. B, dénonce.
B, condemn the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998 to address emissions and meet our Kyoto commitments.
Call on the government to immediately table its federal climate change adoption plan. Debate. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for reading out our motion, because I think the wording is really important. That's why we're here. We are here to reaffirm our commitment to the struggle against climate change, as well as reaffirm our commitment and belief and support of the science that supports that struggle. But why today? Why would we actually debate this today? Well, we're here today on the issue of climate change because the Minister of Natural Resources commented publicly last week in La Presse that he doesn't believe that people are worried about these changes to the planet. And when challenged on this, you know what he did? He doubled down on his claims, despite zero evidence to the contrary. Mr. Speaker, it's so bad that the U.S. newspaper headlines today are actually calling this minister the Minister of Oil for Canada. And this minister has been defended remarkably by the Prime Minister and the Minister for Environment. He's been applauded by the climate change deniers in his caucus, who think nothing of the risk to our planet and the burden that their willful blindness will leave to future generations. Now, according to the National Roundtable on Energy, Environment and the Economy, a roundtable that the Conservatives have axed, but according to them, the world has seen an increase in surface temperature of 0.78 degrees since the mid-19th century. And in the last 60 years, Canada's already seen a massive 1.3 degree change. So what does this mean? Well, the 2-degree threshold is a dangerous tipping point for irreversible, catastrophic climate change. That's what happens if we see 2 degrees of warming. The Minister of Natural Resources keeps quoting the International Energy Agency, and when he quotes the IEA and he quotes this scenario, he is actually quoting a 6 degree of warming. What does that mean? Well, the 6 degree scenario, as set out by the International Energy Agency, well, that takes the planet beyond any reasonable expectation of survival. And that's the scenario that this minister is quoting. In addition, he doesn't actually think that there's anything to worry about here. Well, I disagree with him, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Beauharnois-Salaberry also disagrees, and I would love to be able to share my time with her so that she can point out the fallacy in the minister's logic here. During this debate, Mr. Speaker, you should prepare yourself for an onslaught of greenwashing from the other side, from the government side today. They are going to take credit for the success of provincial emissions reductions. They're going to celebrate the fact that they are on track to miss their climate change targets by 50%. They're going to miss them, and these targets are actually woefully inadequate. They're going to claim that they're responsible for stabilizing emissions in Canada, but they are contradicted by the most recent annual greenhouse gas emissions inventory that was released earlier this month. They're going to ignore the fact that they foolishly canceled the wildly successful eco-energy home retrofit program, despite the incredible promise that this program held for long-term job creation, for reductions in emissions, and really for making life more affordable for all Canadians. I guess that program was just a little too successful for them, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives will also allege that they understand and prioritize sustainable development, even though they have gutted environmental assessments in this country, so that 99% of assessments will no longer happen. It's almost impossible to wrap your head around. They have decimated the protections of our fisheries. We no longer protect fish habitat in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And this is fish habitat that are worth, our fisheries are worth multiple billions of dollars a year. They have eradicated protections for our lakes and our rivers, jeopardizing the livelihoods and recreation and First Nations traditions of Canadians across the country.
The Conservatives' record on climate change is catastrophic. They have embarrassed Canada time and time again on the global stage by creating confusion in negotiations on climate change, by withdrawing from the Kyoto Protocol, which no other country has done, and by withdrawing from the United Nations Convention on Desertification, another international first. They cut deeply into research programs that were recognized and used around the world on the ozone and on fresh water. We have become the pariahs of negotiations on climate change in the world. The Conservatives have reduced the Canadian emission targets by 90% since they came to power in 2006. The least we can say is that they don't have any will to combat climate change. They ignore the fact that climate change doesn't have any borders, that this is a global problem, and that it will have repercussions on the health of all human beings and on national food security for all countries. They are acting irresponsibly by letting Canada fall behind in terms of diplomacy and commercial and economical development. The delay in this transition towards a more green economy in Canada makes us less competitive in the world. We're not taking advantage of new markets that new green technologies would represent, whether it's in manufacturing, in research, in innovation, or in trade.
Taken the inefficient and ineffective sector-by-sector regulatory approach to emissions regulations. Although they are grossly delayed at the same time in actually regulating sectors like the oil and gas sector. This is the fastest source of emissions right now. It's the fastest, it's the sector that is growing the fastest in Canada. And keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives promised those regulations on oil and gas. They said they would actually be in place in December 2009. It's 2013, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives claim that their approach to emissions reductions isn't costing Canadians. Well, we all know that's ridiculous because the cost of regulations is always carried on to the consumer. The issue is that the Conservatives refuse to be upfront about the costs of their sector-by-sector approach on Canadians, as well as the cost of their delay to regulate and the cost of their unambitious emissions targets. It is cheaper to tackle climate change than it is to just allow it to happen. The National Roundtable on Environment and Economy predicts that the cost of climate change in Canada alone will be $5 billion per year by 2020. 2020 is the same year that we're missing those inadequate targets by 50%. They also predict that this will cost us as much as $43 billion a year by 2050. We have to act, Mr. Speaker. Today, we're calling on the government to table its climate change plan. That's all we want. We want to see what their plan is. I don't have a high expectation that they will, despite the fact that the government committed in 2007 to develop this kind of a policy framework, and despite the fact that they actually agreed with the 2010 recommendations of the Environment Commissioner's Fall Report. They have failed. And for good reason. In Chapter 3 of his report, the Environment Commissioner wrote, with respect to the need for adaptation measures in Canada, he wrote, "Government reports have demonstrated that climate change affects all regions of the country and a wide range of economic sectors. These impacts and the need to adapt them touch on virtually all federal government portfolios, with significant implications for the policies and programs related to Canadians' health and the country's industry, infrastructure, and ecosystems. The health of Canadians and Canada's natural environment, communities, and economy are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Some of these impacts are already occurring from coast to coast. They are most evident in Canada's north, where, for example, the thawing of permafrost as a result of temperature increases is affecting the stability of roads, buildings, pipelines, and other infrastructure. And yet, the Minister of Natural Resources thinks that we are radicals for wanting to talk about climate change and the costs of environmental degradation. Well, I think we are radically practical, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the day, you'll actually hear the NDP plan to address climate change, because we do have a plan that includes a price on carbon. It includes adopting our Climate Change Accountability Act. And you'll hear from members of my caucus talk about these measures that the NDP supports. It's only the NDP that can be trusted to tackle climate change, Mr. Speaker, because it is at the core of who we are as Social Democrats. And I am proud to stand here today with my colleagues to reaffirm that commitment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my honourable colleague from Halifax, in the motion, why ask the government to only deal with the adaptation plan? Why not a mitigation program in order to mitigate the effects of climate change?
He included asking for the government's plan for adaptation. Are we giving up? I don't think we should be. Shouldn't we be asking for their mitigation plans to minimize the effects of climate change?
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. It's a legitimate question, absolutely. I don't think that any of us on this side of the House have given up. Unfortunately, I do think on the other side they've given up. To answer his question directly, I sit on the Environment Committee. I sit on panels where we debate the environment, on television, on radio, and I sit here in the House and ask questions about climate. And I am so sick of the Conservatives saying our sector-by-sector approach is working, as they list all of these reasons why it's working that they actually can't take credit for, like the fact that it's the provinces who are actually reducing our emissions, like the fact that we had a recession which accounts for some of our emissions reductions. So I'm pretty tired of those answers, so I'm looking for a little bit of something new. I'd like to see what their adaptation plan is, and I'd like them to actually table a climate change plan. Thanks.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Honourable Deputy de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I congratulate and thank my colleague for Halifax for a speech that really deals with the essentials. That is how this government is incapable of managing climate change, incapable of taking concrete action to prevent global warming and the effects it will have. But we have a government that keeps bragging about ensuring sovereignty in the Arctic, and we know full well that climate change will particularly affect the Arctic and the Canadian North. So I'd like to hear my colleague from Halifax tell us what the consequences are of the inaction of the Conservatives on the ecosystems and inhabitants of Canada's North.
Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question and his own commitment to doing whatever he can in this struggle against climate change. In the North, we have incredible things happening. We have incredible things happening where the ecosystems are changing dramatically. Species are moving north. Invasive species are moving north. We have invasive species across the north where people don't even know how to deal with these new species that are overtaking some of the species that are already there and upsetting that delicate balance. But another thing I want to add to this, yesterday, Barack Obama Obama's, the U.S. President's national security advisor actually said that climate change is one of the greatest security risks that we have. And I think that is important when it comes to things like floods, when it comes to things like famine. But if you look at the North as well, what happens when we don't have that polar ice cap anymore? The North is going to be opened up. And while I'm sure the Conservatives see this as a good thing when it comes to resource extraction or it comes to access to the North, this has extreme security implications and extreme sovereignty implications that we're not talking about. We have no plan for what to do here. We are not talking with other countries around the world about what are the foreign affairs implications here, what are the international security implications here. So it is such a huge issue for the North. It's almost like you can't encapsulate it in one issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires de l'honorable député de...
The honourable member.
Laurentier-Labelle.
For Laurentier-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is one point I'd like to underscore, and I'd like my colleague to elaborate on this. It's the economic aspect of taking the right action. I have an example in my region. The owner of a business on a logging road, it's called Le Patate du Coin. He's not a university graduate, but he's understood that every year he was burning $50,000 worth of diesel to produce electricity, converted to solar energy. It works very well. And this was not the decision of a fanatic environmentalist or idealist. This was an economic decision to make his business more profitable. So I'd like my colleague to elaborate on that.
We're out of time. You have 30 seconds.
I love those local examples, and I hope that everybody gets up and shares those success stories from our local communities. In Nova Scotia, the cost of energy efficiency on our electricity system is 3 cents a kilowatt hour. The cost of not doing energy efficiency is 12 cents a kilowatt hour. It makes good economic sense to take action on the environment. So I love hearing those examples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Beauharnois-Salaberry.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. I'm very pleased to be here in the House to support the motion by my colleague for Halifax that deals with efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and recognize that climate change has very grave consequences and we have to make an effort to adapt. Our debate today deals with the worst economic and environmental crisis of all time. Given that crisis, each one of us can act according to our conscience or ignore the facts, as the Conservatives do. And unfortunately, this government has opted for the second option, except that's their choice for them, but it has an impact on the entire population. We all pay the consequences of this thoughtless choice. The climate of this planet is warming. That is undeniable and is affecting Canada greatly. Since 1948, the average annual temperature has risen by 1.3 degrees Celsius, a warming trend that's much more accentuated than most other regions of the world. Abundant rain and flooding has increased in most Canadian cities. In Quebec, compensation paid by insurance companies for flooding and storms have increased by 25% since 2001. It's in the north that we see the most dramatic effects. The thawing of the permafrost, this layer of ice in the Arctic soil, the melting of glaciers, reduction of ocean ice coverage, impact on marine mammals and polar bears. This leads to a loss of fresh water and the weakening of many species, be it caribou, migrating birds, or fish, not to mention the impact on the daily lives, health, and food of Inuit and other inhabitants of the north. But the south part of the country is also effective. The researchers of the National Roundtable on the Economy and the Environment and that those from the IPCC, noted an increase in heat waves in all major Canadian cities, an increase in drought, especially in Western Canada, Canada's wheat basket, and an increase in forest fires. Instead of taking this reality into account, the Conservative government prefers to deny everything and withdraw from the UN Convention on Desertification. Agriculture has been particularly hard hit. The climate is less stable. Long periods of drought are followed by extraordinary rain and hailstorms. In my riding, a storm destroyed fields last summer, destroying cabbage, carrots, cucumber, and corn. Hail the size of golf balls fell. Insurance is not adapted to such situations. The lack of water has an effect on the productivity of farms, and this will continue to be accentuated. There's also an increase in parasites, which makes the crops even more difficult. The number of family farms has gone down by 8,000 since 2007, when the Conservatives came to power. So the effects are felt all over the country. But that's nothing if you compare what our life will be like if we go over an increase of 2 degrees Celsius. If the world climate warms more than that, the consequences will be even more serious and the effects will be irreversible. Under the UN Convention on Climate Change, which our country signed, the international community made a commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions to avoid going over that 2-degree cap. The vast majority of governments recognizes the validity of scientific data on climate. Those of the IEC, the World Bank, and the International Energy Agency. According to them, we can expect an increase of 20% of CO2 by 2035. So why is this 2-degree limit so important? Most experts believe that beyond that threshold, the consequences will be very serious and probably irreversible. For instance, river zones will be flooded. The Canadian prairies, our breadbasket, will suffer from twice as many droughts. Polar ice and glaciers will disappear. Lakes and oceans will be more acidic, and the level of water in lakes will drop. The number of marine species will diminish because of the acidity in lakes. In terms of health, we can expect an increase in respiratory and infectious diseases, as well as an increase in mortality due to intense heat. To avoid going over that 2-degree threshold, we need concerted effort internationally. But to achieve that, the developed countries, such as Canada, and emerging countries have to form a common front. Unfortunately, that's not what's going on because of the retrograde attitude of Canada. Today, our government is blaming China or other developing countries for their greenhouse gas emissions and say, if you do nothing, we're not going to move either. While it may be true that China is now the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases, it's also the country that invests the most in renewable energy. And industrialized countries such as Canada cannot withdraw from their obligations. That's completely unconscionable and irresponsible. How can this government teach lessons to others when it withdraws from all its international commitments? It withdrew from the Kyoto Protocol. What kind of message does that send to other countries? Countries that made commitments and respected them. We have a historic responsibility here. Industrialized countries who developed without taking account the impact on climate must today show leadership. But this government continues to deny the facts. For instance, the Minister of Natural Resources said recently, and I quote, "I think that people aren't as worried as they used to be about this 2-degree warming trend. Scientists tell us that our fears about climate change are exaggerated," unquote. That is completely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, but that's not all. The Minister of Natural Resources also completely tosses out criticism from the American Environmental Agency regarding the Keystone XL pipeline. Even this morning, he was not open to any criticism and was saying that Canada's efforts were sufficient. Not to mention what the Minister of the Environment says. He has not yet regulated the oil and gas industry, the most polluting industry in Canada that emits the most greenhouse gases. Canada will miss its targets by 50%. That is very serious. And the report of the Roundtable on Energy and the Environment and the Environment Commissioner both say so. So this is going to cost us a lot of money. The Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy evaluates that if nothing is done, it will cost us $5 billion per year by 2020. $5 billion to face climate disaster, to invest in new technology, to face loss of jobs in sectors affected by global warming, such as agriculture, fisheries, water, forestry, and so on. Taxpayers are going to pay for that. Climate change offers us an opportunity to invest in knowledge-based technologies, green technologies, and sustainable development to create jobs. Will this government listen to reason? Nothing could be further from certain. The Conservatives must stop denying the facts and take action now, because it is now that we're feeling the effects of climate change. By denying the urgency of the matter, the Minister of Natural Resources is being irresponsible. Our greenhouse gas emissions have increased to 702 million tons. That's 1 million extra tons since 2011. And we're getting further away from the target of 607 million tons by 2020. The Environment Commissioner in the Roundtable stated that the government cannot respect its targets. But the Conservatives prefer to withdraw from Kyoto, cut scientific programs, and accuse NGOs of being money launderers and being terrorists. And they even eliminated 90% of environmental assessments in this country. Who are the radicals here? Figure it out. On the other hand, we in the NDP propose very concrete measures to be taken immediately. Here's a look at what the NDP would like to do. First of all, put a price on carbon. That would be a step toward honoring our international commitments. We asked for legislation on responsibility, establishing the eco-energy program, stopping the oil subsidies, and put that money into renewable energy. So I hope that the motion by my colleague from Halifax will be passed unanimously, and so that we can go ahead with fighting climate change.
Questions
and
comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to respond to something the member for Halifax said during her speech. She said that the NDP is the only political party that can fight climate change. And I think that's a bit unfortunate, because I think that all political parties that never denied that climate change is a very serious problem can and must work together to fight climate change. I'd like to ask my colleague whether she truly agrees with what the member for Halifax said.
We mean that the NDP is the only party that struggles against climate change.
The honourable member for Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the Liberal benches. I know very well that he cares very much about the environment and sustainable development. However, the reason we're saying that the other parties did not make sufficient effort is that the Liberal Party was in power for a long time and did absolutely nothing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, in 2005, we saw a report from the UN that said that pollution had increased more in Canada than it apparently increased by 30% under the Liberals. So it's pretty difficult, given that, to believe the Liberals. They seem to say one thing, but they don't walk the talk. So it's a bit hard to believe that there are parties other than the NDP that want to make an effort. We know that the Conservatives are attacking a NASA scientist who thinks that a lot needs to be done to reduce the effects of climate change. And the Minister of Natural Resources says that's nonsense, or it's a disgrace to say that. Well, if I had been the Minister of Natural Resources, I'd be ashamed of that kind of position and that kind of statement. If the Conservatives don't work at all to ensure international cooperation, since they are withdrawing from all international treaties against climate change, well, in Canada itself, we don't have any regulations in the most highly polluting sector we've got. That's serious. Questions and comments?
Comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wish to thank our colleague for her speech. I listened to the Liberals, who want to make it seem like they've done a lot for the environment. And in their 13 years in power, pollution went up 30%, and my NDP colleague stated that very well. So they have great words, but there was no action to match. But today, I see the minister waving at us, a Conservative minister, but when you look at the debates in the House, a great democratic debate, and if you really think about the environment and think about future generations, don't you find it strange that in these discussions today, because the Parliament exists to have discussions and opinions, but up until now, not a single Conservative has stood up to ask a single question. Are we going to spend an entire day seeing the Conservatives remain silent and then get a minister's speech who will talk pretty about the environment, and yet we see what's going on? We're going to maybe lose a region near Toronto under sea level. They don't care about our environment.
The Honourable Member for Bourne-Massabielle, you have 40 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the passion and the ardor and the facts that were set out in my colleague's question. Yes, indeed. When the Conservatives talk about environment, they just spew empty rhetoric. It's always a double standard. They say they're making efforts, but it's just smoke and mirrors. They muzzle scientists. They make sure that expert reports are not published. All environmental assessments are destroyed. There are only 1% left in the country, and there is still no comprehensive and costed plan to deal with climate change.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to share our government's commitment to the environment and the concrete actions that we've taken to address climate change issues. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House that our government recognizes the reality and the science of climate change. We recognize that climate change is a global challenge that requires a global solution. And that's why, although Canada generates barely 2% of the world's annual greenhouse gases, we are addressing our domestic responsibilities to mitigate, to reduce those emissions. And our sector-by-sector plan, Mr. Speaker, to meet our Copenhagen reduction targets is measured by internationally accepted protocols and methodologies, and, Mr. Speaker, it is working. This government, Mr. Speaker, is the first Canadian government to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
I want to ensure that my colleagues on the other side of the House have clearly understood that our government, the Conservative government of Stephen Harper, is the first government to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I understand that it is perhaps difficult. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I understand that it is perhaps difficult for my colleagues to accept this reality, but it is a fact.
Mr. Speaker, I hope we'll stick to facts and to science. So let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. For 13 years, the previous Liberal government paid merely lip service to climate change. They signed an international treaty without due diligence, a treaty ineffective and unfair, and then they blithely watched as Canada's greenhouse gases increased by 30%. The Liberals didn't have a plan, and as they themselves reminded Canadians in this House this week, they didn't get the job done. Now, the NDP also claimed to have a plan, Mr. Speaker, which would see an NDP government pick the pockets of hard-working Canadians, taking $21 billion worth of their hard-earned salaries, costing jobs, hurting the economy, increasing the cost of virtually everything. To what purpose, Mr. Speaker? Well, the fact is this tax on everything would only result in funds going into general revenues in the NDP fashion for purposes of social engineering, without guaranteeing the reduction of a single megaton of greenhouse gas emissions. That's not a plan, Mr. Speaker, for the environment. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the NDP wander abroad, attacking Canadian and American jobs and responsible resource development. Our government, Mr. Speaker, is moving ahead with concrete action, well aware of our responsibilities at home and in the wider world, aware of the challenges Canada must face today to better position our country for tomorrow, which is why this government has put in place a sector-by-sector regulatory plan, one that is working to lower emissions and to reach our targets. Canada's 2020 target, Mr. Speaker, is very ambitious, 17% lower emissions in 2020 as compared to 2005 base levels. This target matches that of the United States, which is important considering just how much our two economies are integrated. We are aligned with the United States in order to maximize greenhouse gas emissions and at the same time maintain economic competitiveness. For example, our successful alignment with the United States on the transportation sector standards means that the average greenhouse gas emissions from the 2016 model year passenger automobiles and light trucks will be about 25% less than the vehicles sold in Canada just a few years ago in 2008. By 2025, there will be 50% less fuel consumption and a further reduction to 50% less greenhouse gas emissions. We're now building on the existing 2011 to 2016 regs to develop new and even more stringent standards for that 2017 to 25 period. This is not only good news for the environment, but actually very good news for the pocketbooks of Canadians, proving once again, Mr. Speaker, that a healthy environment and a strong economy are not mutually exclusive. We've moved together with the United States on improving standards for heavy trucks. We're continuing our efforts in this direction to achieve the responsible targets, again, that we gave ourselves under the Copenhagen Accord. In the second major emission sector addressed, our Conservative government has taken a leadership role working with provincial counterparts to reduce electricity measures through a range of measures to shift away from high-emission sources of electricity, to expand renewables, and to reduce demand through energy efficiency. Canada became the first major coal user in the world, Mr. Speaker, to ban construction of traditional technology coal units to generate electricity and to establish a performance standard for those units at the end of their economic life. These combined efforts are paying off, Mr. Speaker. Greenhouse gas emissions from the electricity sector now projected to decline by a third between 2005 levels and 2020 levels, despite increases in economic activity and electricity production over this period. Our colleagues on the other side of the House should again take note. Environmental protection can coexist with economic growth and with job creation. According to a report from the International Energy Agency, Mr. Speaker, while we have begun to reduce coal-fired emissions, global demand for coal-fired electricity jumped by 45% between 2000 and 2010 and is expected to climb another 17% by 2017. As our annual emissions inventory report posted recently confirms, we are halfway to achieving the overall greenhouse gas reduction targets to which we committed under the Copenhagen Accord. This, Mr. Speaker, is a tangible accomplishment, the result of a transparent and an accountable plan, something none of the parties opposite have offered in this House or to Canadians. Now, even as we focus on our domestic mitigation responsibilities, Canada is, Mr. Speaker, fully engaged on climate change challenges abroad. At our most recent meeting of the Major Economies Forum in Washington a couple of weeks ago, Canada and the others continued work on a new binding climate change agreement, which will include, we hope, all major emitters in the developed and the developing world. We continue to aim for a new draft treaty by 2015, which would allow for ratification and the beginning of implementation by 2020. A new post-2020 international climate change agreement applicable to all parties, again, including, as we have highlighted many times, all major emitting countries. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government supports our commitments under the Copenhagen Accord and the Accord's goal of mobilizing long-term financing for developing countries in the context of meaningful mitigation and transparent action. Developed countries made good on our Copenhagen commitment to fast start financing. Together, we've delivered $33 billion between 2010 and 2012 in mitigation and adaptation in developing countries. Canada's share, $1.2 billion in fast start financing, is still rolling out and will for years ahead, supporting projects around the world that address, for example, clean water projects, reforestation, clean energy, food security, and much more. As Canada continues to contribute to the process under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, we are working at the same time, Mr. Speaker, on climate change initiatives beyond that body. Last year, we proudly participated as a founding member in the launch of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition to reduce short-lived climate pollutants. As an Arctic nation, our government understands firsthand the importance of addressing short-lived climate pollutants, which have a significant impact on the rate of the Arctic ice melt. We've been delighted to be joined by countries around the developed and the developing world to see the coalition grow in barely a year from 7 to now 56 partners. Not only was Canada, under this government, the first out of the gate by contributing startup funding for the coalition, but we've also delivered additional millions of dollars directly to projects in developing countries. This, Mr. Speaker, once again demonstrates that Canada not only has a plan and is taking action, but is taking a leadership role internationally to address climate change issues right around the globe. The Climate and Clean Air Coalition is taking action on several fronts in areas such as in the capture and utilization of methane from landfill waste sites in the developing world as well as the developed world, reducing black carbon emissions from heavy-duty diesel generation facilities in the oil and gas sector in the developing world, as well as in brick production for housing in the developing world. The Coalition has a bright future, I believe, and in order to help it achieve its goals to significantly reduce emissions of short-lived climate pollutants, I was pleased to announce at that Washington meeting that Canada would invest a further $10 million in the Coalition and its projects. Our contribution to the CCAC was its largest to date and will help support its implementation of projects in developing countries. We hope it will signal a new phase of scaled-up action and growth in the Coalition's membership, funding activities, and tangible results. I was also proud to announce a contribution of several $1 million to the Climate Technology Centre and Network, the CTCN. This initiative, launched by parties to the UNFCCC, responds directly to the expressed need of developing countries for more rapid deployment of the best available technologies to help them confront the climate challenge, both to reduce their emissions and to build their resilience to climate impacts. The Climate and Clean Air Coalition and the Climate Technology Centre and Network have the potential, Mr. Speaker, to make a real difference. Our Conservative government is working with the global community to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases and short-lived climate pollutants and to help the most vulnerable countries adapt to a changing climate. Now, as you know, our government has made a strong commitment to developing Canada's abundant natural resources while strengthening at the same time environmental protection. We've put that commitment to action by strengthening and modernizing the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, passed in this House last year, as part of the government's responsible resource development initiative. Now, I could not stand here this morning, Mr. Speaker, without underlining an important announcement I participated in just a few short days ago, right here in Ottawa, with my colleague from the government of Alberta. Almost a year ago, I had the pleasure of announcing with Diana McQueen, Alberta's Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Resource Development, the joint Canada-Alberta implementation plan for oil sands monitoring to ensure the environmental integrity of Canada's oil sands. With this monitoring plan, our two governments showed our commitment to implement a scientifically rigorous, comprehensive, integrated, and transparent environmental plan. It will, Mr. Speaker, deliver the most scientifically credible picture of the water, air, land, and biodiversity issues in the region, and will ensure that this important resource is developed in an environmentally responsible manner. The Joint Data Portal, formally launched this week, provides the public with ongoing open access to the most up-to-date scientific data collected through the Joint Oil Sands Monitoring Plan and the methodology used to produce it. Even more importantly, it encourages informed discussions and analysis of the impacts of oil sands development. I would invite members opposite to take a few minutes to visit the portal. They should be enlightened by the abundance of information available and may, one can only hope, help reshape their unscientific perspectives of a responsible resource industry. This data portal follows through on an important commitment we made to ensure that the scientific data from the monitoring activity is both transparent and accessible to all Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, even as we address climate change mitigation, we must recognize the need of adaptation to the changes that have and continue to take place. Although we see the impact of climate change right across our great country and around the world, nowhere is change more evident than in our Canadian Arctic. Canada assumes the chair of the Arctic Council next month. The appointment of our Minister of Health to lead Canada's chairmanship reflects the importance that our government, Mr. Speaker, attaches to the North. The overarching theme for Canada's term will be sustainable circumpolar communities, safe Arctic shipping, and responsible resource development. Of course, Environment Canada has long had a leading role in protecting the Arctic's unique environment, and we will, Mr. Speaker, continue to work to balance conservation, sustainable use, and economic development. Environment Canada continues as well to be a world leader in Arctic research. Our scientists are key players in 3 of the 6 Arctic Council working groups and will be major contributors during our Arctic Council chairmanship over the next 2 years. And I would again remind colleagues opposite of the new federal initiative, $35 million, Mr. Speaker, led by the National Sciences and Engineering Research Council for Climate Change and Atmospheric Research. In 2011, Environment Canada published close to 100 peer-reviewed articles related to the Arctic. The majority of these were the result of national and international collaborations, primarily with the United States, but also with other Arctic Council member states such as Russia, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark. The research continues to address areas of common concern such as mercury, persistent organic pollutants, ozone depletion, and, of course, climate change. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let me say again, our government has a plan where none have been offered by the opposition. Notre gouvernement a un plan.
Our government has a plan. Our government acts. And, Mr. Speaker, these are ingredients for success, and this is what Canadians want, a government that protects the environment for our future generations. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many questions I could ask from that speech, like a question about the cognitive dissonance between the fact that the minister talks about the NDP's cap-and-trade plan, and yet it was the same plan that was in his 2008 platform, or the twisted logic about taking credit for emissions reductions through the recession. But what I'll do is I'll focus on this. The minister says that the government is taking climate change seriously, but I want to talk about his own colleagues. The member for Edmonton Centre talks about the nonsense that Al Gore is spreading. Stockwell Day, former MP, talked about the benefits of global warming for his lakeside property. The Minister for State for Small Business said that it's okay to be a skeptic on the main aspects of warming theory. Minister of Natural Resources says that Canadians aren't worried about 2 degrees of warming. And the Prime Minister himself said so-called greenhouse gas phenomenon. So my question to the Minister is, does he agree with his colleagues who question the science of climate change? If he does not, will he table something today to show that the government is actually taking action? From oil and gas regs to an adaptation plan, I think we'd be happy with pretty much any sign that this government cares about climate change.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. There are several questions embedded therein. With regards to the Minister of Natural Resources, he has made clear on any number of occasions that he does accept fully the reality of climate change as a challenge for this country and for the world. With regards to our plan, we began sector by sector with the transportation sector, which contributes fully 25%, a quarter of Canada's annual emissions. We have succeeded with effective regulations there that will reach out, as I mentioned in my speech, by 2025, cars consuming 50% less fuel and emitting 50% less GHG gases. We then moved on to the coal-fired electricity sector, and I would point out here that it's interesting if any of the members of the opposition are charging their volt, they should be aware, they should be informed that barely 11% of the energy generated in Canada today comes from the coal-fired sector, as opposed to 42% of the electricity in the United States from the coal-fired sector. Canada's non-emitting sectors represents fully 3/4, 75% of the clean energy generated here in Canada. With regards to the oil and gas regulations, I've told this House a number of times, that is the third major emitting sector that we are addressing. We are working and have been working since the fall of 2011, Mr. Speaker, on these regulations, and when they are ready to be published, they will be published.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister mentioned the oil sands monitoring program. We have many questions. Is the methodology sound? Will the data be useful? Will the data be used when making decisions? Will the data be free of industry and government influence? Will the Minister allow a third party to audit to see if the data is scientifically dispensable? And finally, is the governance structure finally in place so that Canadian taxpayers are not on the hook for up to $50 million per year?
Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can answer my colleague very briefly. Yes, 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 yes. That is exactly why the Canada-Alberta Joint Monitoring System was designed, suggested by scientists, peer-reviewed, a plan created by scientists, peer-reviewed by scientists, and now being implemented. We're now at the end of the first year of implementation by scientists. The intention and the commitment of creating the web portal for the monitoring plan was to provide unfiltered the data, the raw data, which is achieved, some of it in real time and can be viewed in real time. I again suggest that members opposite visit the web portal. It is a spectacular site. But it is, what we are doing is creating the baseline which scientists told us and which we appreciate did not exist previously. Even though the waters of the Athabasca River and its tributaries have been flowing through the oil sands, through bitumen for millennia, and which has deposited any number of chemicals into these waters, this monitoring plan will confirm, will show and detect any additional pollutants which may be introduced to the water, the air, the land, the biodiversity of the region, and will allow us to more efficiently regulate, for industry itself to more efficiently regulate. With regards to the financing of the plan, industry, as my colleague should know, has committed to pay up to $50 million for the 3 years of implementation, and that structure is in place, yes.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was appointed as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment, I was actually quite excited about this because, yes, I do feel that climate change is something that Canadians know is important. It's something that's important to me to address. So I was excited to have an opportunity to be in this portfolio. As well, I do think that Canadians understand that we are a natural resource-based economy, that much of our economic growth comes from natural resources, from the energy sector. This means that there's numerous jobs across the country that are associated with this. This also means that there's a large amount of government revenue that's associated with this. So given the fact that Canada is a natural resource-based country, that Canadians feel that we need to have jobs and growth, and that Canadians also feel that climate change is important, I'm hoping that the Minister can explain a little bit about his approach that he's taken to ensure that climate change is addressed in Canada, but also being cognizant of that economic reality. So far this morning, I haven't heard one of my opposition colleagues talk about this context. They have not once acknowledged the fact that given where Canada is at from an economic growth perspective, we actually are world leaders in addressing climate change. But we're doing that while providing growth opportunities for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping that the Minister can enlighten us on this approach and how this principle has informed our government's environmental policy.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my hard-working parliamentary secretary. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, and the members of the opposition should recognize that the global economy is in a still extremely fragile state. But this government is working to balance both environmental responsibilities, our stewardship with regards to the environment, with addressing, among other things, climate change, while at the same time ensuring that we don't discourage investment, that we don't strand investment, that we don't drive investment away from our country, we don't put Canadians' jobs at risk. And it is with that sensitivity and awareness that we approached our sector-by-sector regulatory plan. We are very careful, and that's why the NDP's proposed Tinkerbell approach of fixing everything with a wave of a wand it doesn't match the reality of the challenges that we face. We have to look at the impact that regulations will have on investment, on jobs, on the economy, while at the same time working to achieve our domestic targets, which gives us the social license to argue with the major emitting countries, the much larger major emitting countries around the world, to step up and take action themselves.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. We only have a minute left. The Honourable Member for Hamilton, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr.
30
Speaker.
seconds, please.
I just want to inform you, Mr. Speaker, I took my Tinkerbell wings off years ago. I have 9 grandchildren, and I'm very concerned about the environment. And if you want to malign the NDP, that's fine, Minister. But Jack Layton put before this House the most comprehensive bill on the environment ever seen in the world. It was praised around the world, and it passed in this House, and the unelected Senate killed it. So don't talk to us about what we know or don't know about the environment, because we do know. And we're very concerned about it. And if we keep getting the increases we're getting and Canada fails to take a lead, Canada has the opportunity to take a lead for the world. You talk about other countries not acting. Why aren't we leading? Because if we lead, we may save this planet. Because if we don't, we're going to...
That's time. The Minister for the Environment, a very short response, please.
Mr. Speaker, our government, of course, disagrees fundamentally with the socialist policies of the NDP. But with regards to their stated policies on climate change, it's interesting that the 3 principal points that they make are, 1, establishing binding targets. Yes, that's exactly what this government is doing. Carbon tax, we reject that, of course, as we have made clear in this House. Emission standards. The NDP is basically saying, me too. We are establishing in our sector-by-sector regulatory approach emission standards. And finally, the NDP, and my colleague referenced this, green leadership in the world. And as I've just listed this morning, my friend may have missed these remarks, Canada is in fact taking significant leadership in the world, and there are other countries which are now coming to accept our position. And I would list among those countries New Zealand and Japan, who are not taking on second commitments under Kyoto, but are working with us aggressively on a new international climate change treaty, which will include all major emitters.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is the most pressing environmental issue facing the planet. Climate change is real. It is happening now. It is an issue of today and not of tomorrow. And serious impacts are associated with the 2 degrees Celsius stabilization target, including an increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events and sea level rise. Mr. Speaker, the World Economic Forum, or WEF, recently ranked climate change the 3rd biggest concern overall to 1,000 experts surveyed, and failure to adapt to climate change was listed as the biggest single environmental hazard facing the planet. Moreover, the WEF listed runaway climate change as its first serious X factor, an emerging concern with unknown consequences, and even raised the question whether humans have already triggered a runaway chain reaction that is rapidly tipping Earth's atmosphere into an inhospitable state. Mr. Speaker, Canada's 1998 ice storm cost $5.4 billion. The 1996 Saguenay flood cost $1.7 billion. And a 2005 rain event in Toronto cost $625 million in insured losses. The now defunct National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy warned that climate change is expensive, with annual $21 to $43 billion adaptation costs to Canadians by 2050. Mr. Speaker, the world's most vulnerable countries to climate change understand that 2015, the date by which to adopt a universal climate change agreement, is already too late. The 2 degrees Celsius target will likely be missed. Some developed countries remain insensitive to their predicament, and some islands will likely become submerged, and their hopes for enhanced global support aiding their efforts have continually been disappointed. Mr. Speaker, in light of what is at stake, namely the future of our children and grandchildren, the financial burden to the next generations, and the impacts on Canada's agriculture, environment, fisheries, forest, water, etc., and ultimately on Canadians, and on the international community, such as Bangladesh, which might lose 1/5 of its landmass and suffer the displacement of 20 million people with a 1-meter sea level rise. It is extremely disappointing that instead of having a serious debate on what Canada should be doing to mitigate and adapt to climate change, the NDP has chosen to politicize a fundamentally human issue. Mr. Speaker, I am very surprised that the NDP would choose to attack the Liberal Party on this issue, given their party's less than stellar role in combating climate change. In 2005, it was the NDP's political antics that led to the fall of the Liberal government, thereby knowingly ending any chance that Canada would take real action on climate change. The Liberal government's Project Green would have in fact taken Canada 80% of the way to meeting its Kyoto targets. The Conservatives have since reduced the Liberal government's greenhouse gas emissions targets by an astonishing 90% and will not even meet their very weak target. Mr. Speaker, my friend and colleague for over 2 decades, the leader of the Green Party, blamed the NDP for putting politics ahead of the planet and risking the collapse of an urgent climate change conference aimed at salvaging the Kyoto Protocol in 2005 and begged the NDP to rethink the issue. Quote, "It was to no avail." The leader of the Green Party wrote in her 2009 book, highlighting the incident as proof that both the NDP and the current Prime Minister were willing to sacrifice key Kyoto negotiations. Mr. Speaker, I have spent the last 25 years researching climate change, consulting to Environment Canada, serving on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, speaking around the world on climate change and its impacts, undertaking research 500 miles from the North Pole, and watching the glaciers recede and recede. I came to Ottawa to fight for real action on climate change and currently chair the All-Party Climate Change Caucus, which I founded. I also serve on 2 United Nations bodies, one regarding climate change and the second one regarding disaster preparedness. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore painful to say that the Liberal Party will not be supporting the NDP's motion, as the motion is dishonest about our party's record on climate change. I ensure my speeches are accurate, scientifically rigorous, and that my arguments are fact-based and not hyperbole and rhetoric. The Liberal Party does agree with 2 of the 3 sections of the NDP motion, namely that there is grave concern with the impacts of a 2°C rise in global average temperature, and the government should immediately table its federal climate change adaptation plan. Mr. Speaker, let me set the record straight on the Liberal Party's action on climate change, then outline the willfully blind position of our current Conservative government and what it should be doing to protect the future. Mr. Speaker, in 1998, Canada signed the Kyoto Protocol, pledging to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 6% from 1990 levels by the commitment period ending in 2012. In 2000, the Liberal government introduced its Action Plan 2000 on climate change and committed $500 million on measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or GHGs. In 2002, Canada formally ratified the Kyoto Protocol. The Liberal government called it, quote, "an important milestone in Canada's contribution to addressing climate change." The government also released Climate Change, Achieving Our Commitments Together, proposed a 3-stage strategy to achieve GHG reduction goals through incentives, regulations, and tax measures. In 2003, the Liberal government pledged an additional $1 billion for its climate change plan and offered incentives to consumers and industry. Total federal spending on Kyoto reached $3.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, in 2004, the Liberal government issued the 1-ton challenge, which called for every Canadian to cut GHG emissions through such activities as recycling, taking public transit, using programmable thermostats. Mr. Speaker, from the early 1990s, I have been challenging my own students at the university to reduce their personal and family GHGs. In 2005, the Kyoto Protocol officially came into force. Within 3 weeks of that date, the Liberal government and Canada's car makers reached an agreement regarding emission standards. Car companies were to produce vehicles that would cut emissions by 5.3 megatons by 2010 as part of Ottawa's Kyoto Plan. And within 2 months of Kyoto coming into force, the Liberal government announced details of its Kyoto Implementation Plan, Project Green, pledging $10 billion to cut greenhouse gases by 270 megatons a year by 2008 to 2012. Mr. Speaker, however, in 2006, with the help of the NDP, the Conservative government came to power and immediately killed Project Green. Independent third-party stakeholders stated that the plan would have allowed Canada to come close to meeting its Kyoto targets. Mr. Speaker, since coming to power, the Conservative government has reduced the Liberal GHG targets by an astonishing 90%, spent $92 billion, and claims they are halfway to meeting their very weak GHG targets. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government's latter claim is particularly remarkable, given that as recently as the fall of 2011, the government was on track to reach only 25% of its very weak target. Weak target or not, how did the government manage to improve its performance by an astounding 100% in just over 6 months? Well, first, the government used a higher start value, a projected value, rather than actual emissions. And second, it changed the accounting rules. Third, the government took credit for someone else's hard work. The June 2012 report from the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy made it clear that action taken by the provinces and territories is really responsible for 3/4 of Canada's GHG reductions. Moreover, the Roundtable's report echoed that of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, which showed that in 2020, Canada's emissions would be 7% above the 2005 level, rather than the promised 17% below. And fourth, the government removed any climate accountability measures through its draconian Omnibus Bill C-38, which repealed the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act. Because of the repeal, the government will no longer have to publish a climate change plan each year, detailing the measures being taken to meet Canada's commitment. Moreover, the Roundtable will no longer be required to assess each year's plan and offer expert feedback. In fact, the Roundtable no longer even exists, as it failed to comply with Conservative ideology. Moreover, the Commissioner will no longer have to report regularly on Canada's progress in implementing its climate plan. Mr. Speaker, because of a lack of climate accountability measures, Canadians will continue to suffer a Minister of Natural Resources who cast doubt on climate change science, saying that, quote, people aren't as worried as they were before about global warming of 2 degrees, and scientists have recently told us that our fears on climate change are exaggerated. Mr. Speaker, even flat Earth proponents eventually came around. What will it take to convince the Natural Resources Minister that climate change is real? Mr. Speaker, because of a lack of climate accountability measures, Canadians will continue to suffer a government that repeats its mantra, namely that its sector-by-sector approach to climate change is working. Sadly, the approach is just a delay tactic. The government has tackled only 2 sectors in 6 years and is yet to take action on the oil and gas sector. Perhaps instead of repeating tired lines, the government should actually review the evidence and experience firsthand what Canadians are living. The reality is the world is getting hotter. The warmest 13 years of average global temperatures have all occurred in the 15 years since 1997. Increased global average temperatures are expected to increase droughts, floods, and other extreme weather patterns. And recent weather-breaking temperatures for June 2012 are what we would expect from climate change. In fact, records for the contiguous United States, which have been kept since 1895, show that July 2012 was the hottest month ever. Mr. Speaker, whether the government accepts or minimizes the fact that record-breaking temperatures and extreme precipitation are likely changing on a global scale as a result of anthropogenic influences, many Canadians are feeling the economic impacts. In Canada, catastrophic events cost approximately $1.6 billion in 2011 and almost $1 billion in each of the 2 previous years. In 2012, in many regions across Canada, farmers struggled with hot, dry conditions which devastated their crops. The Ontario provincial government asked the federal support to help farmers dealing with drought. Farmers were forced to sell their livestock at low prices because the drought had raised feed costs beyond what they could afford. Mr. Speaker, increasing evidence shows drought conditions will become the norm rather than the exception. Mr. Speaker, so what needs to be done on climate change and done immediately? The NDP is calling for a climate adaptation plan, and this is important. For many years, I consulted to Environment Canada's Adaptation and Impacts Research Group, many of whom share the 2007 Nobel Prize on Climate Change, but have since been dismantled by this Conservative government. But the NDP fails to mention in its motion mitigation. We need both mitigation and adaptation. I will briefly describe omitted mitigation options. Mr. Speaker, we need sustainable development of our natural resources, and all decisions must be based on scientific evidence, must safeguard our environment and natural habitats, and must respect the legal and historical rights of Aboriginal people. The federal government must recognize that non-renewable, high-carbon energy sources are unsustainable. Canada must also have a plan for a transition to more sustainable energy sources and the need for a pan-Canadian sustainable energy and economic growth strategy to succeed in the global economy and to make progress on its 2020 GHG reduction target. Mr. Speaker, the federal government should collaborate with relevant federal ministers and departments, as well as with provincial, territorial, and municipal leaders in Canada to develop a pan-Canadian sustainable energy strategy. It must also fully consult and accommodate Aboriginal peoples when development projects affect their rights and traditional territories. Such a strategy should ensure fairness to all emitters and emitting sectors and regions. It should also include the creation of new markets and opportunities and improve competitiveness for Canadian companies, particularly regarding low-carbon technologies. Mr. Speaker, both renewable energy and energy efficiency offer the promise of economic growth, job creation, energy security, and reductions in GHG emissions. The government should therefore develop an action plan to achieve identified targets for the deployment of low-impact renewable energy in Canada for the years 2020, 2030, 2040, and 2050. The federal government should also develop an action plan to achieve energy efficiency targets for the same decades. The European Union is now on track to deliver a 15% energy saving below business as usual by 2020. To address climate change effectively, we also need a strategy for sustainable transportation in Canada that sets targets for the coming decades and an action plan for phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies in order to achieve the G20 goal of a medium-term phase-out. Mr. Speaker, the government should develop an action plan and milestones for increasing energy literacy and research, development and deployment of low-carbon technology in Canada, and work in partnership with provinces, territories, municipalities, labour organizations, industry sectors, Aboriginal peoples, and others to develop a clean energy employment transition strategy. Mr. Speaker, the stakes are enormous. Leading countries are creating a new energy future and investing billions to be at the front of the curve in the new green economy. While the government invested only $3 billion in green stimulus spending, Germany invested $14 billion, the United States $112 billion, and China $221 billion in green infrastructure, and in the process created thousands of new green jobs. Instead of reverting to 1950s thinking of development at any cost, the government should be mapping the best way forward to a prosperous, energy-secure, and healthy future. The government must understand that it's a choice between being a producer and a consumer in the old economy and being a leader in the new economy. It is a choice between decline and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, finally, the government must stop embarrassing Canadians on the world stage. Canada's withdrawal from Kyoto sparked outrage in the global community. A spokesman for France's foreign ministry called the move, quote, bad news for the fight against climate change. And Tuvalu's lead negotiator said, quote, for a vulnerable country like Tuvalu, it's an act of sabotage on our future. Withdrawing from the Kyoto Protocol is a reckless and totally irresponsible act. Try as the government might through cutting climate programs, research, and muzzling its scientists, the science of climate change simply will not go away, nor will the recognition of the economic impacts of warming and the growing chorus of countries taking action to combat climate change and gain competitive advantage by transitioning to the green economy. The NDP and the Conservative government must stop polarizing the climate change discussion and resorting to ideological extremes during debate on the issue. Sadly, while climate change is speeding up, Canada continues to slide backwards on the issue. Yet the Conservative government's only response is to greenwash its deplorable record on the environment. Canadians deserve better, and our children and grandchildren deserve better, and should not be held hostage to this government's short-sightedness, skepticism, and stonewalling on the greatest challenge facing our planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're debating climate change in the House today, and I noticed the first part of the motion that the NDP has raised is acknowledging the fact that there is a grave concern about the impacts of climate change, and I think we actually agree on this. I think that there's some consensus on both sides of the House on this. I guess my question to my colleague is with regard to the last part of the motion about the lack of effective action by successive federal governments. Now, I'm of the opinion that our federal government has done something. We've regulated various sectors that are very carbon intensive with regard to emissions. We've put millions of dollars of funding in, and I know my colleagues have a plan. Their approach involves developing a method that would actually increase general revenues for the government. But I'm not here to argue about that right now. My question is this to my colleague. Their government had 13 years to do something about climate change. 13 years. During that time, emissions rose by 30%. So looking at the last part of this motion, or the middle part of this motion, I'm wondering if my colleague will A, acknowledge this by voting in favour of the motion, B, if she'll talk about whether or not the Liberal Party actually has the credibility to talk about climate change given this rise in emissions, and C, if she'd just rather say that hope and good feelings and wishes are the best way to approach climate change, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been very clear. Our party will be voting against the motion. While we do agree that 2 degrees Celsius represents a grave concern, we cannot agree with the dishonest Part 2 of the NDP motion. I will repeat. After the Kyoto Protocol came into force, within 3 weeks of that date, the Liberal government reached an agreement with Canada's car makers. Within 2 months of Kyoto coming into force, the Liberal government announced details of its Kyoto implementation plan, Project Green, pledging $10 billion to cut greenhouse gases by 270 megatons a year. But in 2006, with the help of the NDP, the Conservative government came to power, immediately killed Project Green. And that would have got us 80% of the way of meeting our Kyoto targets. Sadly, the Conservative government has reduced those targets by an astonishing 90% and claims it can get us 50% of the way there by simply changing the accounting rules.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to put a question to my colleague who seems to be insistent on historical revisionism. How many times did the Liberals support the NDP when they were in the reverse position? So if she wants to be a revisionist, I will tell her what really happened in recent years. I also want to put a question to her because I was stunned to hear her say that the Liberals had done something when we know, and it's been repeated, that greenhouse gases rose by 30% while they were in power. So can she explain how they have any legitimacy in saying that they are for reducing GHGs? We know they did the opposite.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's hard to... We took action within 3 weeks and 2 months of the Kyoto Protocol coming into force. Sadly, the NDP worked with the Conservatives, to bring down the Liberal government and kill Project Green. I'm not going to continue on this because I would actually like to put a real path forward, as I have been doing for years, the last 25 years of my life. The government should table a comprehensive climate change plan, commit to attaining the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals that is supported internationally, contributing its fair share to fill the megaton gap. That is the shortfall between existing mitigation commitments and the emission reductions necessary to prevent serious climate change. More stringent actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions cannot be postponed much longer. Otherwise, the opportunity to keep the average global temperature rise below 2 degrees Celsius is in danger. And as I've mentioned, serious impacts are associated with that limit, including extreme weather events, a rise in sea level. Most scientists are concerned that we're actually on the way to 3 and 3.5 degrees Celsius. And as I've mentioned during my discussion, the World Economic Forum considers climate change one of the most serious threats and is even asking questions about runaway climate change.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, it never ceases to amaze me that the Liberal Party continues to confuse press conferences with action. When they were in government, it's very clear, yes, they can cite the number of press conferences they had. They can probably even tell us what types of finger foods were served at these press conferences, but that's not action, Mr. Speaker. And when Canadians made the determinations that they made, you know, it still shocks me that they stand in this place and indicate that somehow political parties have conspired to put them where they are in this House. The Canadian people made the determination that that's the position that they should hold in this House, and in part it's because of their lack of action on the environment and climate change, but also the fact that for the Canadian people, Project Green refers to the sponsorship scandal and $40 million missing dollars. You know, Mr. Speaker, I listened to this member talk about climate change and the need to act. This is the first government to actually reduce climate change while we have seen economic growth in this country. She talked about CAFE standards. We've, in fact, increased CAFE standards significantly for fleet fuel economies. I'd like to know from this member, if she will acknowledge the government has worked in partnership with the provinces, provided funding to the provinces. We have worked with industries. We are bringing real change. We are, in fact, bringing reductions in greenhouse gases in Canada, while other countries continue to increase.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has gutted environmental legislation over the last 50 years that's key to protecting the health and safety of Canadians. This is a government that killed the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy. This is a government that repealed the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, repealed the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, walked away from the Kyoto Protocol amongst international criticism. And on climate change, this government is taking credit for what the National Roundtable says is the provinces have done 75% of the work. Again, I would like to put forward real ideas of how to fight climate change. I have many motions on this fact. For example, we need to initiate discussions with the provinces, territories, municipalities, labor organizations, industry sectors, First Nations, and others to develop a green economy strategy for Canada with goals for 2015, 2020, 25, and 2030. And ensure that its development strategy includes skills development, training programs, certification courses, and transitional policies for the transition to the green economy.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Honorable Deputy de...
The honourable member. For Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, you only have 45 seconds for the question. No problem, Mr. Speaker. It's quite incredible that a party dares to put itself out there as the champion of fighting pollution when all they've ever done is empty words. Apart from calling your dog Kyoto, that's the only thing you ever did for Kyoto. Will you stop making these kinds of speeches and take action?
I
would like to tell the honourable member for Marcorel-Fortin that his comments must be directed to the chair, not to other members.
North, you have 45 seconds to respond.
The Liberal Party had Project Green, $10 billion. It would have got us 80% of the way to meeting our Kyoto targets. What we'd like of this government is to recognize that to maintain the average global temperature at a less than 2 degrees Celsius rise is in serious danger. And we need a we need a comprehensive climate change plan. We need a green economy strategy. We need a pan-Canadian sustainable energy strategy.
Yes.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Chambly-Bordois. Awesome. The fine member. And I'd like to just introduce this motion that, of course, I will be supporting, Mr. Speaker, and that we're asking the House agree with many Canadians and the International Energy Agency that there's grave concern with the impacts of a 2 degrees rise in global average temperatures, to condemn the House the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998 to address emissions, meet our Kyoto commitments, and finally to call on the government to immediately table its federal climate adaptation plan. So that is the motion, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to add some my personal, I guess, experiences and the relevance to this topic before I get into spelling out some of the what I would call government inaction, and then what the New Democrats stay on this position in terms of what we'd like to see happen on climate change. I got my start, Mr. Speaker, in terms of taking action when I swam the length of the Fraser River in 1995. It was a 1,400-kilometer swim, and I did that both in 1995 and in 2000 to draw attention to the issues threatening the health of the Fraser, which is known as one of the greatest salmon rivers in the world. And it's under threat, Mr. Speaker. It's on BC's endangered rivers list, and it's under threat from many different threats, but certainly climate change is one of the biggest threats to the health of the river, to the health of the salmon, that makes this river such a majestic river. It's known for its cultural values, its historic values, its obviously environmental values, but also its economic values, and climate change threatens all of those. And I could speak quite a bit about the 10 years of swims that I did to draw attention to the environmental threats facing our environment on the West Coast. But I want to move to my experience as a elected official, because soon after those swims I was asked to get involved and change public policy, speak out at the local level. I became a city councillor in the city of Coquitlam for 7 years, from 2002 to 2009. And certainly the city of Coquitlam in those early days was also very aware of the impacts of climate change and was trying to do its share as a municipality to make a difference in terms of dealing with climate change, even at a local level. There were many initiatives that the city implemented to try to mitigate the damage caused by climate change on the municipality of Coquitlam. Now, I also want to speak about, I was a representative to Metro Vancouver on the board, and I brought forward, and I want to talk a little bit about a specific motion that I brought forward, which I feel is dealing with climate change, and that was to move to zero waste. And in fact, I was the director that put forward the motion calling on the region to move to zero waste, which is an ambitious target, but certainly has moved us in the direction in the region going from 55% waste diversion up to now 75%, and of course the region is looking to in fact, move to ideally 100% or zero waste, recycling all of that material that the region produces daily and annually. And this is a part of defining certainly what I've been involved with in terms of action on climate change and the environment, but also as a way of pointing out that there are many ways you can take action, but the critical thing is the will to change, is first of all outlining how important it is to make change. And this is where I have to turn now, Mr. Speaker, to this federal government, the Conservatives, and their inaction on this file. In fact, it's an embarrassment that in this day and age, we have a government minister who's accused of being a climate change denier. It's out there. People are talking about this, and this is unfortunate. Canadians from coast to coast to coast understand the urgency of the climate crisis. It seems that just the Conservative government that is out of step with Canadians and with our closest allies when they refuse to take action. Mr. Speaker, I held town hall meetings just recently. This year, I heard from many constituents that are very concerned with the government's refusal to act on climate change. They spoke out to me. They brought this up. They identified this in New Westminster, in Coquitlam, in Port Moody, when I held town hall meetings in each of those communities. Even on the phone, when I talked to thousands of people, climate change was brought up. Certainly, healthcare was identified as the #1 priority, but climate change was up amongst the top priorities that they wanted to see the federal government take action on, and that they pointed out that this government, in their opinion, is not taking action, and they are very, very alarmed. Mr. Speaker, let's identify the Conservative record. They have been systematically dismantling environmental laws since they were elected, using omnibus legislation to weaken environmental protections, and certainly when I held my town halls, they were very concerned with the undemocratic use of omnibus legislation, and certainly attacking environmental legislation using budget bills they found very disingenuous. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources has vilified those who oppose the government's position, calling them, quote, radicals. Now, this is divisive. This is divisive and unnecessary, and it's in fact appalling that the minister would come out and label people who work sometimes their entire life or continue to passionately try to make change, and certainly on climate change, and they're being labeled radicals. This is not the way forward. This is not the way, a healthy way to address such a serious topic. We need everyone. We need everyone working together, trying to make change. This is a huge, huge issue and challenge that we are facing as Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Environment has even accused unspecified Canadian charities of money laundering and has refused to either retract or apologize or to name names. And this, I find, again, very disingenuous. If the minister knows something, I think the minister should specifically cite those examples where this is the case. Not to put out fear and to turn people away. I know I talked to, again, many organizations, representatives of organizations trying to make change on climate change, on the environment, and they are feeling the heat of these kinds of comments, of this divisive language, of these essentially attacks on their work. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and this Conservative government has made Canada a global laggard on climate change and green investment. They've reduced Canada's national greenhouse gas emissions targets by 90% since taking power in 2006. They pulled out of the Kyoto Accord just recently. They pulled Canada out of the UN Convention to combat desertification. Meanwhile, they've given billions in annual tax breaks for fossil fuel companies and have failed to monitor or regulate their emissions. Conservative inaction on climate change is costing Canada jobs. The U.S. has again delayed approval for Keystone XL project due to further climate change analysis. The European Union has plans to put a carbon penalty on Canada's unconventional oil and gas products because it has higher emissions than traditional fossil fuels. These decisions are the result of a Canadian government's failure and inaction. Despite promises to have the oil and gas regulations in place by 2010, there are still no regulations. Mr. Speaker, budgets have cuts to environmental protections include gutting the Fisheries Act, weakening protections for endangered species, muzzling and firing scientists, defunding critics like the National Roundtable on the Environment and Economy. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that it's been over 6 months since Justice Cohen released his landmark report on the sustainability of the Fraser River sockeye. The government has not said one word about whether it will implement Justice Cohen's 75 recommendations. Again, I talked about the Fraser River, one of the key rivers in British Columbia. It's a Canadian National Heritage River, and here's a series of recommendations the government spent $26 million on, and they haven't said a word after half a year. Mr. Speaker, this is abysmal, and this is not the record that I support, but I'm glad that we have this motion forward. I'm happy to support this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to discuss this motion by the opposition, in which they, under Part B, say they condemn the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998 to address emissions and meet our Kyoto commitments. Well, Mr. Speaker, if our opposition would be informed as to what actions our government has actually taken since 2005, between 2005, when the economy grew by 6.3%, in that time, greenhouse gas emissions decreased by 48 megatons, or a 6.5% reduction, while the economy grew. Mr. Speaker, why would our colleagues opposite not inform Canadians of the truth of the action that this government has taken in the last 6 years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say two things. In an interview with the editorial board of La Presse this month, the Natural Resource Minister said, quote, "People aren't as worried as they were before about global warming of 2 degrees. Scientists have recently told us that our fears on climate change are exaggerated." Mr. Speaker, this is unbelievable. The member opposite wants me to answer the question about action on climate change. Certainly, I know this government was, and the government members were very instrumental in trying to bring down the Climate Change Accountability Act that we put forward, which would spell out a national plan. In fact, New Democrats recognize that Canada must take urgent action and immediate action to avoid catastrophic climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions to keep global average temperatures increase below a maximum of 2 degrees Celsius. And as other speakers have pointed out, Mr. Speaker, we are heading dangerously close to that, and some experts even say we're heading above that, and that would be catastrophic, not just for the environment, but for the economy. So what we need is political will. What we need, and what Canadians will believe, is if this government makes that commitment. Canadians that I'm hearing from don't believe this government has made that commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming, questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, climate has a profound impact on our lives. Climate and weather affect the air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink. Climate variables such as heat, humidity, and precipitation can affect the spread of infectious diseases and the emergence of new pathogens. The Canadian Medical Association reported in 2008 air pollution would lead to 620,000 doctors' office visits, 92,000 emergency department visits, and 11,000 hospital admissions. Since the NDP is suggesting the government put forth an adaptation plan, which is very important, I'm wondering what they would recommend to protect Canadians' health from climate change. What adaptation strategies they would recommend.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think the member asks a good question. I think that's why we do need a national plan. That's why we need, and again, we spelled out as New Democrats under the Climate Change Accountability Act the things that we'd like to see put in place on a national scale in terms of adaptability. There are many things. We definitely need to continue to have the input from our world-leading research centers, whether it's the ELA or many other scientists and universities across the country getting that input to tell us how we can best meet those targets, how we can best adapt for a changing climate, whether it's in the west, the north, the east or central Canada, across the prairies. There are so many things that can be done to adapt, and we are going to have to adapt to a changing climate. The reality is, can we also put in place mitigating factors from a federal government perspective, working with the provinces, the territories, First Nations, with industry, with environmental organizations, with the communities to make those changes that are necessary to tackle this enormous problem. We cannot continue to put that off, which this government is doing, relying on just a few measures or small measures, some which have been good, and I think there needs to be acknowledgement for those measures, but obviously not enough to tackle such an enormous problem. That is what we need to see as a real commitment, and we need to see real action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable Deputy.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask you to forgive me. I'm not a smoker, but I do have a very bad cold, and so I am still pleased to force myself to speak to the motion of my colleague from Halifax, who does excellent work on a file that is essential for today and for the future, that is on the environment. And I'm supporting the motion today on climate change. I think what we see today when we hear the Minister of Natural Resources who challenges the validity of climate change, and when we see in articles in The Guardian or the New York Times, which are prestigious newspapers, where they see that the minister is spewing irresponsible rhetoric, well, that's a real lack of leadership. I'm talking about leadership because when we talk about climate change, I look at my background in political science. When we looked at international relations and international development, and we looked at climate change, we often talked about the tragedy of the commons. That would be my direct translation. So I think that people understand what I mean. That is, in a matter like this one, people have to have the courage to take the first step. It's never easy to do that. We're very comfortable in our current routine, in our usual way of developing resources, and change is never easy, Mr. Speaker, but we have to think about this from a long-term perspective. Countries have to be prepared to show leadership and to avoid this tragedy of the commons, and we have to avoid waiting for others to take the first step. And that's what we've seen over the past 10 or 15 years. Often, nations like Canada and even the United States at a certain time, well, they said the burden was on Brazil, India, China, developing countries that have a very high level of emissions because of their growing economies and because of the way they develop natural resources and the increase in greenhouse gases. So what we try and do is to shift the blame to someone else. And I think that is why it is important to underscore the inaction that has been shown over a number of terms, both in government, both by the Conservatives and the Liberals. So now we have to have the courage to act and to stand up on the international scene and to be prepared to take up the challenges when we want to make these kind of changes. And when we talk about inaction, the lack of effective action, well, I heard my Liberal colleague And I'm happy to hear her criticize the Conservative government because we agree with her, but where I don't agree with her is that there's the idea that something good has been done, because that's not true. And to repeat what my colleague said, he said when the Liberal government was in power, the biggest thing they did was to have a dog named Kyoto, because when you look back to 93, we were supposed to reduce GHGs by 20%, and not only did we not achieve that, but they actually increased by 30%, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker. So that's the type of example that shows that there was a lack of leadership, and that continues today. And the government is going to talk to us about their different programs that were really not up to what we have proposed, because if they had worked, then we would not have seen an increase in greenhouse gas emissions. We would not have seen an increase in all these reports that were published fairly recently. If they had been effective measures, then some progress would have been made, and that's not the case. So that is not adequate, and that is why I'm proud to be part of a team in the NDP that proposes real measures. A few years ago, we tried, thanks to a bill put forward by Mr. Layton, our former leader, that it tried to put in place a climate change strategy, but as usual, the unelected Senate killed that bill, even though it had been adopted by the House of Commons, and we know very well that this is a priority of the Canadian public, to try and understand why it was not. They're trying to understand why nothing was done in the fight against climate change, so we can wonder about that. But unfortunately, we don't have the answers, and I would just like to digress by saying that this is once again an excellent example, if one of the clearest examples of why we should eliminate and abolish the Senate, but that's a debate for another day.
I want to go back to my own area. I think we have some good examples at home at Chambly-Bourgeois that really demonstrate the effects of climate change. We saw with the floods that we experienced in 2011, some people, particularly someone like the Minister of Natural Resources, who doesn't even believe in climate change, but people who live on the shores of the river have seen it in a significant manner, whether it's people around Chambly, on the shores of the Richelieu River or Saint-Basile-le-Grand, and I could give you a long list, but they are the ones who are saying so. The value of homes is changing because the ecosystem of the river is changing. And we've seen the physical proof of that at home. I spoke about the floods in 2011, and in fact, this was very much in the press. People are well aware of what happened. It's the same for my colleague from Saint-Jean. And there are other areas in Quebec where we've seen floods, but it was also the case at home. And to use an Anglicism, it wasn't just a one-off. We are still dealing with the consequences of that today. We just have to look at the activities organized by the organization Passé en Fête. It's Louise Baudouin, a former Quebec government minister, who participated in this, and people go diving in the rapids and in the Richelieu River, and they come through the area of Chambly. The rapids have completely changed to the point where this activity's been canceled 4 times over the last 8 years, exactly because of the changes to the ecosystem. And so the Quebec rescuers are emphasizing more and more that it's not safe to go diving there in those rapids anymore. So this is a really negative impact that we've seen at home. And what's interesting is we start to talk about the other aspect of this, which is the economy. This is part of the tourism in our area, that's suffering because of climate change, and I'm sure I have many colleagues who could provide you with similar examples. There are years where the sugar shack industry sees a very short season because the temperature goes up too high, and there's a big change as a result of that. So I'd like to come back to the issue of the economy again. We keep hearing about that. The Minister of the Environment spoke about that this morning and said that his government is putting forward measures that protect the environment, but that are also good for the economy. But I would say it's the opposite, because we see chambers of commerce that are giving out prizes to organizations and businesses who are talking about a green economy and green jobs, who are trying to protect our environment and so on. And, Mr. Speaker, I know my time's limited. I could talk about it until tomorrow morning, but I'll finish by saying that our strategy within the NDP is to encourage this green economy and the development of it, to protect existing jobs, but also work towards the transition to have a green economy that would be important to our future, not only for the country, but to the world as well, Mr. Speaker. So on that, I would be prepared to answer questions.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find myself in total agreement with my colleague on the first part of his comments when he commented on the total ineffectiveness of the Kyoto Protocol administered under the previous Liberal government. When they proposed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 20%, in fact, they went up by 30%. But, Mr. Speaker, why would my colleague not acknowledge the facts that since 2005, between 2005 and 2010, when the economy grew by 6.3%, in that same period of time, our greenhouse gas emissions in Canada were reduced by 6.5%. It's clear that the economic growth did not impact negatively our greenhouse gas emissions. So why would my colleague not acknowledge the truth of what has happened and the action that's been taken by this government between 2005 and now, rather than to attempt to mislead the Canadian public into making them think that no action has been taken? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's easy to boast about having created records when you've reduced expectations and when you reduce the targets from 90% to when they came to power in 2006. That's the case for the government right now. So it's easy to reach your objectives if that's the case. But happily, we in the NDP have more ambition than that in terms of climate change and for the protection of the environment. And I would simply say to my colleague that if the measures that were implemented by this government were effective, we wouldn't be seeing the increases and in the negative impacts on the environment that we're seeing today. And we wouldn't see ourselves being penalized by the international community because of withdrawing from Kyoto and so on. Thank you.
For Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the Arctic region ominously broke records in the loss of summer sea ice, spring snow cover, and the melting of Greenland's ice sheets. Parliamentarians should be seeking answers to some vital questions. How will changes in the Canadian Arctic affect climate change globally through changing ocean circulation, decreasing reflectivity, and increasing carbon release from thawing permafrost? How can the fragile Arctic environment be protected when the Arctic becomes more accessible? And the question I'd like to ask to my colleague, because the NDP is talking about adaptation, how can Indigenous people, animals, and plants living in the Arctic adapt to climate change?
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. I thank my colleague for her question, and in fact, it is an excellent one. From my perspective, when I look at this adaptation, I'm far from being a scientific expert. But that's exactly what we are proposing, is to see what kind of plan we can put into place. The current problem we have is that we are doing away with our scientific resources, particularly within the Department of Environment Canada. That's causing harm. I look at my case. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an expert on the details and on the consequences, but I would like to speak to people who can. Mine is to legislate. I would like to use the resources the government has, but unfortunately that is the community that is being decimated by the Conservative government. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's one thing I've noticed this morning, which is that we have an excellent demonstration of government inaction. And it's true of the former government at the same time. It strangely reminds me of all of the problems in the Aboriginal communities across the country. If we listen to the rhetoric on both sides, they did extraordinary things. They made marvelous decisions, but the truth is that Aboriginals don't live in beautiful bungalows with running water, and their children don't go to lovely schools. It's going to be the same thing for the consequences of climate change. They'll figure it out when there's no more water in the rivers. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've realized today, is that inaction takes different forms. There have been failures in terms of protecting the environment, but there are things that have been in place for years. And as a young member here, I would like to say, and even for those who are not so young, the people who are the most concerned about this inaction is indeed often seniors. They speak about their children and grandchildren. So it's exactly within that context that we have to say this is not a new problem. Since 2006, we've seen a lot of intellectual dishonesty, but climate change is far from a new problem. We have been condemning this for a long time. We're doing that today, but we really hope to be able to take action in 2015 with an NDP government.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and for the Canadian Wheat Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from Wellington Halton Hills. It is my pleasure to be here today to participate in this opposition day and to share our government's progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Canada is in a unique position to help the world address this issue. Our nation is a leading source of energy and energy technologies. Canada's electricity supply presently is among the cleanest in the world, with more than 77% of our electricity coming from non-greenhouse gas emitting sources, including renewable energy and nuclear power. And Mr. Speaker, this transition to cleaner energy is supporting our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's our Conservative government that deserves credit for finally tackling some of the bigger issues around emissions reductions. We're taking a results-oriented, sector-by-sector regulatory approach that is targeting the largest emitters. Now, Mr. Speaker, our coal-fired electricity regulations are amongst the toughest in the world. This will make Canada the first nation to ban new construction of traditional coal-fired plants. The regulations also require all existing coal plants to shut down on a schedule that reflects their economic life. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you're also familiar with our vehicles emission standards that we have brought in that will do much to improve greenhouse gas emissions as well. And as well, our government is committed to introducing new regulations for the oil and gas sector, making Canada one of the few major oil-producing countries to do so. Our energy sector has already experienced considerable success in reducing emissions. For example, the emission intensity from a production of barrel of oil sands crude is down 26% since 1990. We know that our Conservative government has done this on this front. We're seeing results. The economy is growing, and we are keeping taxes low. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the opposition and some of their positions on these issues. And both of them have been clear in the past that they want some variation of a carbon tax. And at Natural Resources Committee, we talk about this often, actually, and it actually starts with the issue of carbon pricing. There's an insistence from some that carbon must be priced by someone somewhere. And it's very interesting at committee when we have these discussions, because when we ask witnesses, well, is there a natural developing economy around carbon? Is there a price that's naturally being set around carbon? The answer is virtually always no. It's not like beef or going out and buying a cell phone or a car where there is a market, there's some options on the market, and you can pay for the product. If you don't like it, you don't have to buy it. what we're told at committee is what needs to happen, if it's going to happen at all, is that the government needs to step in and price carbon. The average person really has no idea what a ton of carbon is. They don't know what carbon pricing is, but on one side there's an insistence that government must establish this. And then the establishment of that actually is given as the usual reason that we can then establish a system of taxation based on that pricing. And we've seen a variety of carbon taxation suggestions that have come up, particularly from the other side. We hear about things like a carbon tax, which would be a straight-up tax related on related to carbon. That it would result in things like higher fuel prices, where we see that applied. There's a direct impact on consumers, and often that carbon tax goes to general revenue. There's a cap-and-trade system that the opposition talks about once in a while, where it allows trading in carbon credits, and usually with the goal actually of avoiding real reductions. So you get a lot of rhetoric around this and lots of noise, but very little results. And sometimes you see these revenues also going into general revenue in government's coffers. And these have consistently failed to work. We've seen the failures in Europe in particular of their carbon trading systems that have failed for a number of reasons. It can be dysfunction, or in some places there's actually corruption in that system. The other option, of course, is a carbon levy, where there's a levy put on a particular area of industry, which then normally gets passed on to consumers. And all of these things have one thing in common. I'm going to talk about that in just a few minutes. There are three groups that really stand out in support of these things. One is industry. We see often enthusiasm in industry for carbon taxation. They're fine with that. They get a scheme, and taxpayers often get a bill from that. Second group that really eyes this up and thinks it's a great idea are those big spenders, the governments that really, the left-wing governments typically, that really want to see a rise in revenue. And I think actually on the opposite side, that's typically why they've taken the stand that they have on these things, is because they see this as a revenue generator. They get stars in their eyes if they can begin to tax every molecule in the universe. There's really no end to the amount that they can then tax Canadians and tax citizens. And the third group is the environmental groups, who really, when we talk at committee about this, we see they really want to apply these things because they think they can get results through that. But the problem is, first you need to establish an artificial market. Second, then you need to use taxation to change behavior. And they'll be direct on this, that what we need to do is price carbon so high that we actually force people to change their behavior. And we've had witnesses come in and talk about the fact that in order to do this, you need to quadruple or put taxation so high that you do things like quadruple utility rates, so that people then have to change their behavior. And I think Canadians need to ask themselves the question, are we ready to have these kinds of prices in our lives? And I think most of them would say absolutely not, because really the one thing that is in common amongst these three things is that it is the taxpayer who pays for this bill. They pay it either directly or indirectly. And our approach is different than the opposition. The opposition said they want a carbon tax. We hear about $20 billion from the NDP's last campaign election promises, that they told Canadians that they were going to do that. They seem to be a little shy about that now. In 2008, of course, our colleagues in the Liberal Party campaigned nationwide on a carbon tax, which was completely rejected by Canadians. And so consumers really need to pay attention. Mr. Speaker, we're coming back with a sector-by-sector approach where we set realistic goals for improvement, where then we actually do get results. And I know that annoys the opposition to no end, but the reality is that is the way that we can improve the environment. And the Liberals signed on to their plan that would have omitted the world's highest emitters. They had no intention of reducing emissions. They wanted a plan that would make it sound like they were doing something without actually having to do it. When they brought forward their carbon tax plan, as I mentioned, Canadians rejected it outright. They just completely turned against it. The NDP, I don't think, has learned that lesson yet, because they did propose, as I mentioned, that $21 billion carbon tax in their last election platform. And I'm surprised at them, because in many ways that kind of a tax is really a license to pollute. It allows companies to often pay the government and then pass that cost on to consumers, all without taking a single ounce of carbon out of the air. And, I guess that makes sense perhaps coming from the NDP. It allows government to use tools to shut down jobs, to cripple industry, slow down development, and they seem to be really specialized in that. I know in our own province, in my own province, certainly over 50 years, we saw their ability to do that, and we finally rejected that and moved on, and now are really prospering. Our government's plan is working. We believe that the results speak for themselves. Mr. Speaker, I realize I only got a couple minutes left here, but I want to talk a little bit about the advantage of becoming energy efficient. Energy efficiency has improved 25% between 1990 and 2010. Without those efficiency gains, in 2010 alone, Canadians would have paid $32 billion more in energy. Our efforts to improve energy efficiency have been widely recognized. The International Energy Agency has determined that Canada was second only to Germany at its rate of energy efficiency improvement among 16 countries. Now, you'd think that once in a while the opposition might mention that they might be willing to acknowledge that some of these things are actually working, that we're making progress and doing very well. In 2011, the IEA ranked Canada 5th out of 28 countries for its efforts to implement a broad spectrum of energy efficiency initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of Canada's efforts to advance renewable energy and energy efficiency and our success in reducing greenhouse gas emissions that we've had while we've been growing the economy. And I should point out our economy has grown. Our greenhouse gas emissions have declined. Between 2005 and 11, our economy grew by 8%. Our greenhouse gas emissions declined by almost 5%. So, Mr. Speaker, Canada is clearly making progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, we will continue to make improvements to our diversified energy economy, an energy sector that can help drive the global economy. It can help to build energy security while also producing energy responsibly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be able to ask a question of my Conservative colleague, and it's concerning the fact that Canada is starting to have an international reputation that has really been diminished or tarnished. And I'd like to ask the government member what he thinks of the current reputation that our country has. We keep winning fossil awards. We're criticized by international groups across the world or around the world who are against the government's decisions. So how does he see the government being criticized from all sides and winning prizes for its inaction? I'd like to hear his thoughts.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, when we hear that the IEA, as I just said, has determined Canada was second only to Germany in terms of its rate of energy efficiency improvement, that's a good news story. But it's not a good news story that the opposition wants to concentrate on. Often I think that their real goal is to actually try to cripple the resource industry. They're not that interested, I don't think, in actually getting results out of the environmental things that they've suggested. They just want to slow down development in this country. And I find it interesting, when we hear about what coal has done around the world. We've heard since 2000 to 2010, demand for coal energy has gone up 45%. And so the emissions from that will have gone up proportionally as well. But we never hear the opposition come and say, we need to do something about that internationally. We never hear them criticize the big polluters internationally. They're too busy trying to drag Canada down. And so when he talks about our reputation being tarnished, I'd suggest that maybe they should look around the world. They might be once they do that, they might be very happy with a lot of the things that are happening in this country. They might be much more proud of their own nation and be able to go out and tell some of those good news stories that are so important for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government likes to talk about its, quote, regulatory approach to emissions. And on the face of it, without explaining it, it sounds like something that may not have any cost that's passed on to anybody. I mean, if regulatory approaches were perfect, we'd all have used them a long time ago. But there are, of course, costs associated with it. I'd like to ask the member whether he thinks that those are costs that are absorbed by the sector that's affected by the new regulations, or whether ultimately those costs are passed on to the consumer.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that we do need to talk a little bit more about our our approach here because it's a very important one, and that's one that I'm proud of. I think it's working very well in terms of things like the vehicles emissions. When determination was made that we need to do something about emissions from vehicles, we've been able to, on that one, at least coordinate with the United States. And so we have very similar vehicles emission standards, and they are getting stricter all the time. And we understand that that is a very effective way of dealing with emissions from vehicles. We talked a little bit about the coal-fired generation, electrical generation. We have brought in very restrictive and regulations for the coal industry, and it is going to change their ability to pollute the atmosphere. And obviously that's making a huge difference in the Canadian environmental situation. Oil and gas regulations are coming shortly here as well. And those are the kinds of ways that we believe are effective. They actually do change emissions. The opposition's proposals don't necessarily do that. They may or they may not, but what happens is particularly when you get left-wing governments who want a huge source of revenue, they start to see taxation on these environmental issues as a revenue generator for the government. And so it's far more expensive for taxpayers if you're going to have a government such as the NDP or the Liberals in power bringing in carbon taxes and applying them to everything than it is to actually go through a regulatory sector-by-sector approach to improving and actually changing the emissions that we have in this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion in front of us today has three parts, Part A, B, and C. Part A says that the House agree with many Canadians in the International Energy Agency that there is a grave concern with the impacts of a 2-degree rise in global average temperatures. And I think we can all agree on that statement, Part A of this motion. In fact, it is something that this government and the Prime Minister have agreed with. I have, Mr. Speaker, a copy of the Copenhagen Accord in front of me. It's the accord that the Prime Minister signed on the 18th of December 2009. And I just wanted to take two quotes from this accord, which the Prime Minister agreed to, which is the official policy of the Government of Canada. It's Canada's reputation that has been committed to in this document with the Prime Minister's signature. And Article 1 says, quote, "We underline that climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time." So clearly the Government of Canada acknowledges that climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. I'd like to quote from Article 2. "We agree that deep cuts in global emissions are required, according to science and as documented by the IPCC Fourth Assessment Report, with a view to reduce global emissions so as to hold the increase in global temperature below 2 degrees Celsius." So clearly, Mr. Speaker, the government understands and acknowledges that it is a necessity on part of all people living on this planet to keep the temperature increase below 2 degrees Celsius. So the Prime Minister attended that conference of parties, Conference of Parties 15. He committed Canada and the government to the 2% target. And so Part A of this motion, I think, is reasonable and something consistent with what the government has stood for and something consistent with what the Prime Minister has committed to. Part B of the motion says that this House condemned the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998 to address emissions and meet our Kyoto commitments. And Mr. Speaker, this is the part of the motion that I can't agree to. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that from 1998 to 2005, emissions did rise. And so part of the of Part B is true. From 1998 to 2005, greenhouse gas emissions in Canada rose from approximately 680 megatons to 737 megatons. So clearly, during that 7-year period, greenhouse gas emissions rose, and clearly one could say for that particular period of time that there was a lack of effective action to reduce greenhouse gases in Canada. However, the motion, Part B of the motion says since 1998, and it fails to acknowledge the actions and meaningful reductions in greenhouse gases that have taken place since this government came to power at the end of 2005. At the end of 2005, greenhouse gas emissions in Canada were 737 megatons. At the end of 2011, the most recent year for which data is available for the UN reporting system, at the end of 2011, greenhouse gas emissions were 702 megatons. So from the end of 2005, when the government took power, to the end of 2011, over that 6-year period, greenhouse gases dropped in Canada. They fell, they decreased from 737 megatons to 702 megatons. So Part B of the motion is not consistent with that reality, with that fact. And these numbers, Mr. Speaker, I pulled from the National Inventory Report of Greenhouse Gases and Sinks in Canada that the Canadian government submits to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. This submission was made fairly recently for the period of 1990 to 2011. It's available on the government's Environment Canada website for the public and for members to see. And so Part B of the motion simply doesn't reflect reality, and it's not something that I can support. And I think what's more interesting about the fact that greenhouse gases dropped from the end of 2005 to the end of 2011, the most recent year for which data is available, is the fact that during that period of time, the Canadian economy grew. And so what I think the most important thing to acknowledge about what's happened over that 6-7-year period since the government's come to power is that the trend line has been broken. The trend line that paralleled economic growth to rising greenhouse gas emissions. That trend line has been broken, and we are now in a period where, with increasing economic growth, we are seeing decreases in greenhouse gas emissions. And Part C of the motion, Mr. Speaker, says that the House call on the government to immediately table its federal climate change adaptation plan. And I'd like to explain what we have already done as a government. We've taken a sector-by-sector regulatory approach consistent with what our largest trading partner south of the border has done, an incredibly important fact to acknowledge because we can't go down one type of approach to reducing emissions while our trading partner to the south, the United States, goes down a different path. Our economies are far too integrated to take the disparate approach. And so we have, like the United States, taken a regulatory sector-by-sector approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And in the last year, the government has introduced a number of significant initiatives that I think that need to be acknowledged. The first is the electricity sector regulations. The second is the passenger car and light truck regulations, and more recently, the heavy-duty vehicle regulation. And I'd like to highlight some of the details about those regulations because I don't think the government's getting enough credit for the action it's taken. The passenger car and light truck regulations that are being proposed for the 2017 and beyond model years are anticipated to reduce fuel consumption by 50% for passenger cars relative to the 2008 model year. For the heavy-duty truck regulations, we've taken the same approach as we've done with passenger car and light trucks, and we expect that for the 2014 to 2018 model years, that these stringent new emission regulations will achieve meaningful reductions in emissions from full-size pickups, semi-tractor truck trailers, garbage trucks, and buses. And with respect to the electricity regulations that we announced last September, coal-fired electricity generating plants account for 77% of emissions in the electrical sector and 11% of overall emissions in Canada. And so these regulations that we introduced are going to reduce over the next 21 years emissions from coal-fired electrical generation plants by 214 megatons. And between now and 2020, it's anticipated that it will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 41 megatons in the next 6 short years from the coal-fired electrical generation sector. So these are significant regulations that are achieving meaningful reductions in greenhouse gases. We've seen since 2005 reduction in greenhouse gases from 737 megatons to 702 megatons. All the while, the economy has grown. But these reductions are actually going to, these regulations are not fully into effect yet. And over the next 6 years, they're going to achieve even more reductions. And don't take it from me. Take it from the International Institute for Sustainable Development, a well-respected independent research organization that's based out of Geneva, that is consulted by the OECD. It said in November of 2011 that Canada's actions taken by federal and provincial governments are estimated to likely deliver about 46% of the 2020 national target, or 103 megatons of the 225 megatons needed. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to do even more with the announcements already made. But clearly, Mr. Speaker, more action needs to be taken, and the government and the Minister of the Environment has committed to that further action by indicating that oil and gas regulations are coming out shortly. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this motion because it doesn't reflect the reality of the work that the government has done over the last 6 years. Climate change is a serious issue. Anthropogenic climate change is a challenge for our planet, and this government is committed to taking action, has already taken action, and that's not being acknowledged in this motion. For that reason, I encourage members to vote against it.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Far be it from me to consistently attack the arguments of my colleague opposite. I'd just like to get back to two figures that he mentioned. In 2005, the production of 735 megatons, and a few years later, 702, so about 30 lower. He talks about sustained growth. I remind my colleague that in that period, we had the worst economic crisis than we've had since World War II. So what can be attributed to the slowdown of the economy, and what can be attributed to the measures that were adopted? I have trouble calculating this. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can do that. Secondly, when it comes to nitrogen in agriculture, what measures were taken?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this question from the NDP MP. It's a good question. Of course, that is the reality. In 2009, the Canadian economy did experience a recession during the summer especially, but after that, as a government, we recovered the growth and job losses that we had experienced. So more Canadians are working now than they used to before the recession in the summer of 2009.
All of the job losses of that recession and then some, and in addition to that, we've recouped all of the economic contraction that we lost in that summer and then some. And so our economy today is actually quite a bit bigger, and job employment is quite a bit higher than it was prior to that recession, despite the fact that we've reduced greenhouse gases over the last 6-7 years.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague from Wellington Halton Hills the same question I asked his previous colleague from Cypress Hills Grasslands, and that is the approach that this government likes to talk about, the regulatory approach. They never mention anywhere in there that there might be a price to pay, and that price may be paid by the consumer. They talk about the regulatory approach with respect to car emissions, with respect to coal-fired generating stations. I'd like to ask my colleague, and please, hopefully we'll get an answer. There are costs associated with taking those regulatory steps. I'd like to know whether he would acknowledge that some of that cost is passed on to the consumer. It's a very simple question. Is some of that cost passed on to the consumer? Thank you.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, I thank the member from Westmount Ville-Marie for the question. I don't have the numbers in front of me to answer his question directly, but what I can say is that some of the measures we've taken will actually help consumers in reducing their energy consumption costs. The Department of the Environment estimates that the average Canadian driver of a 2025 vehicle will save about $900 a year in annual fuel costs compared to driving today's new vehicles. So these regulations that we've introduced are going to achieve meaningful reductions in greenhouse gases, the corollary of which are meaningful reductions in energy consumption, and helping households with reductions in energy consumption is good because it's something that will allow them to manage their tight budgets and to help them with the rising costs of fuel and energy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, well, we've had this debate a little bit about who's responsible. Well, in reality, the responsibility for the development of the fossil fuel industry in this country could lie as well with the Liberals. It was the Chrétien government, along with Ralph Klein, that set up the deal on the oil sands. And that favorable tax deal, those lack of proper regulations, that's what drove the development of this industry, which is causing us extreme problems right now in terms of our presence on the world stage and our greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a culpability on the part of both of these governments over the past, since 1995, with dealing with the oil and gas industry in this country. I come from the north. We know about climate change. Canada's average temperature, the Environment Canada's temperature data for the Mackenzie Valley since 1951 has shown average temperature increases of 2.5 degrees Celsius. For Inuvik, this data shows an annual increase of 3.1 degrees. The average winter temperature increases are even greater. Inuvik has seen an increase of 5.8 degrees Celsius over that period of time. Norman Wells and Yellowknife have seen average increases of 3.9 degrees Celsius. So we understand about climate change. We understand the impacts, whether it's on our forests, whether it's on our permafrost, where in some cases we've lost 40% of it, whether it's on the ice melt in the Arctic, the changing conditions of our climate, the increased temperature causing those effects. The Mackenzie River spring melt and ice-free dates have advanced by about 20 days in the last century. Mr. Speaker, on September 26th of last year, our environment critic and I tried to have the House conduct an emergency debate on the rapidly decreasing amount of summer Arctic ice. Why did we do that? Because that summer, Canadians were experiencing, not just the North, but the rest of Canada was experiencing the impacts of climate change. Why was that? Well, because things are changing, and they're changing rapidly. Before we reach 2 degrees Celsius, we will be impacted tremendously by climate change. What's happening there? We've had the highest, in the United States, the highest August temperature since 1885, droughts throughout the country. What caused that? Well, a report by Jennifer Francis of Rutgers University and Stephen Varvaras of the University of Wisconsin showed the extreme weather is directly related to the loss of Arctic summer ice cover. Arctic summer ice cover has dropped precipitously in the last decade, and it was at its lowest level last summer. It's 50% below what it was in 1979. It's adding heat to the ocean. It's adding heat to the ocean and the atmosphere to redirect the jet stream, the fast-moving, high-altitude river of air that steers weather systems across the northern hemisphere. The study shows that jet stream is behaving differently. It is becoming slower with bigger troughs and ridges. This is causing major impacts to our climate. This is causing greater large-scale climate events like what the Storm Sandy that hit the New York coast. I'm not going to go into the details of why this is happening. You can look on the website. You can find those details for yourself. This is an issue for all Canadians. The changing jet stream is the main culprit behind the extreme weather events that we're seeing. So we know that we're going to continue to see those major and extreme weather events moving forward. We need to understand how to deal with that in Canada. I'm going to take a step back now and say how we're going to deal with it in the north, how we should be dealing with it in the north. I think it's clear that the Conservatives and the Liberals before have failed completely to deal with northern Canada effectively with climate change and help Northerners reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and make their communities more sustainable. Instead, governments looked on the north as a resource extraction area. That goes for both those governments. They both consider the north to be that was the prime importance there. So instead of the north improving its situation, it's going to add to the world problem of climate change. The other path that we should be taking in the north is northern sustainability. Sustainability is a word thrown around to cover a variety of situations, from large industrial projects that support local employment and business to the allowable yield of wild animals for human consumption. As a long-time northerner, I would see sustainability defined as the ability to maintain a modest lifestyle that can be enhanced and made prosperous with the addition of carefully managed medium-term resource development projects. I want to see something that gives me confidence that my grandchildren will have a prosperous future. We need to look at how to change our reliance in the north on fossil fuels. You know, in southern Canada, we've been in a bit of an artificial envelope with people heating their homes with natural gas. The price of natural gas has not gone up in 10 years. In the north, where people heat their homes with fuel oil, throughout northern Canada, the northern parts of the provinces, the increase in the last decade has been 400%. Considering the amount of heating that we require in the north, this is a big problem for us. And it is a big problem that is not being solved, yet it stands as an issue that we can deal with this government. We can work with the people of the north. Northerners are trying to make a difference there. The government of Northwest Territories has been very successful in converting many of its buildings to biomass. They've come out with a solar energy strategy. These are things that can help us in the north. But where's the federal government on this? Not here yet. Mr. Speaker, obsolete thinking about energy as a resource, energy as an exportable resource, non-renewable, has taken Canada out of step where it should be. It's more involved in increasing greenhouse gas emissions in this global environment than simply within Canada. And I think that's where really we see the failure right now of this Conservative government. What have been the actions of the Conservative government over the last year when it comes to influencing the world on climate change? Well, they've stepped out of the UN committee dealing with desertification, one of the serious issues that's going to be in front of us with climate change. They've refused to deal in this House on the serious issues that are facing our weather systems. On the Arctic Council, this Arctic Council has worked for years to put climate change as the main item on its agenda. What's the new minister who's taking over the chairmanship talking about for the Arctic Council? Let's talk about resource development. Let's move this international body away from dealing with the impacts of climate change onto more exploitive behavior. We've disengaged from Kyoto. We've given up on major agreements that can drive the rest of the world to join us in improving the greenhouse gas emissions. And we need to work together in this world. This is not a problem that can be solved in Canada by improving our efficiency or setting regulations for Canadians. This is a problem that has to be dealt with around the world. So now we have a new president that's geared in the United States that's geared up for climate change. What is the major effort that we're putting into the United States right now? We're trying to sell oil that has great that has a large greenhouse gas profile attached to it. We're pushing it very hard down in the United States. Where are we working with the United States on the issues surrounding greenhouse gas emissions? Where are we trying to deal with this president who said that's going to be one of his major priorities? We are religiously promoting the sale of fossil fuels. That's what this government is doing. That's its direction. That's the intensity of its efforts in the international field. How does that fit with dealing with this crisis that's coming on with the change in climate? How is this government being responsible? It isn't. It needs to understand that this issue of climate change is not something that is in the future that we can gradually improve our situation so that we can deal. The climate change is here today. Deal with it. Get on it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. Of course, the member from Western Arctic spoke about the importance of climate change in the north and the realities there. We heard our member from Welland talk about Canada acknowledging that climate change is a significant priority for our government and certainly an issue for the rest of our country. But the question I have for the member from Western Arctic is he spoke about the Arctic Council and the role that our government will play in the Arctic Council, and the minister has made it clear that climate change is a priority of that, and will be discussions on the Arctic Council. But does the member still stand behind his criticism that it was the right decision for our government to put a minister from the Arctic for the Arctic as chair of the Arctic Council? Instead, the member from Western Arctic positioned that that should have come from the Foreign Affairs Department or a member from outside that. So does he still stand behind the criticism that it was Canada's decision, it was a wrong decision for Canada to put an Aboriginal woman in the chairmanship position of the Arctic Council where we can get to the root of these issues that he seems to think are so important?
Before I go to the member from Western Arctic, I'd just like to remind all honourable members that questions that they ask need to be relevant to the matter that is before the House and possibly to the comments made during the speech by the honourable member. With that, the honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Arctic is the major changing area in the world right now. The Arctic is changing in a significant and very important fashion. We need international cooperation at the highest level in order to set the terms and conditions for dealing with the changes that are occurring there. If we don't take those actions, if we use the Arctic Council to promote domestic issues, to do a show and tell on how well we're doing in our north, that's going to put us 2 years behind on the job that has to be done in the Arctic. Those were the comments that I have made about this government's efforts in the Arctic. We need to keep on the international agenda, which says we need to deal with climate change, we need to deal with the opening of the Arctic Ocean in terms of international cooperation, we need to deal with the fisheries. Those are issues that can only be handled at the international level. The Arctic Council is our sole body that we have in this world to deal with those issues. That's why it's so important right now that the focus of the Arctic Council remains on the issues that deal globally, that are the issues that are going to determine the future of that rapidly changing body of water.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that never ceases to amaze me is the attitude of the New Democrats in having no shame. They do not realize in terms of what it is that they've actually done. In this motion, in terms of what it is that they're proposing, where we agree was the value of the Kyoto Accord. This is something in which the Liberals initiated back in the late 90s. And then what happened was that there was a huge commitment through the Project Green, $10 billion plus. And that was probably the single greatest investment to deal with this important issue of a warming world. And what did the NDP do back then on the single greatest initiative? They voted with the Conservative government, which ultimately killed the Kyoto. My question to the member is, does the NDP have any regret in the role that they played in the killing of the Kyoto commitment that Canada made to the world back in 2005. Do you have any regret whatsoever?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
In 2005, the people spoke. I know that's what happened. I know when the Liberals were starting their election campaign, they were ahead in the polls. They had an opportunity to remain the government, but they fumbled it terribly. And they're trying to blame that on us. They're trying to blame their terrible election campaign in 2005 on the NDP. Where's the world going to? Let's get the facts straight on this thing. The Liberals made their bed and they had to lie in it. And that's what happened. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that time is running out, and it's rather a sad day because we have to stop spouting rhetoric in this House. I think it's time for action. Now and in the coming days and years, we need to act as swiftly as possible because there's no one on this side of the House who denies the importance of this issue, the extreme importance of this issue, and there is no one on this side of the House who denies the facts about what is happening across the planet, who is the planet which is suffering due to the actions taken by a number of governments, a number of individuals, governments which should have been more courageous, and that includes our Conservative government here. And even some members on the government side, it would seem, don't even believe in climate change. We even have a minister, a well-known minister, the Minister of Natural Resources, who denies the very importance of a warming trend of 2 degrees Celsius. So on this side of the House, we have people who care about this matter and who know how important it is. And I think, especially for me, as a young person, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if you know how old I am, but I hope to still be around in 80 years. I hope that I'll reach the age of 100. So that leads me to reflect on the decisions we're making today, on the impact that they will have in the near and long-term future, instead of just taking decisions for the next couple of years with a view to figuring out if it's going to win elections or not. Instead, we should be making decisions that are in the interests of all generations, especially the younger generations. I'm sure that I know you have children, Mr. Speaker, and you know many young people as well, and you know how important it is for us to be able to work to ensure that our planet remains in good health for these younger generations who will be here when we are no longer. So that is why, in my opinion, the topic today is extremely important, and I am pleased to rise today to speak on behalf of the people of Sherbrooke, who I represent here in this House of Commons, who I've represented for close to 2 years now. And obviously, my speeches tend to focus on my riding, but concerning an issue like this one, this goes well beyond any kind of boundaries, whether it be ridings or it's a global issue. And it's going to have an impact on all the inhabitants of this planet. So that is why, Mr. Speaker, the House has been seized with a very important motion that I'm going to read right away. It's divided into 3 points, and it was moved by the member for Halifax, who is our environment critic and who does excellent work in that regard. So I'm going to read it. That this House agree with many Canadians and the International Energy Agency that there is grave concern with the impacts of a 2-degree rise in global average temperatures. B, condemn the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998 to address emissions and meet our Kyoto commitments. And C, call on the government to immediately table its federal climate change adaptation plan. So on this side of the House, we are aware that there is action that must be taken, and that is what the motion being debated today is seeking to do. We have a Conservative government who seems to ignore this issue, who seems to think that all is well, everything's fine, and that the action they're taking right now will solve all the problems. Now, but it's received fossil awards, a number of them over the past few years. It's been singled out by international groups who are certainly not praising this government. So it's as if they're living in a kind of bubble, and they don't realize everything that's being said about them. People dare to criticize them. When people do so, they're treated as radicals. They're treated as environmental terrorists who are trying to attack the government, whereas we know that the government is the government of Canada is the only people who think that way. They think that they can just put in a few minor measures and that will solve all the problems. So we know that there's been a great deal of deregulation, not just inaction. They have taken actions, but in the wrong direction. So there's been inaction, but there's also been actions, but they've taken the wrong actions. They've deregulated water courses. The Navigable Waters Protection Act has been practically gutted. The River St. François in my riding is no longer protected. So when there are works that are going to be built, whether the works go across or under the river, the companies won't have to seek the approval of anyone before going ahead with these kind of projects. It could be electric power lines, it could be a pipeline, and this could have an impact on navigation and, of course, on the environment as well. So I'd just like to come back to the matter of the minister who denies the problem of the 2-degree global warming and what scientist was he referring to? Was he referring to the scientists who are systematically muzzled or those who are from oil companies? Those who want to develop the oil sands. The minister seems only to take into account what he wants to hear. When there are scientists who dare to contradict him, he muzzles them completely, and he refuses to take into account those scientific facts. But when there are other facts that suit him, well, obviously he's very happy. But the people he listens to are affiliated with very, very powerful lobbies, and they have major interests in these oil sectors. So he went even further by saying that he was not aware of a warning that was issued by the IEA, according to which the two-thirds of the fossil fuel reserves must stay within the ground so that the planet warming does not climb by 2 degrees with regard to its level before the Industrial Revolution. But the fact remains, Mr. Speaker, climate change is a reality. It's a problem that we must take seriously. For too long, the Conservatives and the Liberals have done nothing to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and even worse, we were the first to withdraw from the Kyoto Protocol, and also the first to withdraw recently from the UN Treaty to Combat Desertification. And that also brings me to talk about the Liberals, who I just mentioned. They're
really rather hypocritical, if I can use that term here in the House. It's one thing to speak well, but they're all talk and no action. They say that they care about this, but when they had the chance to really do something, to put into practice concrete measures to resolve these problems, these problems have existed for a long, long time. And for them to say to us today that they're the ones who are the defenders of the environment, whereas they had an opportunity to do something and they never took advantage of that. So I think that the motion has well identified the fact that since 1988, successive governments haven't done anything. It's not just the Conservatives who didn't act and who continue to ignore the problem. The Liberals did the same thing. And they would probably continue to do as they always have done. So you're telling me that my time has expired, and I'll conclude by saying that I hope never to have to make another speech on this topic. I think that it's going to wake up the government and stir their conscience, and that parliamentarians here won't have to make such speeches again, that we'll see some concrete steps taken and the problem be solved once and for all to ensure that future generations have a good planet to live on.
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you've noticed, I've noticed, in the last little while, ever since the Liberal Party's gotten a new leader, the NDP seem to want to incorporate into their speaking notes and their questions some sort of an issue. How do we also attack the Liberals? And I guess maybe it's because they're somewhat nervous, realizing that they might be heading more towards their traditional position here in the House. But, Mr. Speaker, we won't take anything for granted, nor will we take any lessons from the New Democrats in terms of issues related to the environment, because at the end of the day, they're going to have to justify why they voted and supported the Conservative Party, which ultimately led to the collapse and the withdrawal of the Kyoto services. My question to the member is, again, one of a similar nature, in asking, does the member have any regrets? You know, when they had their new leader elected, one of the first statements he said was out west that we were a Dutch elm disease. I'm from Western Canada. I realize the benefits of our natural resources, but yet we have the leader of the New Democratic Party who seems to be anti-Western in his comments, and he wants to shut down our natural resources industry. Is that the NDP answer in terms of climate control, is to shut down provinces like Alberta in the natural resource sector, which adds so much to all of our Canadian...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to reassure my colleague that the Liberal Party, if they're where they are, there are several reasons for that. Since their new leader has been elected, it's been more of a shift towards the Conservatives that we've seen with them. Why not say to everyone? As recently as yesterday, they supported Bill S7, and we'll probably see this in the courts very soon, but it contravenes the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We talked about the treaty. Once again, the Conservatives were supported by the Liberals, and we'll see it on this motion again. It's the same thing. The Liberals are going to vote alongside the Conservatives. So I think that for the Canadian people, it becomes ever clearer. It's the same thing on both sides of the House with those two parties. So I would also like to say that there will be other elections. And I think that 30 or 35 members is what they'll have for the next 20 years.
Secretary to the Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, we've heard this from the Liberals all morning and now into the afternoon, that 13 years and they were just about to take off. They had it figured out. After 13 years of practice, they finally had a game plan. And it's the NDP's fault that the game plan never happened. It's such nonsense, Mr. Speaker. It's nonsense. Rhetoric on the environment doesn't get it done. And the former member from Etobicoke Lakeshore said that in a leadership competition. He said, we didn't get it done. He didn't say, we're about to get it done. He said, we didn't get it done. That's the truth on the Liberal record. Now, it's important when you talk about the environment, talk about the 3 E's: the economy, employment, and the environment. And that's what this government has done in trying to focus both on reducing greenhouse gases, but also cleaner air, cleaner water, cleaner land. It's a focus that's working while we're also seeking to grow the economy and grow jobs. Does the member agree that you must focus on the 3 E's and not one in exclusion?
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also would like to answer the preliminary comments he made, saying that the Liberals today are making this a political issue, accusing us of having saved the Conservatives in 2005, whereas since 2006, the Conservatives, since they had a minority government from 2006 to 2011, saved them countless times. So if there's any party that's in connivance with the Conservatives here, it's certainly the Liberals. And we've seen that quite literally and recently. So the 3 E's, as for that, there are simple concepts there that the environment and the economy have to be taken together, but I think we can have an economy that respects the environment, and that's what we're trying to defend as strongly as possible. A good, strong economy, but that is respectful of the environment, and that ensures that there is a sustainable future for all Canadians.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I thought I was going to get a question there first. You know, it's an honor to rise on this on this topic today because usually I get about 35 seconds in question period to talk about it. And it's a topic that's worthy of debate in this House. Hear, hear. Not just in terms of content or in validity, but also in terms of form of how our House should approach this debate and approach the policy as we go forward. The first part of this motion talks about acknowledging the fact that climate change does have a major impact on the environment, as well as on our economy, that it is happening, that this is something that we should be concerned about. And I certainly agree with this part of the motion, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's actually at the core of why our government has been working on a sector-by-sector regulatory approach to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But perhaps just to sort of reinforce to the House my opinion on this, I'd like to give a little bit of back history on my experience with this topic. It's sort of interesting how fate puts you in positions over and over again of a certain, looking at a certain issue. And I remember back in 1990, I was the ripe age of 10, yes. It was the 20th anniversary of Earth Day, and I remember I was a bit of a voracious reader, and my mom gave me this book that we found in the checkout line at a supermarket, and it was a book that was published for the 20th anniversary of Earth Day. And it had talked about reducing, reusing, and recycling, but it also talked about this concept called climate change. And I remember even at 10 years old reading through this book just being completely concerned. And, you know, I was a bit of a science geek, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to lie to you. Taking this concept, even in elementary school, and learning about it. And then, you know, sort of as my contemporaries grew, this is something that's, all Canadians understand that it's impactful. And it's something that my contemporaries have grown up with understanding. Not just understanding, but also understanding the need to act. When I entered into my professional career, I've been quite blessed to work with some of the best academic researchers in the country. And I've worked at 2 different academic institutions supporting research administration activities for folks that are working not just on the data collection and monitoring of the effects of climate change. They're also looking at the analysis of this data to come up with effective policy. They're looking at ways to mitigate the effects of climate change. You know, the University of Calgary, I spent several years of my career at. We've got such a robust set of researchers that are looking at things like carbon sequestration, looking at ways to make energy extraction more efficient, energy production more efficient, energy usage more efficient, but also, at the end of the spectrum, acknowledging the fact that the climate is changing. How do we mitigate this impact? How do we, when we have research that shows how we can mitigate the effects, whether it be, you know, in producing better soil, reforestation techniques, looking at how do we deal with the rise of sea levels. All of these sorts of things Canadian researchers are being at the forefront of and are also at the forefront of implementing. So it's been interesting to have that type of a background and then now work in the environment portfolio in Parliament, which is a great privilege. But it's also a great challenge, given the fact that this is something that is a very, very important part of our government's questions in this House. I guess on the flip side of that, so if we look at the first part of this motion, I think everybody in the House would agree on it. The second part of the motion is where I have some questions and concerns from my colleagues in a variety of different areas. First of all, I mean, I should spend a little bit of time talking about the fact that if you look at effective action by successive federal governments since 1998, we should be concerned. I mean, the Liberal government had 13 years. That's the reality. They had 13 years to address this problem. Whenever I'm on panels with my colleague here, and I understand her concern, but she talks about, agreements like Kyoto being an effective symbol, or, hope and good feelings. There was nothing that they did that actually reduced greenhouse gas emissions. So I just find it incredibly rich for them to stand up in the House and claim to have any credibility on this issue whatsoever. And that's why, we see them talking about, they just absolutely refuse to acknowledge that their action over the years resulted in an increase in greenhouse gas emissions, a 30% increase in greenhouse gas emissions. For anyone who's watching this today, I have no idea why this is not being discussed as one of the key credibility planks of the Liberal Party, a 30% rise in greenhouse gas emissions. For my colleague here to stand up today and talk about, that, Canada's policy in greenhouse gas emissions is this or that because the NDP brought down the Liberal government, I don't even know how that enters this debate. How does that enter in this debate? This is a very serious issue. And this is where my concern about this part of the motion comes into play. Why are we politicizing this issue to that type of rhetoric? That's just absurd. And I think that this issue deserves a higher level of debate. For all 6 of us that are in the House today, Mr. Speaker, and enjoying this topic, I hope, for the sake of everyone, my colleagues have talked about, this issue and its impact on our children, that somehow we can prevent it from devolving into that type of rhetoric and talk about what we can do to actually affect this issue. In the last 2 years, I've done so much time in the media. I've talked so much about what we've been doing as a government to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I hope to do that from a position of authenticity because it's something that I care about. So I refuse to participate in that type of debate. What I want to talk about today is the third point under here, why I can't support this motion because of this clause. It's because I also refuse to buy into the fact that our government hasn't done anything on this issue, because it's just false. It's patently false, Mr. Speaker. If you contrast our record with that of the Liberal government, the most recent emissions trends report that was just published, and it's available to anybody on the Environment Canada website, it once again shows something that the Liberals weren't even close to achieving, and that is decoupling the growth of greenhouse gas emissions with economic growth. So what does that mean for the average person watching this at home today? That means that our economy has continued to grow. So we've seen growth in the natural resource sector, the energy sector, the manufacturing sector, all of these sectors that are so vital to our economy, that continue to have revenue produced for our government, jobs created for people in this country. That continues to grow, but our greenhouse gas emission growth has decreased. That is the first time in Canadian history this has happened. This is something that we should be celebrating. So when my colleagues rise in the House here and talk about Canada's international reputation on the world stage, how can they stand up and rise and talk about fossil awards when this is a fact? We've seen a decrease in the growth of greenhouse gas emissions while our economy grew. This is something that we should celebrate. Now, is there more to be done? Yes, of course there is. This is why we have been continuing on our path to assess each of the major sectors that emit greenhouse gas emissions and ask this fundamental policy question. How can we reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions in a tangible way without impacting the lives of everyday Canadians? And that is a policy question that we should be standing and asking this House, not talking about how the NDP brought down the Liberal government. Come on. How can you even stand in here with any level of credibility? What we're here to talk about today is policy and practice. In that practice, our regulatory approach has done several things. First of all, it is difficult to put into place a regulatory framework that does not impact the economy. And that's why we've taken time, rigor, and diligence to do economic modeling, to show that we're not affecting consumer pricing. We've done rigor to ensure that any regulations that we put in place will actually achieve a result. We're not signing on to something because of the photo op. This is hard work. We've also made sure that we're tackling areas that other policymakers around the world are not tackling, like the coal-fired electricity sector, which anyone in this House should be able to acknowledge is one of the major sources of emissions around the world. So from this record, from the fact that we've put regulations in place in each of these areas, we've now been able to say, through measuring greenhouse gas emissions in a transparent way, that we are now over halfway to reaching our Copenhagen targets. Now let's talk about those targets for a minute, Mr. Speaker. Under the previous government, they signed us on to an international agreement, the intent which was, I'm sure, good, an international agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions globally, but here's the rub. It didn't include binding targets, and it didn't include all major emitters, Mr. Speaker. So for us to say that we should, as a country, accept an agreement that does not have binding targets on major emitters such as China, Brazil, the United States, India, is something that we should be concerned about. We can't ignore that fact in this House, that agreement will not reduce greenhouse gases in these major emitting countries. That's why our country has said, no, this is not good enough. We're not going to just take a PR ploy here. We're going to take the hard stand, make a tough decision to push forward with an agreement that will actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions globally. And what is wrong with that? What's wrong with pushing forward with an agreement that will actually see results across the world? That's what our government has stood for. Mr. Speaker, our targets under that agreement, the first step in that, the Copenhagen targets, we're well on our way to meeting those targets. Meaningful action and meaningful results. That has been the record of this government. But let's talk about the other half of the equation, Mr. Speaker, which is the economy. You know, I am very concerned that throughout the debate today on the opposition side of the House, I have not heard 1 ounce of acknowledgement about the major sectors of our economy. I have not heard anyone talk about the fact that the natural resource sector employs hundreds of thousands of people across this country, or the energy sector, or the manufacturing sector. We have not talked about the economy once today. Why haven't we talked about that? Because somehow this is just a forgotten concept in dealing with environmental policy when we should be talking about the intersection point. Yes, the environment and the economy are hand in hand. We can't have one without the other. But, Mr. Speaker, how can you forget the fact that Canada's economy is based on these different these different industries? We cannot forget that point. So, you know, over the last 2 years, as I've sat here and as I've answered question after question in the House of Commons, and I hear my colleagues going and arguing against these sectors, arguing against jobs, flat out rejecting proposals rather than talking about how can we make these environmentally sustainable, or even backing it up one step and asking, wait, maybe they are environmentally sustainable. Has that intersection point be reached? No, we don't talk about that here. We talk about killing jobs. We talk about environment or economy. And that's not right, and that's not fair, and that's not what this debate should be about. So I am going to take the time to talk about that today. You know, Mr. Speaker, representing an Alberta riding, I think it is absolutely shameful that members from both sides of this House have come into my province and talked about the energy sector being a disease on the economy. You know, when we're looking at regulating sectors, we need to make sure that we as a government are not impeding investment, that we're creating a situation of certainty, that we're making sure that when we put these regulations in place, they achieve what they set out to do, to have an actual reduction in greenhouse gas emissions while ensuring that that industry continues to thrive. You know, my colleagues here will talk about a transition to a non-carbon-based economy. which is something that's laudable, and we should be talking about the reality is this. We are in a carbon-based economy. So why aren't we talking about and acknowledging that we can have a policy debate about how to make those resources more efficient and more effective? And that's exactly what industry has been doing. But industry has been doing that in partnership with government, Mr. Speaker. Our government has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in research and development to partner with industry on these specific policy questions. We're starting to see the results. If you look at the oil sands, Mr. Speaker, as an example, the per barrel emissions of that industry have been reduced by 30% since technology has been started to be adopted in the 1990s to address this problem. You know, I believe that one of the major downstream producers has a site going on called the Curl Project, which is going to see oil sands oil be produced with relatively the same emissions output as other types of oil. This is the Canadian way, Mr. Speaker. We understand that we respect the environment, but we also can meet the challenge of respecting the environment through innovation while growing our economy. And that's what this party is about. Why can we not talk about that intersection point? Why do we always have to talk about, you know, dismal failure, Mr. Speaker? Canada is the laughingstock of the world. That is not right. It denigrates this country. It denigrates the tens of thousands of people who work in these sectors, who put their time and effort into researching and trying to address policy challenges, and ignores the fundamental fact that Canada is not North Korea, as opposed to what one of my colleagues has so gleefully pronounced in the media. We are a world leader in environmental stewardship, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk a little bit about our record with regard to adaptation, which is the third component of the motion today. I am actually quite proud of the track record that we've put in place both at home and internationally to deal with climate change adaptation, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to point to the Fast Start financing fund that our government has committed to through various international agreements to address climate change adaptation and mitigation internationally. I don't think recently I've heard any discussion of the fact that Canada has contributed over $1.2 billion $1.2 billion to international groups to address these challenges through meaningful, impactful, on-the-ground programming, such as programs to deal with deforestation, to help farmers make their soil more arable, to deal with cleaner energy projects, actual, tangible, on-the-ground projects to deal with the impacts of climate change, Mr. Speaker. This is what our government has invested in heavily over 3 years. But here at home, we're not just sitting back on our heels here at home. We are actively pushing forward to address this challenge. I saw firsthand some of the research that was going on, both from a policy perspective and a technology perspective, to deal with the effects of changing climate. But that has come under our government's watch. You know, I remember a fund. There's $35 million for the Natural Sciences and Engineering Council, Mr. Speaker, to deal specifically with the effects of climate change. Some other programs. I'll back up for a moment. With regard to adaptation programs that we funded, they've been focused on 4 theme areas: science to inform adaptation and decision-making, human health and well-being, the North and Aboriginal communities, and economic competitiveness. So if my colleagues, instead of writing this motion, would actually have looked into these theme areas, they would have seen that we put $29.8 million into Environment Canada's Climate Change Prediction and Scenarios program. I think they voted against that. $16.6 million for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Aquatic Climate Change and Adaptation Services programs. $2.4 million for Parks Canada's Understanding Climate-Driven Ecological Change in the North program. There are all sorts of programs that we've invested tens of millions of dollars in that are on the ground and are being implemented right now, Mr. Speaker, to deal with climate change mitigation and adaptation. Not once today have I heard any of my colleagues acknowledge the fact, A, that they exist, or B, that they voted against them, Mr. Speaker. Instead, I hear about how the Liberal Party is somehow didn't reach their greenhouse gas emissions target because of the NDP in the last election. I just don't get how that math adds up. Do we have more to do, Mr. Speaker? Sure we do. But this is why in our Economic Action Plan 2013, we've continued to invest in record level in our Tri-Council granting agencies, which are dealing with many of these programs, are dealing with many of these issues, Mr. Speaker. We've also continued to invest in other science-based capacity A great example I always get the chance to mention is STTC, which is a federal organization that invests in clean energy and helps to not only develop it, but actually deploy these technologies into market, which is and has a phenomenal track record of doing so. But moreover, there's something that I encourage all my colleagues to look at, and that's Natural Resources Canada, the fact that they've established an adaptation platform as part of its enhancing competitiveness in a changing climate program. And Mr. Speaker, to date, this platform, 200 working group participants have collaborated to identify activities that advance adaptation in several activities, such as coastal management, measuring progress, and economics. So I wonder, Mr. Speaker, how the 200 people in this working group feel about the debate in the House today, which has completely ignored the fact that it's been under our government's watch that we have seen this program come to be and continue to put forward its policy initiatives into practice, Mr. Speaker. So as I close here today, I implore all of my colleagues, we talk about for the good of our children and how we approach this debate in the future, to tone down the rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the fact that we can look at the intersection of environment and the economy, Mr. Speaker, and to actually acknowledge the fact that our government has done some meaningful work here. We can surely talk about the best way to proceed in the future, Mr. Speaker, but not in the manner that's here. And I certainly do not support, Mr. Speaker, any sort of activity that would impede the economy of our country, Mr. Speaker, that would add to government revenues, such as a carbon tax. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll let the Liberals and Conservatives discuss their track records, because it sounds like my dad's stronger than your dad. But what really compelled me, in the words of the Parliamentary Secretary, was that the Kyoto Protocol is only symbolic, and that's why Canada withdrew. If that means that even by achieving the goals, all the signatories would not have solved the problem, well, I'd agree with that. However, the problem of climate change must be addressed nationally as well as internationally. By withdrawing from the protocol, supposedly because it did not bring together all the gas-emitting countries, there's, of course, those who were responsible for it and who will be in the future. You can't establish that everyone will do everything at the same time. If Canada had been a real leader, by withdrawing, many other countries would have withdrawn at the same time, saying, this is the way to go. But the reality is we're the only ones who withdrew from the Kyoto Protocol. And that attitude does not lead people to work together. So shouldn't there be some review about our status in these kinds of organizations?
To correct several inaccuracies in my colleague's statement there. First of all, it was my colleague opposite from the Liberal Party that called Kyoto an important symbol. They were the ones that signed on to it. Second of all, I think even Kyoto has withdrawn from Kyoto, Mr. Speaker. So there have been several other countries that have withdrawn from the agreement. And let's talk about why. Why have they withdrawn from this? First of all, because the agreement was flawed to begin with. What we need is an international agreement that includes all major emitters. I think that's something that Canada absolutely should strive for. We should strive to be a leader in trying to achieve this, and that's what we've been doing through successive talks in this area. But we're also putting our money where our mouth is, literally, by investing in the Fast Start financing program, Mr. Speaker. We're also taking strong action here at home. And, Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that we have seen a reduction in the growth of greenhouse gas emissions while our economy continues to grow, and that's true international leadership.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
I think it's all about trust. The question really comes down to whether we can trust this government to do the right thing when it comes to promoting sustainable development. Now, I would just like to recall that a couple of years ago, the opposition was saying that we have a problem in the oil sands. The oil sands are polluting the Athabasca watershed. All along, for many months, members of the government said, well, if there's bitumen in the Athabasca River, it's from natural causes. And then Dr. David Schindler did research. We launched a study at Environment Committee to look into the problem. Finally, 2 years later, the government was forced to do a 180-degree turn. So what this leads us to believe is that the government needs to always be pushed up against the wall before it will acknowledge there's a problem of sustainable development and act on it. So my question to the member is, why should we trust this government to do the right thing? It always does, anything it does begrudgingly.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, let's speak of trust. Just trust me, but wait, we didn't get the job done. But just trust us. We'll try and do that into the future. That's what the former Liberal Party leader, I can't remember which one, there have been so many, actually said about their track record with climate change. A 30% increase in greenhouse gas emissions, but just trust us. We'll do better next time. Contrast that with the fact that our government has seen a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions while our economy continued to grow. And just trust us. Trust us to, work with Western Canada. But let's forget about that little thing called the National Energy Program. Yeah. Just trust us. We're going to help you. We're going to stand up for Western Canada. Oh, but our members just said in Natural Resource Committee that Alberta MPs don't have a right to be here. Sure, just trust us. Let's talk about trust, and let's talk about being pushed up into the wall, Mr. Speaker. Speaks for itself.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for an extremely effective and relevant speech and further comments. But I want to ask her about some of the deliberately misguided environmental activism when it comes to the oil sands and the whole question of pipelines. Does she think it's really about pipelines, or does she think the real intention of people who are against pipelines is to, in fact, strangle the development of the oil sands and all the economic benefits that brings to Canada? And also, could you comment on the fact that those products are going to move one way or the other because the world is demanding them, and Canadian economy is demanding it? What's the difference in moving, from an environmental aspect, in moving that product by pipelines or moving it by trucks and trains and so on?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's a great question, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I think with regard to the question around energy infrastructure, Canadians are concerned and they want to ensure that Canada has the most rigorous environmental safety standards possible with regard to its build-out, its monitoring, and even later down the road, their abandonment. So that's why our focus has been through, especially in Budget 2012, to increase safety standard inspections for pipelines, putting in place a safer tanker traffic regime, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the second part of my colleague's question, I think the stat in Canada for energy liquids transported by pipeline is something like a 99.99% containment rate. Now, obviously, we want to make sure that that gets to 100%, but that's why we've put in place a very rigorous system to both assess the environmental impacts of any energy infrastructure, and also monitor it once it's operational, Mr. Speaker. I think what, again, we haven't talked about today, but people fail to recognize, is that we can look to have market access for our energy products so that we're not price takers, that we are getting fair market value for our energy resources, but we can do that in the context of having environmental safety, Mr. Speaker, and that's what our government's goal has been.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the statement of intent by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment, but a statement is like a swallow. It doesn't necessarily mean spring is here. We have clearly heard the Minister of Natural Resources state that he did not believe in the environmental problem in climate change or global warming. Paradoxically, at the same time, he said, we will have pipelines throughout Quebec. There's a major problem here. It's credibility. It's like the Liberals, really. And they said, we're all for the environment, but after losing the election, the Chief of Staff of the Liberal Prime Minister said the environmental debate for us was just a spectacle. We didn't believe in it. It allowed us to make political hay. Now, that's pretty much the problem the Conservatives Conservatives have. They say one thing, they contradict themselves, and then they think we should believe them. Well, what's the case here? Will you, yes or no, establish genuine standards to protect the environment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the sector-by-sector regulatory approach that our government has undertaken in the last several years has been designed to do just that. It's been to look at the emissions profile of our major emitting sources of the country, so for example, passenger vehicles, the coal-fired electricity sector, Mr. Speaker, and now, of course, we're working on regulations for the oil and gas sector as well. What we've been trying to do with that is ensure that there are real reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, which we have seen through our modeling, but we're also doing that such that we're not unduly impacting the Canadian consumer, Mr. Speaker. If you actually look at our light-duty passenger vehicle regulations, they're designed to save Canadians money through increased fuel efficiency over the years. To finish up on my colleagues' questions about energy infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, of course, any energy infrastructure that we put in place in this country must comply with very rigorous standards for environmental assessment and monitoring on the back end, and that's why our government has put in place the Responsible Resource Development Policy Package in Budget 2012, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to adhere to those standards. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Victoria. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this motion today, and I want to thank my colleague, the member for Halifax in particular, for her tremendous work on this very important file and issues that we are here to address today. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about facts, science-based evidence rather than convenient deals. The Minister of Natural Resources suggests that people aren't as worried about climate change anymore. Well, Mr. Speaker, I and all of my New Democrat colleagues are worried. And yes, Canadians are worried about climate change. We are worried about it because we inform ourselves of facts, and reputable scientists and scientific research firms concede that 2/3 of the existing known fossil fuel reserves must remain in the ground to prevent average global warming of more than 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. The 2-degree threshold is a dangerous tipping point. Beyond it, we cause irreversible damage to our planet's ecosystems. And yet, Canada's emissions continue to rise despite conservative claims. In 2011, Canada's emissions rose to 702 million tonnes, moving us even further away from our 2020 target of 607 megatons. Even worse, Environment Canada's most recent projections show our emissions will continue to go in the wrong direction without much stronger policies. Other provinces with significant climate policies in place, like Quebec and Nova Scotia, are also seeing a gradual decline in their emissions. More work is needed to build on these successes, but they are encouraging nonetheless. It works. The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development reported in his fall 2010 report that although the federal government acknowledged 20 years ago that climate change would have significant long-term impacts, from severe storms to droughts, the federal government still lacks an overarching federal strategy that identifies clear, concrete action. At Doha climate change talks in December of 2012, the UN Secretary-General said, from the United States to India, from the Ukraine to Brazil, drought decimated essential global crops. Tens of millions of people endured another year of vulnerability at the mercy of the climate. No one is immune to climate change, rich or poor, east, west, north or south. It is an existential change for the whole human race, our way of life, and our plans for the future. Multi-billion-dollar disasters are becoming more common around the world. Munich, a global reinsurance company, reported that in 2011, worldwide economic losses from natural catastrophes were a record $378 billion. In the Northwest Territories, The Mackenzie River Crossing Ice Road has seen delays in the average opening date of about 3 weeks since 1996. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. These are facts. They are not convenient deals to excuse continued tax breaks for big polluters. They are not convenient ideals so that we can avoid talking about something we don't want to talk about. Unlike the Conservatives and the Liberals before them, New Democrats are committed to addressing climate change. We accept it as a fact, and we have a plan to take urgent and immediate action to avoid catastrophic climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions in order to keep global average temperature increase below a maximum of 2 degrees Celsius. We will put a price on carbon and establish hard emission caps for large industrial emitters. We will enact the Climate Change Accountability Act, which will put in legislation a framework for achieving the national target of 80% below 1990 emission levels by 2050. We will establish a permanent federal energy efficient retrofit program to reduce residential energy use, cut GHG emissions and create jobs and save Canadians money. We will establish effective programs to help communities deal with the impacts of climate change in Canada. We will fulfill our international climate obligations. We will cut over $1.3 billion in annual subsidies to fossil fuel industries. We will restart federal investment in renewable energy, and we will create a Green Jobs Fund to support just employment transition to the new economy. And we will reinvest to give Canadian green tech researchers and developers a leading edge in the global market. We cannot saddle future generations with the health problems caused by the pollution of our air, water and soil, or the insecurity of a planet affected by floods, food shortages, population displacement, and border disputes. Science shows climate change is already causing many of these problems, and Canada is and will be affected. Environment Canada and the Minister himself admit that current actions by the Conservative government will only get Canada halfway to our already weakened target for greenhouse gas emissions. That target falls far short of the reductions Canada has committed to making in order to avoid catastrophic climate change. Canadians are united in concern about the impacts of climate change and support the development of renewable energy projects, including wind, geothermal, solar power and energy-efficient technologies, as well as long-term investments in public transit. This government claims to want to make Canada a clean energy superpower, but has in fact cut funding for climate change. The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development, in his 2010 report, chastised the Conservative government and the Liberal government before it on its failure to develop a national plan to adapt to the impacts of climate change. And yet this government has failed to act in the face of mounting evidence and increasing concern from municipalities, the provinces and territories. And Mr. Speaker, let it be known that the Liberals' track record is no better. Although they signed and ratified the Kyoto Protocol, they did absolutely nothing to try to reduce our emissions until it was too late. In 1993, the Liberals promised to reduce greenhouse gases by 20% by 2005. They had instead allowed them to increase by over 30%. In 2005, the United Nations reported that Canada's pollution increased more than any other signatory to the Kyoto Protocol. The Federal Environment Commissioner said that even if the measures contained in the Liberal government's 2005 plan had been fully implemented, it is difficult to say whether the projected emission reductions would have been enough to meet their own Kyoto obligations. Quite simply, their plan was not up to the task of meeting the Kyoto obligations. Finally, and perhaps more tragically, Mr. Speaker, on October the 8th, 2009, Liberal and Conservative MPs formed a coalition in this House to defeat a motion by the New Democrats to return Bill C-311, the Climate Change Accountability Act, to the House for a vote prior to the Copenhagen Climate Conference that December. The NDP bill would have committed Canada to science-based greenhouse gas reduction targets and work to hold the government publicly accountable for action on this issue. Mr. Speaker, we can do better. We can have a greener Canada and a prosperous economy. We can fulfill our environmental obligations. We can be wise investors and we can be responsible global citizens. We can leave to our children and grandchildren an environment, a Canada and a world we are proud of. New Democrats condemn the lack of effective action by successive federal, conservative and Liberal governments since 1998 to address emissions and meet our Kyoto commitments. And we call on this government to immediately table its federal climate change adaptation plan. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, this revisionist history by the NDP is as egregious today as it was in 2005. The Kyoto Accord became effective in 2005 when 50% of emitters had signed that agreement, and Russia was the last to sign in 2005, Mr. Speaker, and immediately the Liberal Party implemented Project Green, $10 billion to fight climate change, $10 billion. And what did they do? They voted with the Conservatives to take down the government in 2005. Shame on you. Shame on you. My question is, if you could bring that moment back to revive that Kyoto Accord, would you do it? Would you do it?
Order. 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 Before I go to the member from Newton North Delta, we remind all honourable members to address their comments and questions to the chair rather than their colleagues. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speakers, methinks, in my humble opinion, that my respected colleague from the third party protesteth a little bit too passionately and maybe a little bit too defensively, and maybe during this debate some raw nerves have been touched and they have been forced to look in the mirror and look at the record that they have left our children and our grandchildren when it comes to the environment. Mr. Speaker, these are the facts. Nobody made them up. The fact that greenhouse emissions actually increased during the Liberal watch. The fact that they failed to live up to the quotas that they set themselves. And Mr. Speaker, then to try to redirect and change the channel and talk about governments having been brought down, maybe they should take a look at a track record of themselves in government and wonder why Canadians put them in that corner.
Order. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering I wonder if my colleague feels that the Liberal Party's comments earlier today that the NDP pulled them out of office, so therefore there was no effective climate change policy, even though it rose by 30% under their federal government's track record. I wonder if she feels that that is an effective way to deal with climate change, or if this is just another way to put baby in the corner.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague across the aisle for her question, and I also want to say that how much I enjoyed her speech today, and I thought that during that speech she made some very, very coherent points. And I didn't agree with all of them, but there was a coherency. Now, on the other hand, I want to remind the Liberal Party and my colleagues over there that the reason they're sitting in that corner over there is not because of anything that the NDP did. They are sitting there because of their actions and their failure to represent Canadians, and because they lost the trust of the Canadian people. And I want to remind them that they were in government not for a year, not for 2 years, not for 3 years, for 13 long years. And during that time, they were still at that learning stage. They hadn't got ready for action. And are they trying to convince us now that all their actions and good policies were going to happen in the 14th year? As a teacher, I do not believe that.
Before we resume debate, I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received, which is as follows. April 25th. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 25th day of April 2013 at 12:45 p.m. Signed from the Governor-General's office. I
have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received, the text of which is as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General of Canada, has given royal assent in a written declaration to the bill mentioned in the annex to this letter, 25 April 2013 at 12:45 p.m. Please accept the expression of my consideration.
With 7 minutes remaining before in government orders, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to an extremely important motion brought forward by my superb colleague, the Member of Parliament for Halifax, and our NDP opposition critic on environment. The motion in this House asks that 3 things be done. First of all, that this House agree with many Canadians and with the International Energy Agency that there is a grave concern with the impacts of a 2-degree rise in global average temperatures. Secondly, that this House condemn the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998 to address emissions and meet our Kyoto commitments. And thirdly, to call on the government to immediately table its climate change adaptation plan. Mr. Speaker, it's almost trite to observe that climate change is the single most important environmental issue of our time. Canadians know that. People in Victoria know that. Personally, I've dedicated my professional life to environmental protection because I understand if we don't ensure an ecologically sustainable future for the next generation, we're condemning them to no future at all. Unfortunately, members of this House, of the Conservative government, are locked in a dangerous pattern of climate change denial. They've embarrassed Canadians on the world stage, doing incredible damage to our international reputation, pulling Canada out of major treaties like the Kyoto Protocol and most recently and shamefully the UN Convention on to combat desertification. I'm immensely proud to be part of a new democratic opposition that has fought and will continue to keep fighting for urgent, international, science-based action on greenhouse gases to avert catastrophic climate change and to advocate for national plans to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts. I'm also proud to be part of an official opposition because the NDP has a real chance to come to power and actually take real action on these crucial issues. Canadians from coast to coast to coast understand, Mr. Speaker, the urgency of this issue. It's just this Conservative government that's out of step. They're out of step with Canadians and with our closest allies internationally. They refuse to take meaningful action. But the climate change crisis is now. There's no time for Conservative stalling. Canadians understand the need to wake up. So I'm calling on all members of this House that seem stuck in some kind of uninformed stupor about climate change denial, that they must wake up and support this motion. Climate change is real. Denying it is not going to make it go away. The time to act is now. The science is undeniable. The effects of climate change are already being felt all over the world. The 10 warmest years on record have occurred since 1998. Between 2001 and 2010, global temperatures averaged a half a degree almost of centigrade above the average from 1961 to 1990, and were the highest ever recorded for a 10-year period since the beginning of instrumental climate records. Here in Canada, temperatures have increased by 1.3 degrees Celsius since 1948. We know that ocean acidification is picking up pace, threatening entire marine ecosystems such as those in my part of the world in the Pacific Ocean. Disastrous weather events are increasing in frequency around the globe. The obvious economic impacts are devastating. The National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy suggested that the economic impact on Canada alone could reach $5 billion a year by 2020 and between $21 billion and $43 billion a year by 2050. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this government simply abolished the Roundtable. It took climate change seriously, the Roundtable did. It tried to find real solutions. It wasn't part of the Conservative agenda. I guess it had to go. PricewaterhouseCoopers, in a 2012 report entitled Too Late for 2 Degrees, states that business leaders have been asking for clarity and political action on climate change and warned that one thing is clear. Businesses, governments and communities across the world have to start planning for a warming world, not just by 2 degrees, but 4 degrees, even 6 degrees centigrade. Yet, in an interview in La Presse with the editorial board, the Minister of Natural Resources actually said, and I quote, "People aren't as worried as they were before about global warming of 2 degrees. Scientists have recently told us that our fears on climate change are exaggerated," close quote. He also said he was unaware of a recent International Energy Agency warning that 2/3 of the existing known fossil fuel reserves must remain in the ground to prevent average global warming of more than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from our Minister of Natural Resources. It's simply unacceptable. But unfortunately, it's what we've come to expect from this Conservative government. It's intent on ignorance in the face of a problem while governments around the world are preparing for the reality of climate change. Following the devastation of Hurricane Sandy, after New York City experienced its worst storm surges in recorded history, the Governor of New York State, Mayor Bloomberg of New York City, said they need to prepare for and respond to the reality of climate change-related disasters. By contrast, Mr. Speaker, well, our Minister of Natural Resources would say, "Don't worry, be happy." That's just not acceptable. Canadians get that this is a crisis. Every day I get asked why the Conservatives castigate our job-killing $20 billion tax on climate or whatever. Shallow and false rhetoric won't help us have the adult conversations we need to address this crisis. Climate change experts said Hurricane Sandy provided a first glimpse of the kind of challenges all coastal communities are going to face as sea levels rise and extreme weather events become more frequent. Here in Canada, a 1-meter sea level rise would inundate more than 15,000 hectares of industrial and residential land, more than 4,600 hectares of farmland, and Vancouver International Airport could be affected. The bill to repair the damage caused by Hurricane Sandy is estimated to be over $42 billion. Hurricane Katrina, over $100 billion. Speaker, contrary to what the Minister of Natural Resources would have you believe, the 2-degree threshold is a dangerous tipping point for irreversible damage to our planet's ecosystem.
Order. I must interrupt the member from Victoria at this time. He will have 3 minutes remaining in his speech when we return to this matter following question period. And I must also note that the notice that I referenced a few moments ago from the Governor-General, I failed to mention the bill in question, which was in fact Bill S7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Security of Information Act. And with that, Statements by members. Déclaration de député.
The honourable member for Jonquière Alma. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, April 2nd, protesters answered the call of the Mouvement Action Chômage Astuce and the CSN-FTQ and SFPQ unions to form a funeral march in the streets of Alma. Bearing floral arrangements and a coffin, they made their way to my riding office to emphasize the death of the arbitration board and the adjudicator. For the unemployed in the region, there's every reason to mourn because now it's the Social Security Tribunal, centralized in Ottawa, that will deal with all claims. Therefore, hearings in the regions will not be able to be attended in person, but will progressively disappear. The message is clear. If the government thought they would stamp out challenges to its reform by abolishing the arbitration board and the adjudicator, they will realize that advocates for the unemployed are alive and well and will do everything to maintain the rights of the unemployed. And with this in mind, I will always be at their side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Lotbinière, Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, as you know, National Volunteer Week is in full swing. At home, the theme is Everyone, Every Way. And during this week, I would like to thank all of the volunteers who devote their time to make efforts to strengthen our communities. Each and every one of them plays a crucial role in building a stronger Canada. Last night at the Lyon Laurier Saint-Flavien Hall in Lotbinière, we were honoring volunteers during the Recognition Award Gala. I would like to offer my congratulations for their exceptional devotion to Madame Régent Boutin and Mr. Christophe Pilote for their volunteer involvement, for which they won the award for Volunteers of the Year for 2013. We need to all make commitments to people close to us and make a difference to those who really need our help. Altogether, we should be there for each other.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre. Oh, wait. No. L'honorable député de Chambly-Bourdois.
Honourable member for Chambly-Bourdois. As a critic for sport for the NDP, it's an honour for me to emphasize National Volunteer Week this week. The importance of volunteer work for amateur sports in Canada is undeniable. Millions of Canadians freely give of their time to our youth in order to make this an accessible, quality, and affordable activity. Without them, the system wouldn't work very well. Volunteers play a critical role in they help in the forming training of our champion Olympians.
Volunteers in sport are making a difference. They not only help our kids stay active and healthy, they teach them the values of respect, equality, friendship, and the joy of giving. They're an example to all of us. A week to underline their importance is not enough. Each day we must celebrate their hard work. À tous ces bénévoles de ma communauté.
To all of these volunteers from my community and everywhere in the country, this is your week, and I really want to say thank you for your very important citizen participation.
Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to thank the many volunteers who dedicate their time and offer their services for the good of others across Canada. Hear, hear. It has been noted that the volunteer hours they contribute are the economic equivalent of more than 1 million full-time jobs. Mr. Speaker, it is also my observation that if you want to witness a group of happy people, go into a room of volunteers. It has been said that the service we render to others is the rent we pay to live on this great earth. This is so true in my riding of Lambton-Kent Middlesex, where thousands of volunteers give unselfishly of their time, their talents, and resources, most of which we never see, so that the lives of our communities are made better. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank all of the volunteers in my riding of Lambton-Kent Middlesex and across Canada as we recognize National Volunteers Week.
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Have either been or know someone who has been affected by cancer. So we all realize the impact of this disease. Over the years, diagnosis, treatment, and the quality of care have vastly improved. But in 2012, there were over 186,000 cases of cancer, and of those cases, 75,000 may die. Still far too many.
This year, we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Canadian Cancer Society, which supports individuals and their families during their diagnosis and treatment, and work with public health agencies to promote the health and prevention of cancer, sponsor leading-edge research, and promotes technology and improvements to the health of all Canadians.
Has delivered over $1.2 billion in funding for research since 1947. I am pleased to salute their ongoing efforts and encourage all Canadians to display their daffodils today to help raise cancer awareness and show those living with cancer that they are not alone in this fight and that we will find a cure together.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with a number of families in Chilliwack who are concerned by a large marijuana grow operation that has sprung up in their neighbourhood. Shockingly, this massive grow-op is considered a legal grow under the Medical Marijuana Access Program regulations set up by a previous Liberal government. Medical marijuana grow-ops have grown out of control in my riding of Chilliwack-Fraser Canyon. Families are concerned that their children, their safety, and their standard of living are all put at risk when a grow-op is located in their community. Organized crime has infiltrated the program, and there is no ability for city officials or firefighters to even know where these so-called legal grows are located. Fortunately, our government is making significant changes to the program and will make it illegal to grow medical marijuana in neighbourhoods by March of 2014. Unfortunately, the NDP and the Liberals have opposed our efforts to get rid of these grow-ops. It's time for them to get on board with our government, keep families safe, and get marijuana grow-ops out of our neighbourhoods.
Well said. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that spring has sprung and love is in the air, as last night we witnessed the two old-line parties caught in each other's warm embrace once again. Because when the final vote for Bill S7 came up, it was Liberal-Tory, same old story, as the Liberals and the Conservatives were seen voting hand in hand. Together they voted through a law that allows secret hearings and incarcerations of up to a year without charge and conviction, provisions that have proven unnecessary in the past, and provisions that represent a clear violation of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, a piece of paper that some parties in this place should understand better. We recognize that these springtime smells can be intoxicating, but that's no excuse for shirking your responsibility to uphold both the letter and the spirit of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, even when it takes political courage to do so. Canadians deserve a party that will fight to protect the sanctity of the Charter in all circumstances, Mr. Speaker, and in 2015 they will have a chance to choose that change when they vote NDP in the federal election of 2015.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a constituent of mine from Cloverdale, British Columbia, who's serving young people in a unique way. After a career as a 6'7" basketball player, Rick Gill is using his talents to give back to others through his organization, Hoops for Hope. Rick has been taking his inspirational message to young people in Canada's Arctic. This June, as in previous summers, Rick will be in Baker Lake, Nunavut, for 2 weeks running a basketball summer camp for children. Along with improving their basketball skills, Rick will be challenging them to learn some important life skills by addressing such topics as suicide, drug abuse, and peer pressure, and helping them make positive and informed choices. As Rick says, quote, "Making jump shots is the easy part, but affecting the behavior of young people is difficult, as any parent or teacher will tell you." To learn more about Hoops for Hope, see their website, hoopsafrica.org. That's www.hoopsafrica.org. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 75th anniversary of the Canadian Cancer Society and thank them for their work done to raise awareness, advocacy and funds in support of cancer research and treatment. Since their founding in 1938, due to the tireless efforts of cancer researchers and treatment by healthcare professionals, 5-year survival rates have gone from 25 to 60%. As Canadians are all too aware, cancer touches everyone. In 1977, 36 years ago, my dad spent 5 weeks in a hospital being treated for cancer. I am pleased to say that we celebrated his birthday, his 78th birthday last Sunday. Whenever I encounter a friend battling cancer, I am struck by two things: their courage in facing and fighting this disease, and at the comfort and care provided by their family, friends, and caregivers. Thanks to them and the efforts of the Canadian Cancer Society, no one is alone in the journey to beat cancer. The support they provide continues to raise public awareness about this terrible disease and will hopefully lead to one day finding a cure for all cancers.
The The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
I'm rising to recognize the Canadian Cancer Society's Daffodil Day. We wear yellow daffodil pins as symbols of hope. Hope for new treatments and new breakthroughs. Hope for comprehensive care, including psychosocial support for those living with cancer and their families. Hope for a country that has social policies that reduce stress, anxiety, and financial barriers for cancer patients seeking treatment. In honor and in memory of those whose cancer has taken away, let us recommit ourselves to make this hope a reality. And let us take this opportunity to thank the Canadian Cancer Society for 70 years of incredible fight against cancer. Together, we will find a cure.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the annual National Day of Mourning, April 28th.
This is a day that reminds us of the need to establish safe working conditions in every Canadian workplace. In Canada, almost 1,000 workers die every year following a workplace accident.
1,000 workers die needlessly every year from preventable workplace accidents. This is too sad, and it's wrong. Every one of these people is precious to someone. This government recognizes those workers who've been injured or killed because of on-the-job accidents by improving our standards and working towards safer workplaces through education, cooperation, and action. This Sunday, the flag on Parliament Hill will fly at half-staff, and Canada will be joined by 80 countries around the world to pay tribute to those who never made it home. Through federal laws and regulations, our government strives to ensure that workplaces are safe and productive for all Canadians. This Sunday and every day, we must remain vigilant in our commitment to ensuring that people return home safely after each day of work. Their families deserve no less. Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
In 1991, this House adopted an NDP private member's bill proclaiming April 28th as a national day of mourning for workers killed or injured on the job. But for Democrats, mourning is just one part of our annual recommitment. Yes, first we mourn the dead, but then we fight for the living. There is no such thing as a workplace accident. Every workplace death and injury is preventable. That's why we've had criminal code amendments in effect since 2004, allowing for the criminal prosecution of employers for workplace injuries and fatalities. It should be straightforward. Kill a worker, go to jail. Yet only 2 provinces have ever laid charges. It's time that governments take the measures needed to ensure that police and Crown attorneys treat the site of a workplace injury or fatality like a crime scene. It is a crime scene. And only by prosecuting to the full extent of the law will we ever achieve the deterrent effect that will lead to safer workplaces. On this day of mourning, I call on all of us who participate in making laws to also do our part in ensuring those laws are enforced.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 7 years, our government has continued to work hard in order to keep taxes low for Canadians and their families. Unfortunately, the NDP leader remains true to his socialist roots and would implement irresponsible taxes on hard-working Canadians. Not only would they raise corporate taxes, payroll taxes, income taxes, and the GST, the leader of the NDP and his party would impose a $20 billion job-killing carbon tax to pay for his $56 billion reckless spending plan. Mr. Speaker, Canadians simply cannot afford to have these risky policies that the NDP would impose on the backs of hard-working Canadians. On behalf of Canadians, we demand that the leader of the NDP come clean on the details of his $20 billion job-killing carbon tax and on his $56 billion reckless spending plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, April 28th marks the National Day of Mourning for those killed or injured due to workplace accidents or hazards. More than 1,000 Canadians die each year because of work-related injury or illness. That's almost 4 people every workday. 4 people who leave for work in the morning, kiss their spouse or children goodbye, and never come home. On May 9th, 1992, 26 miners left for work at the Westray mine in Nova Scotia and never came home again. because of lax safety protocols, poor oversight, and mismanagement, which led to an explosion that took their lives and left an entire province in mourning. The West Ray disaster led directly to Bill C-45, which was brought forward by my former colleague Andy Scott. It amended the criminal code in 2004 to impose criminal negligence liability on employers. But there's still more that can be done to identify and predict hazardous work situations before they occur. On behalf of our leader and the entire caucus, we pay our respects to all Canadians and their families who have lost their lives in the workplace, and we honor those who are suffering in illness and injury.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government takes the responsibility to protect Canadians seriously. That is why we brought forward the Combating Terrorism Act, an important piece of legislation that gives law enforcement the tools they need to keep law-abiding Canadians safe from those who wish to harm us.
The NDP never misses a chance to oppose common-sense measures that will keep Canadians safe. In a shocking admission yesterday, the NDP member from Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca, said, "We know what happened to Japanese Canadians in the panic of World War II. The Act risks those same kinds of restrictions on civil liberties for Canadians." The NDP needs to come clean. Why do they think Canadians should have less protection from terrorists than the Supreme Court allows? Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. On April 28th, we will be marking the 29th National Day of Mourning. Every year, hundreds of workers lose their lives in workplace accidents or of occupational diseases. In 2011, 919 work-related deaths occurred in Canada, and there were 204 in Quebec. We cannot imagine the pain and suffering of the hundreds of families who've lost a dear one, and we should remember that these accidents could have been avoided. Unions have done a great deal to move forward the agenda, and much more remains to be done. We must not wait for tragedies such as the West Ray mine disaster to reoccur before acting. The recent assault of a Montreal bus driver reminds us that the safety of workers is always topical. They must be protected. Let us continue to fight, remember those who have needlessly left us, and know that no one should lose their life while earning a living.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate National Volunteer Week, I want to take this opportunity to thank the many volunteers in my riding of Elmwood Transcona.
Great riding.
From literacy groups, food banks, and music programs for at-risk youth, to community celebrations like Happy Days and High Neighbour Festival, my constituents are always stepping forward to help make our community better for everyone.
And what a great MP.
The spirit of volunteerism is thriving in Elmwood Transcona, with some extra help from people like Barb Culbertson, Ken Bouchard, and Dr. David Marsh.
Wow, he knows them.
These individuals and many more have given their time to help build playgrounds in the riding, plan major community celebrations, and work with Rotary to help eradicate polio. Volunteers are helping improve our communities each day. Whether it is in large or small ways, each are valued and appreciated. Thanks to their hard work and dedication, the lives of many are made better.
What an outstanding.
These are just a few of the many examples of people in Elmwood Transcona who are putting others before themselves. It is why we have much to celebrate and look forward to. It makes me proud as their representative to be able to recognize their commitment to community and to each other. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're proud of you. We're proud of y'all. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the National Day of Mourning and to honour the memory of workers killed or injured at work. J'invite les honorables députés à se lever.
Therefore, invite members to rise.
Colleagues, oral questions, questions orales. The
Oral questions.
Mr. Speaker, when the Minister of Natural Resources isn't quoting fictional climate scientists, he's attacking the real ones. Yesterday in Washington, the Minister of Natural Resources lashed out at a former NASA climate scientist, calling his work, quote, nonsense. He accused scientists who speak out about climate change of crying wolf. Is this why the Minister of Natural Resources was sent to Washington? To insult U.S. government scientists?
Very good question.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Actually, the reason why the Minister of Natural Resources is in Washington is to fight for Canadian jobs and protect our environment. And of course, this is in perfect, clear, and stark contrast with the reason why New Democrat members of Parliament have gone to Washington, D.C. to fight against Canadian interests, to fight against the creation of Canadian jobs, and of course to come back here to Ottawa and offer no plan with regard to climate change. Our government is very proud of our dual track record of standing up for Canadian jobs, standing up for Canadian exports, but also protecting Canada's environment.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, here's a direct quote from the Canadian Press, April 19, 2013, during the visit of the Finance Minister to Washington, saying this, that Keystone will be good for employment in the United States. More than 40,000 well-paying jobs will be created in the U.S. We're fighting for jobs in Canada. We have no lessons to take from them. La réputation environnementale.
The Conservative government has destroyed Canada's reputation on the international scene. Exit Kyoto, exit the UN Convention. Why are they insulting sciences rather than taking action?
Honourable Minister de la Patrimoine Canadien.
The Honourable Minister.
Opposition doesn't understand comparative or competitive economics. The fact is the Keystone XL project will create jobs on both sides of the borders. Both sides of the borders. This project is projected to create over 140,000 jobs in Canada. Just because it creates jobs in the United States, it doesn't mean it doesn't create jobs in Canada. This is a fallacy left over of NDP economics when they fought against FTA, when they fought against NAFTA, and they continue it again today. At their convention, they said they took socialism out of their preamble of their constitution, but it's clear that it's alive and well in NDP economics.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yet another provincial premier is speaking out against the Prime Minister's cuts to EI. This time it's the Conservative Premier of New Brunswick who's asking the Prime Minister to halt his EI cuts and consult with the provinces, something that he never does. For years, the Prime Minister talked about Atlantic Canada's culture of defeat. The Prime Minister hasn't shown the slightest understanding of the impact his cuts will have on workers, on seasonal industries, and on the regional economy. So will the Prime Minister listen to the Conservative Premier of New Brunswick and stop these cuts until their impact can be studied?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, of course, we're taking the responsible approach to managing, of course, Canada's economy, which includes a robust employment insurance system that's there for Canadians when and where they need it. The Premier of New Brunswick, of course, has raised concerns. We work with him as well as we work with premiers across the country, which is also why our government was entrusted from a minority up to a majority government while increasing our representation in the province of New Brunswick, because New Brunswickers understand that we understand the balance of creating jobs, ensuring that employment system is there, and ensuring long-term prosperity for the Canadian economy.
Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick Premier David Alward is demanding a moratorium on changes to employment insurance. Next weekend, Premier Alward will be asking his Atlantic counterparts to join him in a joint demand. He's accusing the Conservative government in Ottawa of not having conducted an impact study on these changes. Everyone is against this reform in the Atlantic provinces in Quebec. When are they going to start listening to people and stop this bad reform? Honourable Minister of Human Resources. The EI system is there to provide financial assistance to those who lose their jobs. And we do more. We help people look for and find another job. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with the provinces and territories to help them connect people with available jobs in their region and in their skill set. And if they are no job, EI will continue to be there as it always been. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. What would be fun is to collect the Conservatives in New Brunswick with the federal ones. This reform helps no one. No one has thanked them for removing their EI benefits. No one has thanked them for having called the unemployed fraudsters. Even the New Brunswick Premier is blaming the Conservatives in Ottawa for having lost by-elections. They didn't conduct an impact study. They didn't have consultations. Now we have a Conservative Premier saying that they're out in left field. So, are they going to listen to the provinces? Order, the Honourable Minister for Human Resources. We are looking at job creation and the creation of the skills necessary to fill those jobs. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories to introduce new programs, such as the Canadian Job Subsidy, to connect people with available jobs that are in demand.
The member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of committing sociology, which I know has now joined the list of cardinal sins among the Conservative cabinet ministers, I wonder if the minister responsible could please explain the answer to a simple question. Why is it that when youth unemployment is getting worse, which it clearly is, we can show the statistics that prove that, why is it the government is actually spending less in its programs to help young people find a job?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
My honourable colleague's free to commit sociology any day that he likes. It's a lovely, lovely expression of, I know, his desires to study these things. Look, when it comes to youth unemployment in this country, of course it's very important. You know, supporting Canada's youth is something we've taken seriously with regard to programming, with regard to tax policy. And as a matter of fact, since we formed government in 2007, 400,000 Canadian youth have received apprenticeship grants from our government. But in budget 2013, we take it a step further. Not only do we have the apprenticeship grants, but now we have the Canada Jobs Grants. So we want to have our youth have the skills necessary, but now match them with the jobs by those who are creating jobs in the private sector. We're working together with the private sector, with other levels of government, to ensure that our kids do have that prosperous future.
Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the government can create any number of programs, but the reality remains, and that's the problem. The problem is there are even more young people unemployed. That's unquestionable. The statistics are extremely clear on this. But they are spending less money to address the problem. Why, Mr. Speaker? Honourable Minister, perhaps that's a big difference between us and them. For them, it's a simple formula. If you spend more money, here are the results. It's not that simple. You have to invest the money in an effective and responsible way to achieve results for our young people. That's what we're doing with our new program in Budget 2013. We're working with the private sector, the sector that creates the jobs, so that we can have the jobs necessary for our young people. That's what we're doing. These are effective, responsible programs that will certainly show results for our young people.
Member for Toronto Centre.
Intelligence officials, both in Israel and in the United States, have stated publicly today and over the last few days that they believe that there is a very good possibility and a good chance that, in fact, chemical weapons have been used against the civilian population in Syria. I'm sure all members of the House regard this as an enormously serious problem and a great challenge to the whole world. I wonder if the government can please tell us what is it that Canada now intends to do when faced with this growing body of evidence, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are very much concerned with this report and remain in close contact with our allies. Our government has been consistently very clear on this issue. The international community will not tolerate the use of chemical weapons by Assad on the Syrian people. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, Assad and his supporters will be held accountable. Thank you.
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
The New York Times, The Guardian, are referring to the Natural Resources Minister as being the oil minister, and that's quite normal because he's denying climate change. The only thing important to him is to sell oil at any price. He's even prepared to sell control of our natural resources to the Chinese government. Canadians deserve better than successive governments that deny climate change. So when are they going to stop denying climate change and implement real sustainable development policies? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's been fascinating today to watch the NDP and the Liberals squabble over which opposition party has or will do less to address climate change. This government, our government, is the first Canadian government to actually reduce greenhouse gases. We've decoupled emissions from economic growth. We've increased penalties for those found guilty of breaking our environmental laws. We've implemented a world-class monitoring system of the oil sands and launched a web portal to allow scientists and all Canadians to look in. Mr. Speaker, our government can balance protection of the environment with protection of the economy.
For Burnaby, New Westminster.
That desperate spin doesn't hide the fact that only the NDP has sustainable policies. And that's why Canadians, the NDP government in 2015, because Conservatives failed in the climate change fight. They failed to make polluters pay for the pollution they create. They failed on a balanced approach to resource development. And Conservatives are happy to leave the bill to future generations. Canadians deserve better. So will the minister stop denying climate change, start acknowledging the danger, the rise in global temperatures, and support the NDP motion to combat climate change now?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources has made it clear on any number of occasions, in any number of venues, just how important this government considers the climate change challenge to be. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the NDP would pick the pockets of hard-working Canadians with a $21 billion carbon tax that wouldn't guarantee the reduction of a single megaton of greenhouse gases. Mr. Speaker, our government has a plan. The NDP has no plan other than to exploit hard-working Canadians.
Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That kind of attitude is not going to help us deal with global warming in this country. This government is also walking away from their fisheries responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. In the midst of the public outcry over Bill C-38, the government claimed, I quote, consulted with fishermen. But now we learn that the people that they consulted with were the oil and gas, the mining, and nuclear power companies. Not one fisheries organization did they consult with. So I want to ask the minister, will he come clean and admit to Canadians who he's really looking after?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The changes to the Fisheries Act that Parliament made last year are common sense changes to focus DFO on the protection of commercial recreation on Aboriginal fisheries through the management of the threats that they face, and the degradation of habitat is one of those, and we are engaging in a process to put in place a policy and a regulatory framework to support those.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
The point is, Mr. Speaker, they're not being straight with Canadians. Those are the facts. Former Conservative Fisheries Minister Tom Sidden reminded this minister that protecting our fisheries is his only job. But the minister has put coastal and rural communities at risk by sabotaging the most basic protections for our fisheries. He then misled Canadians about who he's consulted. So I want to ask the government, when will this minister start doing his job and standing up for the women and men who depend on the fisheries and the coastal and rural communities that rely on it?
Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, that this member would be opposed to focusing DFO on the protection of Canada's commercial, recreational and Aboriginal fisheries. That's exactly what we did in the last Parliament, or in Bill C-38 and C-45, and we're continuing to focus on that. And as we put together the policy framework to support those changes, we are engaging and talking to our key stakeholders.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. It's always nice to be clear. The NDP is on the side of the workers. They're on the side of the oil companies. Peter Panashaway, a former minister from Newfoundland and Labrador, bragged about blocking a project in Newfoundland, replacing an obsolete bridge that was considered dangerous. It was going to endanger the safety of travelers. Newfoundlanders deserve better. Does the government believe it's okay for a minister to use an essential and priority project to engage in political blackmail? The honourable minister, or member rather, should read the entire article.
The newspaper, of course, for his allegation, and if he had read down, he would have found the following quote: "The provincial government maintains it does not know of any hold-up on approval of the Sir Robert Bond Bridge project." An email statement from a Transportation and Works spokeswoman stated, quote, "The Department of Transportation and Works is not aware of any delays with the approval of the bridge project by the federal government." Mr. Speaker, I just encourage the honourable member to read beyond the headline and start to understand the facts.
Honourable member for St. John South, Mount Pearl.
More of the same doublespeak from Ottawa Conservatives, the worst type of Conservatives. Not only is this disgraced former minister Peter Panashaway pitting the good people of Bishop Falls against Labradorians and holding the Sir Robert Bond Bridge hostage, he even has the audacity to brag about it. Worse, no one in that government has distanced themselves one iota from this despicable, divisive behavior. Mr. Speaker, is there really no one on that side who will renounce this contemptuous behavior and attempt to divide the people of my province? Hey.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I resent very much that terrible verbal assault against me. And, you know, surely we can raise the debate in this House of Commons. You have one member over there who was forced to apologize, but only did it on Facebook for denigrating our veterans, and another member over there who denigrated the role of our courageous sealers in the East Coast and across remote communities in Canada. And then they have the audacity to stand up and hurl insults like that. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better, and that's why our government is delivering.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. The Conservative attitude on this file is unacceptable, just as the attitude of the Defence Minister is unacceptable when he refuses to answer questions about why the soldiers in Mazar-e-Sharif are not getting the same danger pay as those in Kabul. Once more, the minister refuses to accept his responsibilities, blaming public servants as if he had no control over his department. After the lesson he got yesterday from the NDP House Leader, will the Minister of National Defence now explain why he doesn't treat all soldiers in Afghanistan equally?
Well, let me repeat again, Mr. Speaker, for the member for the House, how this works. Each mission's hardship and risk levels are set and reviewed on a regular basis by a committee composed of officials from the Canadian Armed Forces, a representative of the RCMP, and the Treasury Board. This committee has delegated authority from the Treasury Board, Mr. Speaker, and it was a result of an intervention by the government where we publicly called on this committee to review their hardship and risk assessment. But let's look at the record. What Conservatives have done is consistently advocate on behalf of the Canadian military, both in opposition and in government, and we acted on that in government. What we see from the NDP is they vote against the military increases every time.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister's been exposed. Everyone now knows he voted against the troops when he was in opposition. Against $49 million for anti-terrorism, against $600,000 for war veterans. Of course, this is unfair, Mr. Speaker, but it's just as unfair as every single one of his hypocritical attacks on the NDP. But here's another chance for this minister to provide a straight and forward and honest answer. Why are our soldiers in Mazar-e-Sharif receiving less danger pay than our soldiers in Kabul? And when is he going to put a stop to this?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've just explained, this is not a political decision. It's a decision taken by officials, including military officials. But let's look at the record. Conservatives advocated in opposition and voted for increases in the military. The NDP, on the other hand, in opposition, continue to vote against the interests and increases for military spending. We have, in government, increased with respect to trucks, trains, planes, systems, purchases of new ships, advocacy, Mr. Speaker, that allows for programs for the military to continue to increase. The NDP consistently vote against those increases.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, this is all rich coming from a minister who opposed a $2 million upgrade to CFB Goose Bay and voted against $49 million to combat terrorism. But regardless of the minister's antics, the sad truth is he still refuses to answer a very clear question that our troops and their families deserve a clear answer to. Why has he refused to intervene to make sure our soldiers serving in Mazar-e-Sharif get the same danger pay as those serving 450 kilometres down the road in Kabul, or even those serving in Haiti?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is either not listening or being deliberately blind to the facts, but that's not new. We've seen that throughout his career here, his continued misrepresentations of fact. We have followed through in our support for the military. We have consistently and substantially increased our support for the military. On this side of the House, we stand up for the men and women in uniform. On this side of the House, we walk the walk. On that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, they sit and squawk and block when it comes to our military. Squawk and block.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Compared to when this government took power, we have 200,000 fewer youth jobs, and we have student unemployment at record highs. The youth employment strategy is supposed to help young Canadians get the skills and experience they need to get good jobs. But since 2006, the number of young people being helped by the youth employment strategy has decreased by 48%. No matter what the government's strategy is, shouldn't we be helping more students get into the workforce rather than less?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, job creation and skills training are the cornerstones of Budget 2013. Mr. Speaker, there are numerous programs and initiatives in there to develop the skills that are needed for in-demand jobs, and that applies to all Canadians, including young Canadians, to make sure they have the skills that are required by business. If the opposition, if the Liberals truly want to help young Canadians get into the workforce, get into good jobs, then they should be supporting our budget.
Honourable member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, as students finish their exams and begin to look for work, they remember last summer when their employment rate was the worst ever recorded by Statistics Canada. In Newfoundland and Labrador, the Conservatives cut the number of student jobs by 40% compared to the jobs supported by the previous Liberal government. Right. When will the Conservatives stop ignoring our young Canadians and take action to help them find summer jobs so they can pay for their education and put that education to work?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are numerous programs in Budget 2013 that will help young people get jobs, not just for the summer, but good-paying jobs in high demand once they graduate. Mr. Speaker, there are also programs there to help them get that education, and including enhanced work with the provinces to develop and streamline the apprenticeship program. There is a tremendous shortage of skilled trades professionals in this country. There's support in that program to help young people get the skills they need for those good jobs that will support them and their family for years to come.
For Cape Breton Canso.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the minister, there's 400,000 unemployed young Canadians out there that don't care if she can read her laundry list or recite the Conservative phone book. Her programs are not effective. Her programs are hollow. They don't work. The parrot is dead. And on behalf of the Canadians, young Canadians that can't find work now, they're out there, they can't find work, will she stop these wrong-minded cuts and put money back in the program so we can get the kids back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our goals are job creation, but also providing with skills training and development of the skills that are required to fill those jobs. That's why we support young Canadians in their education, whether it be getting an education at college or university or going to apprenticeships. Mr. Speaker, we've introduced programs for incentive and completion of apprenticeships. Over 400,000 of those supports have been distributed to young Canadians to help them get jobs that will last them a lifetime. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals truly want to support young people, they should be supporting this budget.
Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister showed he either didn't understand the federal court ruling on the parliamentary budget officer, or maybe he'd only read the first 2 lines. Now, Justice Harrington wrote, and I quote, "In my view, the purpose of the statute is to shield any given member from the will of the majority." Justice Harrington said the government must give the information to the parliamentary budget officer. Even the Conservatives' hand-picked interim budget officer understands this. So will the government now comply with this ruling? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, the court rejected the partisan stunt by the Leader of the NDP and Mr. Page. We will continue to report to Parliament through the normal means, through the estimates, the quarterly financial reports, and the public accounts. We look forward to appointing a new parliamentary budget officer that is a non-partisan, credible source of analysis for financial information.
We're not having a
The Honourable Member for Musquenejet and Musquatari Basque. The Canadians get it, the courts get it, and the parliamentary budget officer gets it. It's just the Conservatives who don't understand. As Justice Harrington said, and I quote, Parliament not only intended that the PBO be answerable to it and to its committees, but also to every backbencher, irrespective of political stripe. The government cannot simply ignore its own laws and court rulings. The court ruled that it could intervene if the government refuses to give the parliamentary budget officer the information she is entitled to. Will the government pledge here and now to respect the court ruling and its own laws? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the federal court dismissed the Leader of the NDP's and Kevin Page's latest partisan stunt by throwing out their court case. We are pleased that the federal court recognized that the PBO is a resource for all parliamentarians, not just members of the opposition. The previous PBO would routinely ignore requests from Conservative MPs to estimate the financial cost of private members' bills, and that were before Parliament. We look forward to appointing a new parliamentary budget officer that is non-partisan and a credible source of financial information.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Not very reassuring to hear answers like that. Under the Conservatives' watch, the Department of Human Resources lost the personal information of over 600,000 Canadians. In 2007, a data breach affected 28,000 Canadians, and it was never reported to the Privacy Commissioner. Never. This year, another data breach exposed over 500,000 Canadians to identity theft. Why are the Conservatives being so lax, and when will they put in places to correct their repeated failures? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we believe that any loss of personal information of Canadians is unacceptable, and that is why we have taken measures to reinforce privacy protection. The President of the Treasury Board will invite the Privacy Commissioner to participate in a meeting in order to discuss the progress that we are making.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Conservatives take protecting information about their cuts very seriously, in fact, to the point of hiding it. Just ask Kevin Page. But when it comes to protecting the private information of Canadians, totally different standards apply. We've now learned that at least 1 million Canadians have been affected by data breaches. at least 885 different breaches at HRSDC alone.
Wow.
Why is a government that is so obsessed with secrecy so careless when it comes to the personal information of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, any loss of Canadians' personal information is unacceptable, which is why we have taken action to strengthen privacy protections. Our government has taken strong action, including implementing the Veterans Privacy Action Plan, made it mandatory to report breaches to the Privacy Commissioner, and introduced new guidelines to prevent and stop privacy breaches.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Minister, up on both of your questions.
Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to keeping our streets and communities safe. That is why I introduced the Respecting Families of Brutalized Persons Act. My bill will empower the courts when sentencing the most sadistic murderers. Bill C-478 enables judges to increase the 25-year parole ineligibility period to up to 40 years in cases where a murder victim was also brutalized through abduction and sexual assault. These depraved murderers are never released, yet the victims or the families are re-victimized every time they attend these unnecessary parole hearings. Can the Minister of Justice please inform this House about the government's position on my legislation?
Finally, a good question. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake for bringing forward this important legislation. And I can tell you categorically that the government supports this bill. Too often, families and loved ones of murder victims continue to be re-traumatized by repeated parole applications by convicted murderers. Now, this bill complements our previous legislation to repeal the faint hope clause and the discount for multiple murderers, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the NDP voted against all our efforts in this area, Mr. Speaker. Well, now they have another chance to do the right thing. Let's see them get behind this bill and stand up for the rights of victims for a change.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Basse-la-Chine. Mr. Speaker, despite the Conservatives' total disinterest in this question, the unemployment among young people is a real time bomb. The last labour force survey of Statistics Canada is clear. The young people are the category that has been the hardest hit by the current unemployment crisis. Since the 2008 recession, the unemployment rate among young people is twice as high as the national average. When will they stop importing temporary foreign workers and give jobs to young people here? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, we want to match Canadians with available job openings. That is why we are creating jobs, and we are putting in place the necessary skills development for those positions. Mr. Speaker, if the NDP really wants to help young people find jobs, then they should support our budget. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, we will help young people by voting against a budget that is not doing the job for young people. The Conservatives are allowing the unemployment crisis among young people to get worse while telling them that they'll have to pay for programs that they don't even have access to. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives can claim that all's right with the world, but that's not the case. The unemployment rate among Canada's youth is much lower than in Germany and the Netherlands, which also went through the same economic crisis. Why are they denying the evidence? Why aren't they acting to reduce the worrisome unemployment rate and the loss of income among young people? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is true that the unemployment rate among young people is among the lowest. The one in Canada is among the lowest in the world. In our 2013 budget, we have implemented measures to improve this situation. Especially, there are improvements that are proposed for the apprenticeship system in Canada. Our government is the one that introduced grants for apprentices. Grants that have been put in place 400 times to help professional development skills. Unfortunately, the NDP voted against this initiative, which helped that many people. Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua.
When the youth unemployment rate is double the national average, and it's not just youth, our whole economy is suffering because Conservatives are failing to act on job creation. TD Bank estimates our country's youth will face lower potential earnings to the tune of 1.3% of the GDP. This is an enormous hit for future generations. When will Conservatives finally act? Where is the job plan for today's youth?
Mr. Speaker, in fact, our government has helped through the Economic Action Plan create over 900,000 net new jobs for Canadians, including our young people. And Mr. Speaker, we have a ways to go yet. That's why Budget 2013 includes measures to help connect young people with the jobs that are in demand today. Jobs like in the skilled trades professions. Mr. Speaker, we introduced the apprenticeship incentive and completion grants. Over 400,000 of those grants have been distributed already to help connect young people with jobs that truly are in demand today and will be tomorrow. There's more to help with that in the budget. The NDP are sincere in helping young people get the jobs. They should support it.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure blaming the opposition is a wise recovery plan for the government. These are real problems that will cost millions of Canadians and billions to our Canadian economy. In 2006, Canadian youth were unemployed for an average of 7 weeks. Today, it's 14 weeks. Nearly 2 more months of unemployment for our youth, and the Conservatives twiddle their thumbs. Can the minister cut her rhetoric and explain to my generation how they are going to fix the damage that they've caused?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
It's a fact that in parts of this country, even where there is very low unemployment, there's still difficulty in getting in with people who are unemployed, matching up with the jobs that are in demand. That's why we're investing in Canadians with our new Canada Job Grant that will support the training that is required for the jobs that are in demand. It will help young people, indeed all Canadians, get the skills they need for the jobs that are in demand by partnering with the federal government, the provinces, and employers who need these people and their skills at work. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition wants to help people get to work, they should support the budget.
For Markham Unionville.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer proved that the government is cutting important programs, whereas in many areas the administrative expenses are on the rise. The government's report on plans and priorities are very clear. The programs that are the most important for the Canadian middle class are being substantially cut. So will the government finally admit that they are cutting frontline services?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2013 is our plans for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. We have found fair, balanced, and moderate savings measures to reduce the deficit that will reduce the size of the federal public service by about 4% over 3 years. Overall, the savings measures are about 2% of program spending. Over 70% of the savings found are in operational efficiency. Leaner, more affordable government is good for Canadian taxpayers.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Total nonsense, Mr. Speaker. We've had the opportunity to examine the reports on plans and priorities of every department, so we know exactly what they're planning to cut and where over the next 2 years. With no less than 35 program activities being cut by more than 50%, how can they possibly claim that 70% is due to operational efficiencies when the real problem is massive cuts to the services key to middle-class Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, we have found fair, balanced, and moderate savings measures to reduce the deficit that will reduce the size of the public service by about 4% over the next 3 years. Overall, the savings we found represent less than 2% of program spending. And again, I emphasize that over 70% of the savings found are in operational efficiencies. Leaner, more affordable government is good for Canadian taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, veterans and their families deserve to be treated with respect and dignity for having served our country, and yet many low-income families of veterans are not eligible for the Last Post Fund to help them pay for funeral expenses. The $12,000 state exemption is not sufficient. It falls below the poverty line. Will the Conservatives finally raise the threshold for this exemption?
Honourable Secretary
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Conservative government has a very strong track record when it comes to supporting our veterans. No government in the last 60 years has done more for our veterans and their families than our Conservative government. In fact, Economic Action Plan 2013 more than doubles the funding available for our veterans' families when it comes to funerals. Of course, we also provide for the full cost of the burial. Mr. Speaker, our government has enormous sympathy for our veterans when they pass on. We will be there to help them. This important program has already helped more than 10,000 veterans' families since 2006.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Not so, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that more than 67% of applicants to the program were rejected. The Conservative government can find $28 million to celebrate the War of 1812, but refuses to find the money to ensure our veterans are buried with dignity. Low-income veterans deserve a proper burial service, equal to the sacrifice that they made for this country. Will the Conservatives commit today to raising the $12,000 survival estate threshold?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP is using some old numbers. In fact, in Economic Action Plan 2013, we are more than doubling the amount of money available for funerals. Only in Canada can a veteran's estate include a house and a car and still qualify for additional financial support from our government. We on this side of the House will continue to support our veterans. I hope that the NDP will vote in favour of Economic Action Plan 2013 in order to provide this important financial assistance to our veterans' families.
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, this week is World Immunization Week, a time when Canadians and the entire world can reflect on achievements and challenges in disease prevention. Canada continues to be a world leader in global health, especially in the fight against polio. Sadly, polio continues to victimize children in Afghanistan, Nigeria, and Pakistan. Immunization workers and the police that aim to protect them continue to face risk of violence and extremism. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please update the House on Canada's latest contribution to end polio?
Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, today at the Global Vaccine Summit, the Minister of International Cooperation announced that Canada will remain a leader in polio eradication. Bill Gates said Canada's increased support will help ensure that we can end polio and help all children live healthy and productive lives. However, to accomplish this, violence against vaccine workers must end. Canada calls on all parties to denounce acts of violence against immunization workers. We also need everyone to continue to promote scientific facts about vaccination. Mr. Speaker, Canada remains committed to make polio history.
The honourable member for West Bill Marie.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, the Prime Minister has failed to live up to his residential school.
False.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, the Prime Minister has failed to live up to his residential school's apology, which established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to forge a new relationship with Aboriginal peoples. The Commission is not being given the time or the resources to achieve their mandate and has been forced to go to court to access the documents they need to do their work. Will the Prime Minister commit today to providing the TRC with what they need to do their crucial work?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I find it curious indeed that she would raise this matter because I met with the Commission and the Commissioners yesterday morning in Montreal. And as far as I can tell, the government is living up to its commitment under the settlement agreement that has been reached. And I have assured, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioners of my entire support to help them continue their important work.
Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, as Lake Huron levels drop, costs to municipalities, business, and people all around the basin rise. On Monday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs will meet mayors from Conservative ridings about their problems now the lake is at an all-time low. Municipalities and First Nations from Manitoulin and the North Shore would love to be invited, and they're not alone. Mr. Speaker, is this just a courtesy call, or will the minister meet with all communities struggling to stay afloat?
Great question. And the Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is keenly aware of the environmental, economic and direct personal impacts that extreme water levels have had on various of our lakes across the country. As a matter of fact, we expect tomorrow to receive the benefit of work done by the International Joint Commission to address the issue of fluctuating Great Lakes water levels and the impacts on surrounding communities. The Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker, is pleased to receive, and we are currently reviewing the 4 recommendations put forward by the Commissioners in their report.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, we are the only party standing up for seal hunters. We will continue to fight for this way of life in our rural coastal communities where sealing is a means of survival. Our government will continue to defend an important, traditional, sustainable and humane northern harvest. Could the Minister of Health please update this House on our government's continued fight against the European Union seal ban?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government commends Canadian sealers and industry groups for bringing this challenge forward to the European General Courts, while members of both the NDP and the Liberal Party have spoken out against the seal hunt and against Canadian sealers. Our government's position has been clear. The ban on seal products adopted by the European Union was a political decision that has no basis in facts or science. We will continue to stand up for the seal hunters and their families and defend the way of life in Canada's remote coastal communities.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is planning to establish private outlets in close proximity to the main post office in rural BC. This affects the communities of Nelson, Castlegar Trail, Grand Forks and Oliver. This is a major step to justify reductions in service at the main office and the eventual privatization of postal services in our rural communities. There's been no consultation. I have written to the head of Canada Post on behalf of these communities to express my concern. Will the Minister commit today to ensuring Canada Post remains a vital public service?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transfer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, Canada Post is a arm's-length Crown corporation from government, and the member also needs to understand that email and other technologies are creating serious long-term financial problems for Canada Post. Canada Post's labour and cost structure is unsustainable for the future, and I'll just like to add that if the NDP were serious, they wouldn't have blocked our back-to-work legislation. It's, in fact, the NDP that have helped accelerate the decline in mail delivery.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture has remained silent since the temporary foreign worker program has made the news because banks and other companies have circumvented its objective with the government's consent by replacing their employees with temporary foreign workers and paying them lower wages. Because of the misuse of this program, some people are calling for it to be overhauled or even abolished with no consideration for those who, like Quebec's farms, use it properly. Will the Minister of Agriculture wake up and finally defend Quebec farming companies for whom this labour force is vital?
Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes the need down on the farm for temporary foreign workers. That's why it's been set aside from any of the changes that are proposed to strengthen the program and certainly bring it back on point. So I can assure the member opposite that temporary foreign workers will still be available for every farm in his riding.
That concludes question period for today. Before we go on to the Thursday question, the Chair has notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of privilege I wanted to raise. I know it will shock you to hear this, but I actually think it has some merit. It stems from the private member's bill C-425, which was moved by the member for Calgary Northeast and which was being considered in the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Last week, the Parliamentary Secretary moves that the committee should recommend to the House that it be granted the power during the consideration of Bill C-425, which is an act to amend the Citizenship Act honoring the Canadian Armed Forces, to expand the scope of the bill such that the provisions of the bill be not limited to the Canadian Armed Forces. And that's going to be reported to the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I think this is an issue that actually affects the rights and privileges of all members, and indeed the very structure of the relationship between private bills, public bills, and private members' bills. And my argument is quite simple. It is this, is that if we were to allow the government majority to do this, in order to allow for the consideration of other amendments which the Minister of Immigration has asked be added to the list, what we are basically doing is allowing the government majority to use private members' bills, which deal with a specific subject, to completely expand the nature of those bills and, in fact, to change their very nature from being private members' bills to becoming public bills. But if we allow the majority to do that, they're basically bypassing all of the requirements with respect to public bills. That is to say, first reading, second reading, votes on both, and then referral to the committee to consider the whole structure. Mr. Speaker, if we allow this to happen, or specifically if you allow this to happen, sir, the consequence is very clear. It basically means that governments can increasingly use private members' bills as a way of getting other issues in front of the House, bypassing the ordinary debate in second reading and the due consideration of this House with respect to that, so that after only 2 hours of debate on one subject, which in fact was what took place, the government is then suddenly permitted to introduce other issues into the debate. And there are basically 2 points that I want to make in my argument, Mr. Speaker, and I feel so strongly about it that, and this is, members opposite will understand, an historic first. I actually have some notes which I may consult from time to time as I deal with this matter, Mr. Speaker. Standing Order 97.1, which is the issue which sets out the rules with respect to private members' bills, restricts a committee to making only 2 kinds of report. A report that brings back the bill with or without amendments, that is, amendments that are within the scope of the bill, approved by the whole House at second reading, or B, a report requesting a 30-day extension to the committee's report deadline. No other report is allowed, and if that were not the case, Mr. Speaker, it would be mentioned specifically in Standing Order 97.1 or somewhere else in the chapter of our standing orders that governs private members' bills. Mr. Speaker, you will be familiar with the simple legal thought that the expression of one thought is the exclusion of all others. I won't bore you with the Latin tag for that phrase. But I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, that what it means is that the fact that this procedure that is now being proposed by the government is not contained anywhere in 97.1 or indeed anywhere else in the standing orders dealing with private members' bills means that you cannot broaden the scope of a private member's bill to consider other matters, because the impact of that would be to completely change the reporting mechanisms that are basic to the relationship between private bills, private members' bills, and public bills. Mr. Speaker, I think you also have to consider, and this is really my second point, the impact that this can have, and in fact I would argue that even in this instance will have with respect to the procedures and considerations that we have. If you allow this to take place, Mr. Speaker, if you allow a motion to be put to this House that basically broadens entirely the scope of a private member's bill to include the rest of the government's public agenda, imagine for a moment what the consequences of that will be. It's very simple. The effect will be that the government could, by extrapolation, it could even add an omnibus feature to a private member's bill and say we're using our majority to add everything, the whole kitchen sink, into this measure. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you have to say to the government, somebody has to say to this majority, somebody has to point out very clearly to them that you cannot misuse and abuse private members' bills in this way. private members' bills are intended for private members to put forward issues, indeed items, agendas, concerns that they have. They are not intended to be a way by which the government skirts around the purposes of private members' bills and drives home their own agenda. If the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration has a variety of things that he'd like to do, and we know that he does because he's made speeches about them, and he's told the press that he intends to proceed with them, let him come into this House with a public bill. Let him come forward with a bill that pertains to this question, the questions that he wants to raise, and he cannot use a private member's bill to force his own agenda onto the Parliament of Canada. The problem for the ministre est celui-ci.
The problem for the minister is this. It's very clear. If there's something that needs to be introduced in the House, a public bill must be used so that the House can have a debate, a second reading, for it to go to committee, for there to be third reading debate. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, that we are concerned with the government majority's proposal, and also that it is illegal. It's beyond the rules of this House. The rules should not allow that kind of situation to occur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what my friend down the way raises, I think, is an important issue. We would reserve the right to come back once we've taken a closer look at this particular instance, because we know, excuse me, there have been a number of so-called private members' bills that have been masquerading themselves as such, but in fact have been intentionally driven from the government. We have another instance at another committee of a similar bill, which is now seeking to expand its scope far beyond what was initially suggested, which then puts the question back to the House. I'm reminded, Mr. Speaker, of the rule that we guide ourselves by here in Parliament, that we can't say something indirectly that we can't say directly. My friend down the way is right in that the rules that apply to government bills are somewhat, but very importantly, different than the rules that apply to bills presented by the government, the so-called public bills. And one important aspect of what applies to government legislation is that the Minister of Justice is obligated under Section 4.1 of his Act to ensure compliance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Private members' business legislation presented through private members does not have to go through a similar test. This is fundamentally important to the piece of legislation that we're discussing here today, which deals with issues that may come up against the limitations of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, for the government to choose a path that circumvents that very important test and use private members' legislation for an initiative that is in fact inspired by the government, a desire of the government, a minister of any kind, and thereby avoid such a critical test, a legal obligation by the Minister of Justice, is worrisome, both in its particular and in the pattern that this government seems so comfortable in applying. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is the first blush. I'm in consultation with some of our critics that have been dealing with this piece of legislation, but some others that have presented this very similar pattern, and that if the government is seeking this as an instrument to perform its agenda, it seems to me wanting, because they have every opportunity that they need to provide legislation through the normal recourse through any minister coming into the House. But they are obligated, if the legislation is offered to the House that way, that it respects the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that it has already been tested. That is an obligation. My friends across the way can shake their heads, but it is in fact true and written into Canadian law. So if this is the intention, then it is very worrisome. And in the particulars, you've moved from one difficult ruling and challenging ruling, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps have before you another, because this is an important question. As if private members' business is being abused categorically, or at least in the instance, by the government, this is a problem both for this House and in particular you, Mr. Speaker, who we look to protect the rights and privileges of members and to uphold the spirit and law that guides Parliament. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's been a fair bit of discussion in code here about what's being discussed. The Private Members Bill, C-425, in its original form, intended that the right of citizenship for those who were dual citizens, who had citizenship in another country and in Canada, if they committed an act against a member of the Canadian military. And this was very much inspired by events in Afghanistan in particular, where Canadian military, of course, were exposed constantly to these kinds of acts from people from all kinds of places, that individuals who took that kind of step would be subject to sanctions, subject to the sanction of losing their citizenship if they were a dual citizen. As we've seen in recent events in the Algerian situation, the gas plant one, with Canadians that were involved in a terrorist act, of course, recent events that have gripped us across North America, including the recent arrests in Canada, the concern that the kind of terrorist act that was captured by the original drafting of the bill perhaps could be worded a little more differently to capture the full intent of what was intended. And I understand that is the purpose of the amendment. So let's understand what we're talking about here. The member for Toronto Centre and the opposition House Leader are trying to find a way to prevent that particular definition that members of the committee have thought they would like to have, about which there may be a legitimate difference of opinion about whether it's beyond the scope of the bill or not. Some believe it is within the scope of the bill, some believe it isn't, and therefore they're coming here to the House to seek the House through a concurrence motion in their report to ask the House to debate it here for a number of hours and decide whether we think it is within the scope, whether it should be within the scope, whether it is important for Canada to have the ability to provide that sanction against those who decide to take up arms as terrorists, as well as take up arms against the military. So it's part of the same thrust. And I think it's important for everyone to understand that this is what now the member for Toronto Centre and the opposition House Leader appear to indicate they wish to defeat on this kind of a technicality. This is why they're raising it. So that if they are successful in the arguments they're making to you, the consequence will be that the genuine will of members who are observing events and dealing with legislation in front of them to try and address this terrorist threat will be frustrated. And that the easy answer to that is, well, it doesn't matter, let's just go back and do another bill and take time and delay, because we don't really need to respond to these things quickly in a decisive way. And I know from the Liberal Party that is reminiscent of a theme the past week and a half. So it does not surprise me coming from them. And we saw, of course, how the NDP voted on that bill that we just had this week to address terrorism. So we know clearly their view of how urgent and important it is to be able to address these threats. That is lacking. That being said, what I would like to do is have an opportunity to explore fully, because I did not anticipate. I'm quite surprised, I have to tell you frankly, that those parties would take this position on an issue of such contemporary urgency to Canadians of protecting us from terrorism, that I was quite frankly unprepared for these kind of procedural arguments. So I would like the opportunity to come back and fully discuss the procedural aspects of it. Thank you.
I'll hear the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maybe I could add to it, because the government House Leader could not be any wrong in terms of what it is that he's saying, more wrong than what the actual facts are. Mr. Speaker, let me just read to you exactly what it is that was moved in the committee that was tabled. This is what it says, Mr. Speaker, that the committee recommend to the House that it be granted the power during consideration of Bill C-425, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, honouring, in brackets, honouring the Canadian Armed Forces, to expand the scope of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the motion itself is asking us to expand the scope, because the government knows full well, Mr. Speaker, that it is not the amendments that they are proposing, and it's a couple pages of amendments, have absolutely nothing to do with the bill itself, Mr. Speaker. The bill is dealing with the citizenship and being able to denounce the citizenship of individuals that commit an act of war against the Canadian forces. That's one part of the bill. The other part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, deals with reducing the requirement to get your citizenship from 3 years to 2 years if you're a landed immigrant and you apply for your citizenship. That's it. That's all this private member's bill was meant for. And, Mr. Speaker, if you read the Hansard of the debates that occurred in second reading, you will see that, in fact, that's in essence all it was about. That was the recorded words in second reading. If the government wanted to do what it was hoping to be able to do, there is a proper course of action for them to take. The government, the Minister of Immigration, should be introducing his own piece of legislation. In essence, what the government is proposing to do in changing the scope, as they've admitted themselves, Mr. Speaker, that they want to change the scope of the bill, what they want to do is they want to tack in some issues related to terrorism, in which we're not going to, there's not one Liberal in this House that doesn't feel offended by what took place and outraged, and we give our sympathies and so forth to what happened last week or a week ago in Boston, and we applaud the efforts of our RCMP and other law enforcement agencies in regards to the prevention of a potential terrorist attack here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's not what this issue is about. What this issue is about is a private member's bill, and the government intentionally now seeking a majority of the members inside the House to try to legitimately change the scope of a private member's bill. That's not in question. It's in the motion itself, Mr. Speaker. So if you read the motion that I just read, where it admits that they want to change the scope, and then go to the rule in which the member from Toronto had just read off, Mr. Speaker, this is specifically what our standing order says, and it's in 97.1. A standing special or legislative committee to which a private member's public bill has been referred shall in every case, and I underline the word shall, in every case, within 60 days from the date of the bill's reference to the committee, either report the bill to the House with or without amendment, or present to the House a report containing recommendations not to proceed further with the bill, and giving the reasons therefore of requesting a single extension of 30 sitting days to consider the bill, and given the reasons thereof. If no bill or report is presented by the end of the 60 days, where no extension has been approved by the House, or by the end of the 30 sitting days, extension, if approved by the House, the bill shall be deemed to have been reported without amendment. Mr. Speaker, within the rules, our own standing rules, it is very clear. We cannot change the scope. The government even knew that, Mr. Speaker, in the committee. And so what I would do in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is I would ask that you take a look at the motion itself, and if you review the standing orders, you see a government that's admitted that it wants to change the scope, so that should kill it right there, Mr. Speaker. If we don't stop it, if we don't take some action against the government, and my final thought, Mr. Speaker, if we don't take some action against it, what we're doing is we're allowing the government to use through the back door of private members' bill to implement government bills when, in fact, they should be going through first reading, second reading, committee stage, and third reading, and so forth on its own merit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your patience.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I won't be long. The fact is I am the mover of this motion at committee, and the entire procedure around what the discussion revolved around was acts of terrorism committed by Canadians who had dual citizenship. So I'm not sure why or how the opposition, in particular the Liberal Party of Canada, wants to use this procedural issue to somehow determine that there is a definition of what terrorism is and what it isn't. It's very clear. The work we did as a committee, the effort that we put forward in terms of the amendments that they speak to, are clearly focused on ensuring that Canadians who are involved in terrorist acts, who in fact hold dual citizenship, will in fact lose that citizenship if they are convicted of that act. That is what the bill is about, and that is what the amendment is about. So getting into a procedural discussion around this, I'm not surprised that our House Leader has been caught off guard. He would have assumed, like all of us over here, that we are all opposed to it. And therefore, the discussion in the House, from a procedural perspective or from a concurrence perspective, would be focused on the issue of terrorism. Getting caught up in procedure, Mr. Speaker, does not do us any good here in the House in terms of dealing with it, and it certainly doesn't show well to Canadians across this country that we are not focused on an issue that we in this House can put some resolution to.
I thank all honourable members for their interventions. It does sound to the chair at this stage that this would not qualify as a point of privilege, as a member for Toronto Centre originally raised it, but more along the lines of a point of order about whether or not something is properly before the House. I'll look into it, but it does seem like that, and I understand the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and the Government House Leader would like to come back on this. Okay, so we'll hear more interventions on this in the next few days. And now the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, I assume, is rising with the Thursday question.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président Général.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to ask the usual Thursday question in order to ask the Government House Leader what he foresees for the week to come and for the following week. I'm looking forward to what he will say about the legislative plan.
House Leader, for a number of weeks to give Canadians some sort of hint, any kind of hint as whether the government has something, anything that actually looks like a legislative plan. It's almost as if they've well has run dry for the government, Mr. Speaker. The jeudi dernier, il nous
Last Thursday, he told us his lackluster plans for the week to come. Not even 24 hours later, he was up on his feet again, completely changing that plan for what the media have reported were purely political purposes. It's incredible.
Can the Government House Leader tell us the plan for the week ahead? And can he assure us that he'll stick to the plan this time so we can plan ourselves and our speakers accordingly?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it was Harold McMillan who once said, events, my dear friend, events, that's the great variable. And as we know, we've had many events, and we were delighted that we were able to get Bill S7 approved by this House this past week in response to events.
Today we will continue with debate on the NDP's Opposition Day motion.
Passage of S7, the Combating Terrorism Act, with debate tomorrow on Bill C-54, the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act, at second reading. And so far as the government's agenda, there is actually a very significant cornerstone to that agenda, and that is, of course, our Economic Action Plan. And, Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the House adopted a Ways and Means motion to allow for a bill implementing measures from Economic Action Plan 2013. Our top priority is creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. So if a bill following on the Ways and Means motion were to be introduced before Wednesday, we would give that bill priority consideration for debate Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. In the interim, on Monday, we will return to the report stage debate on Bill C-15, the Strengthening Military Justice in the Support of Canada Act. And it's my hope that this debate will conclude on Monday so that we can have the third reading debate on that bill on Tuesday.
If we have the opportunity at all next week, we will continue the second reading debate of the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act. This is an important bill, and I would hope that it will get to committee without delay.
Also give consideration to Bill S8, Safe Drinking Water for First Nations, at second reading. Bill C-52, Fair Rail Freight Service Act, at report stage and third reading. And Bill S9, the Nuclear Terrorism Act, at third reading. And finally, Bill C-49, the Canadian Museum of History Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders. Business supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion on climate change.
Last took up the question. The Honourable Member for Victoria had 3 minutes remaining for his remarks. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Speaker.
When the break occurred, I emphasized that people are most definitely and rightly worried about the climate change crisis and the tipping point for irreversible damage to the planet that a 2% increase could precipitate. Yet the Conservatives have been, Mr. Speaker, systematically dismantling environmental laws since they were elected and using their omnibus legislation to weaken environmental protection. The Minister of Natural Resources has vilified those of us who oppose the government's positions as radicals. Well, I'm proud to be among the vast majority of people in my constituency who, for example, oppose the Enbridge Northern Gateway project. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Environment has also accused unspecified Canadian charities of, I quote, money laundering, and yet has refused to either retract or apologize or to name names. As critic for national revenue, I constantly hear from environmental organizations that are charities who are wasting precious time and precious resources trying to answer these ill-founded claims, and they're angry and upset about the government in this regard. The Conservatives have gutted environmental assessment legislation, the Fisheries Act, weakened protections for endangered species, muzzled and fired scientists, defunded critics like the National Roundtable on the Environment and Economy, and more. As a Canadian, Mr. Speaker, I'm simply ashamed. Their actions are unacceptable, and they don't represent the majority of Canadians' position on this important topic. Canadians understand the need to take urgent and immediate action to avoid catastrophic climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions to keep the global average temperature increase below 2 degrees, notwithstanding what our Minister of Natural Resources happens to believe. This government passes environmental laws that look great on paper but simply refuses to make an effort to enforce them. They don't seem to understand or care about the polluter pay principle. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as an environmental lawyer and an environmental advocate, I've spent my life fighting for environmental protection. I was sent here and proudly represent the views of my constituents in Victoria. For people in my community, this is not a simple story. This is a critically important story. It's one of the crises of our time to address. The University of Victoria is at the forefront of research. We have the School of Earth and Ocean Sciences, the Environmental Law Centre at the Law Faculty, the Environmental Studies Department. We're proud of what we're contributing to this important crisis. We understand, as Canadians across from coast to coast to coast understand, that it's time for real action to tackle climate change. The New Democratic Party is the only party with a real record of standing up for this urgent, effective action on climate change and has the possibility to do something real about it. When we win government in 2015, we will take action on climate change because we cannot afford to wait a minute longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. Today is a profoundly sad day in this House, the People's House. The NDP had an opportunity to lead a serious debate on climate change. Instead, it led a political stunt meant to divide and not advance the issue. The NDP even claimed they were the only party able to address climate change. How terribly sad. Each party should be fighting for real action on climate change. And that is why I founded the All-Party Climate Change Caucus and chair it. I'd like to know why the NDP took this ideological route on such a serious issue, the most pressing environmental issue facing the planet.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question. I do not think my comments reflect a lack of serious debate or a lack of concern about this issue. I think this is a matter that, by contrast, should in fact engage the attention and the concern of all Canadians, people from all parties. To suggest that this is a partisan issue, that we're using this as some sort of stunt, if I understand her properly, Mr. Speaker, is very, very disturbing indeed. This is a matter that should engage all of our attention. The government of the third party at the time passed the Kyoto Protocol, engaged in the Kyoto Protocol, but did nothing to deal with it over the many years that they had the opportunity to do so. Action is required, not words. I recognize this as only one small step to be part of a debate on this crucial topic, But to suggest that we're trying to politicize something where all Canadians should be united is simply false, and I reject the accusation.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's enthusiasm for the subject, but you know, the NDP leader traveled to Washington, campaigned and attacked against Canadian jobs and Canada's national interest. There's tens of thousands of workers on both sides of the border that are counting on Keystone XL project for jobs and economic growth, premiers, union leaders, even NDP members that support the project because of the jobs it would create for Canadians. Why is the NDP going to other nations campaigning against jobs and economic prosperity for Canadians at a time when we need economic recovery?
For Victoria.
Well, thank you for the question from my honourable colleague. I understand that the Minister of Natural Resources also went to the United States and did so recently as yesterday, where I'm advised that he insulted one of the world's great climate scientists, for which I really don't believe he had the expertise to do, and I thought it really disrespectful of an ally of Canada, an ally, NASA taking strong action on behalf of the world to do world-class research on this issue, to be insulted by our Minister of Natural Resources is really quite embarrassing. As a Canadian, I find it deplorable. As for Keystone, it's been even the Minister of Finance for this government has acknowledged where the jobs will go from that project. They'll go predominantly to the United States. That's how they're selling it in the United States of America. As for pipelines like the Enbridge Northern Gateway project, I stand here on behalf of my constituents, the vast majority of whom recognize the reckless nature of this project, which the Minister of Natural Resources is supporting aggressively.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my colleague a question related to our area in Windsor, Detroit area. Bitumen, petcoke, actually byproduct of bitumen, is now being stored right next to the Detroit River on our tributary system. It's a direct product of the oil sands, and I'd like to ask my colleague, I've had concerns about this. We've asked the Minister of Environment to engage the IJC because the leaching of this into the Detroit River could cause significant effects, and I'd like my colleague's opinion on that.
Honourable member for Victoria, a short response, please.
Well, I thank you very much, my colleague, for the excellent question. One of the things that is the cornerstone of environmental law is polluter pay. The requirement that the people who are proponents of projects, be they governmental or private sector, internalize, to use the jargon, the costs of projects which could or do cause harm to the environment. So I would suggest that it's clear that there needs to be an investigation if there's a prima facie case of a problem with that product and leaching is occurring into the natural environment. One would expect that the Environment Canada officials, in conjunction with the Ontario officials where warranted, get to the bottom of this and take the necessary steps through enforcement. That's something this government is so woefully inadequate at doing. They pass laws that look wonderful on paper. Where's the beef? Never do they enforce those laws.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning, I'd just like to point out to the Speaker I'll be splitting my time with a member from Durham. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes science as the foundation for our work to promote a clean, safe, and sustainable environment for Canadians. Science plays a critical role in informing our policy decisions, in supporting the delivery of environmental services, and helping to enforce the laws and regulations that protect Canada's environment. Our government invests significantly in science and Environment Canada. Science activities account for the majority of the department's budget and include a wide range of research and monitoring activities. They're focused on protecting air, water, and wildlife. Environment Canada employs some of the best and the brightest minds in the field of environmental science. In fact, over half of the department's 6,800 employees work in science-related occupations. That would be chemists, would be hydrologists, meteorologists. With this government support, I'm pleased to report that Environment Canada is one of the most productive institutions in environmental science in the world. The department publishes more than 600 peer-reviewed scientific articles every year. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this government takes climate change seriously. And that's why Environment Canada is carrying out comprehensive scientific work on climate change and greenhouse gases. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you some of the details of the science that Environment Canada produces in this area. In collaboration with national and international partners, Environment Canada's climate scientists conduct research to generate new knowledge on climate change and variability. This work is an integral part of the global effort to understand the behavior of the climate system, the human influence on climate, and potential future climate change. The information generated through Environment Canada's climate science contributes not only to domestic climate change policies and decisions, but also to international organizations like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the Arctic Council, and the World Meteorological Organization. For example, Environment Canada recently published important research that provides information relevant to understanding global greenhouse gas emissions in terms of the international goal of limiting global warming to below 2 degrees centigrade. This study is an important contribution to understanding the global impacts of climate change and the need to lower global emissions to limit temperature changes. This is why Canada is working to implement the Copenhagen Accord and the Cancun Agreement. Countries that have signed on to them are responsible for more than 85% of greenhouse gas emissions. It's under our government that we've seen actual decreases in greenhouse gas emissions, the first government in Canadian history to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions, Mr. Speaker. Now, if we were to meet the Kyoto targets that were, well, I might add, as the Liberal member for Kings Hants said in the past, written on the back of a napkin. Now, Canadians would have had to either remove every car, every truck, every ATV, tractor, ambulance, police car, and vehicle of every kind from Canadian roads, or perhaps close down the entire farming sector and agricultural sector and cut heat to every home, office, hospital, factory, and building in Canada. If we were to have done that, Mr. Speaker, what would the cost of this irresponsible action be? Well, I can tell you part of the cost would have been $14 billion from Canadian taxpayers transferred to other countries. That would be the equivalent to about $1,600 from every Canadian family, with zero impact on global emissions or the environment. If you add to this the figure of the $21 billion carbon tax that the NDP would like to impose, you can readily see that that would cripple Canadian businesses and kill Canadian jobs. If we had followed that ideological pursuit at a time when China is completing a new 600 megawatt coal-powered plant every 8 days, had we followed this deeply flawed agenda, Canada might have committed economic hara-kiri, if you can call it that. We might have sabotaged our entire economy, and we would have had absolutely no impact on global emissions. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to be responsible in the actions that we take. I'm very proud that under this Prime Minister and this Ministry of the Environment, we're making real progress towards our target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions of 17% from 2005 levels by 2020 through a sector-by-sector approach aligned with the U.S. where appropriate. And probably should remind members that actually all of Canada's entire economy, we are an industrial nation, but we only amount to about 2% of global emissions. Now, the NDP likes to cast aspersions, but ignores the reality that work being done by Environment Canada's scientists is leading the way to helping us understand the current and potential future impacts of climate change across Canada, so that we have the information necessary to support adaptation planning and decision making. In line with this government's commitment to climate change science, Budget 2011 included $29 million over 5 years for Environment Canada's Climate Change Prediction and Scenarios program, and a further $35 million over 5 years to the Natural Science and Engineering Research Council of Canada to support the climate change and atmospheric research led by Canadian universities. Environment Canada also conducts scientific monitoring and reporting on greenhouse gas concentrations and emissions in Canada. The department maintains a network of stations across Canada that monitor greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. Environment Canada also annually produces a national inventory on greenhouse gas sources and sinks in Canada as part of our commitment to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Notably, Mr. Speaker, the most recent national inventory report showed that we continue to achieve success in delinking greenhouse gas emissions and economic growth. Well, that's, again, the first time in Canadian history that we've seen, because we saw under a previous government that during their 13 years, greenhouse gas emissions actually increased 30%. But since 2005, Canadian greenhouse gas emissions have decreased by nearly 5%, 4.8%, while the economy has grown by 8.4%. So that shows us that it is possible for us to reduce our greenhouse contributions in the world. We are a small emitter, even though we are an industrial nation. We're a small country with only 34 million people compared to the population of the world. But even at that, we can increase our economy can grow, and we can reduce our emissions as a responsible member of the international community. Environment Canada's environmental science activities are growing significantly, and one such example is environmental monitoring in the oil sands region. There are significant scientific developments happening in that area that I'd like to share with you, Mr. Speaker, with our colleagues in the House. Earlier this week, in collaboration with the province of Alberta, our Conservative government launched a joint Canada-Alberta implementation plan for oil sands monitoring to ensure the environmental integrity of Canada's oil sands. The implementation plan outlines the path forward to enhance the monitoring of water, air, land, and biodiversity in the oil sands by sampling more sites for more substances more frequently. It's designed to provide an improved understanding of the long-term cumulative effects of oil sands development. Now, in the plan, government's committed to ensuring that data from the new monitoring program and the methods on which it's based will be transparent, supported by the necessary quality assurance. It will be made publicly available to allow independent scientific assessments and evaluations. And fulfilling this commitment, the Canada-Alberta Oil Sands Environmental Monitoring Information Portal provides access to information related to the joint Canada-Alberta Implementation Plan for oil sands monitoring. It includes maps of the monitoring region, details of the monitoring sites, the most up-to-date data collected by scientists in the field, and scientific analysis and interpretation of the data and results. As more data becomes available in the coming months, the portal will evolve with new updates and features and become more comprehensive. And as it grows, the environmental monitoring data and information available in the portal will enable concerned parties to conduct their own analysis, draw their own conclusions. I am wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely proud of the world-class science produced by Environment Canada. This government is confident the Environment Canada's science is robust and focused on the issues that matter most to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his comments today and his reference to research and the Arctic Council and the record of research in Canada. He also spoke of adaptation planning in his remarks. I guess I'd like to ask him if he agrees with his Natural Resources Minister colleague that, quote, people aren't as worried as they were before about global warming of 2 degrees, that scientists have recently told us that our fears are exaggerated. I wanted to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, if he agrees with those comments that we can afford to wait and depend on adaptation.
Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question. And I think Canadians are concerned. They're certainly concerned about climate change. But, you know, in terms of the 2-degree warming, I think we have to look carefully at the data, and I think there's reason for some debate here. I think, in fact, that what Canadians are observing is we thought we had spring here a number of months ago. It's not here. What we're seeing is climate variability for sure. We are seeing instability, and that's typical when climate is changing, as it's changed in the past, that you go through periods of instability. We're seeing later springs sometimes. We're seeing winters that aren't quite as cold sometimes. But we're seeing a very cold spring here, for example. So as we're experiencing climate change, we're seeing all kinds of variabilities. And I would say to the honourable member that when you're dealing with complex models, multiple variables, and incomplete data, our understanding of these processes will be advanced as more data becomes available.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend and colleague for his speech. We do disagree on the science part. This government does cut climate science, it cuts research, it cuts programs, and it muzzles its scientists. This government even cut the Climate Impacts Adaptation Research Group, many of whom share the 2007 Nobel Prize for Climate Change. The Global Legislators Organization released its third climate legislation study, the most comprehensive audit of climate legislation in the world's major developed and emerging economies. The report showed substantial legislative progress in 18 of the 33 study countries, flagship legislation in 31 countries, and limited development in 14. For the first time ever, however, it reported negative progress for one country, Canada, which regressed following this Conservative government's decision to withdraw from the Kyoto Protocol. And I guess my question is, I would like to know what my honourable colleague, what his government will do about the crucial megaton gap.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think if I heard the member correctly, that the review that she's referring to was of legislative progress in various countries, and that would be legislative progress to achieve certain objectives. I think in terms of science, we have to remember that Canada's contribution to global emissions is in the range of 2%. And so Canada is taking action, responsible action, to reduce our emissions. We're also a partner with our international allies and with other responsible nations in advancing things that will help with global greenhouse gas emissions. We're working, for example, on short-lived climate pollutants, encouraging the 100 or so nations that have not yet done so to take mitigation commitments, and also to deal with these short-lived climate pollutants. There are very many cost-effective, readily available options for addressing SLCPs, like preventing black carbon emissions from diesel engines, residential cook stoves and brick kilns, harnessing methane from landfills as a source of energy, and new technologies to avoid the use of HFCs. So Canada is a partner in encouraging even the other nations that haven't been able to participate in finding a way to reduce the things that cause the worst pollution, and we're very proud to be a partner in advancing those issues, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for sharing his time with me. I'm very pleased to address one of the most important issues facing our country. I'm extremely proud of the work our government has done to address climate change, both here in Canada and internationally. Climate change is a global challenge that first and foremost needs a global solution. I'm also pleased to say that our government is the first Canadian government to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This reduction, 4.8% lower emissions when compared to 2005, is significant and should be recognized as such, particularly because our economy has grown by 8.4% over the same period. This reduction is significant because a generation from now, Canadians will look back and see that it was this Prime Minister and this Minister of the Environment that ushered in a new era of pragmatic and effective greenhouse gas reduction. This reduction will not satisfy our critics here today. I know firsthand of the passion the member from Halifax has for the environment and for climate change in particular. I can respect that passion, but Mr. Speaker, I'm here to remind her today that what is critical for Canadians, and indeed the world, is to have a climate change strategy that is balanced. Any plan must be effective and achievable, and the important balance to strike is to lower emissions, like our government has done since 2005, without disrupting our economy. We have to work collaboratively with Canadian employers and Canadians themselves to achieve meaningful targets. We cannot be tempted to foist unachievable and potentially disruptive policies from Ottawa on employers across the country at a time when employment is tenuous in Canada and when families are worried of a job loss for mom or dad. While the NDP have well-intentioned but incredibly naive plans with respect to climate change, I must also, Mr. Speaker, highlight the sorry track record of the Liberal Party with respect to this file. While the last Liberal government liked to talk an incredibly good game with respect to climate change and the Kyoto Protocol, the reality is that their government did absolutely nothing to address greenhouse gas emissions. Nothing. The Liberal critic continues the strategy of talking a very good game. She claims her speech in this House today was well-researched and free of hyperbole. She spoke with conviction about Liberal plans, strategies, one-ton challenges, signings, announcements. But the reality is that nothing serious was done to lower emissions by the Liberal government. To the contrary, the Liberals talked as if they were doing something, appeared very attentive to the issue, even named pets after Kyoto, but after you pushed aside this window dressing, Mr. Speaker, their true record is on display. The record shows that the Liberal Party led Canada through one of the largest periods of increasing greenhouse gas emissions. I saw a new Liberal commercial for their leader, and he says he's been working hard in recent months to earn trust. I would invite him also to study hard. Study the record of his party when it comes to climate change. Studying this record on climate change would make a good lesson at Degrassi High or any school in Canada on the meaning of the term hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, this government is also attempting to work actively and constructively with all our international partners. The Prime Minister and this minister have consistently built solid and professional relationships with our trading partners on environmental issues. This stands in sharp contrast to the NDP, who are only too happy to travel to the United States to use Washington as a bully pulpit to attack their own country. Sadly, they do not even seem to realize that this undermines their very credibility as a party that wants to lead Canada. To be effective, an international climate change agreement must involve meaningful commitments by all major emitters. Countries involved in the ongoing negotiations under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change have now moved beyond the Kyoto Protocol towards a new comprehensive international climate change agreement that will include significant action to reduce greenhouse emissions by all the world's major economies. Canada is part of this international movement, Mr. Speaker. Under the 2009 Copenhagen Accord, Canada made a solid commitment to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 17% from 2005 levels. The commitment set a goal of reaching these reductions by 2020. We stand by this commitment and are taking a sector-by-sector regulatory approach to reducing emissions with the goal to meet this target. Our approach also works with Canadian employers to help sectors achieve their targets while providing that important balance to ensure our economy keeps moving forward and the men and women from across our country keep their jobs in these challenging economic times. Our government has already expressed our intention to continue this work with our international partners in establishing a new post-2020 climate change agreement that will more effectively serve to meet global climate change goals. Mr. Speaker, this is not to say that international action cannot take place until a new agreement is established. Indeed, Canada has been actively collaborating with international partners outside the United Nations process for effective action that can be implemented now. The Prime Minister and his ministers travel around the world to work collaboratively and effectively with our global community, while NDP politicians travel the world only to find new ways and new locations to score political points, weaken our reputation, and denigrate Canadian employers. Mr. Speaker, you need only look back a few weeks to see Canadian leadership and collaboration in this regard. At the Major Economies Forum, Canada took a leadership role to address short-lived climate pollutants. These include methane, hydrofluorocarbons, and black carbon. It's estimated that these pollutants, whose lifetime in the atmosphere is shorter than long-lived gases like carbon dioxide, will contribute significantly to global warming in the coming decades. These short-lived climate pollutants are of particular concerns to Arctic countries like Canada. because they may be responsible for the more rapid warming we are currently experiencing in the far north, notably due to the effect of black carbon deposited on snow and ice. Another long-standing initiative in this area is the Global Methane Initiative. This March, Canada hosted the Methane Expo in Vancouver, an international meeting and technology forum. Addressing methane emissions can result in a range of benefits, including air quality, human health, and sustainable development. Canada has also been working to address these pollutants within the Arctic Council as a founding member and lead partner in the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, established in early 2012. We've been very encouraged to see the coalition grow from 7 to over 56 partners. Canada was the first out of the gate on this critical initiative by donating $3 million to the coalition, and the Minister of the Environment just announced this month that Canada will contribute a further $10 million. Mr. Speaker, in meeting and in fact exceeding the joint developed country goal under the Copenhagen Accord to mobilize fast start financing in the period from 2010 to 12, Canada and other industrialized countries have provided funding of over $33 billion to help strengthen the capacity of developing countries that are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and contribute to global mitigation efforts. And I'd like to talk about some of these countries that we've been helping directly. In Haiti, $4.5 million of Fast Start financing helped build climate resilience through rehabilitating 253 kilometers of shoreline, planting 500,000 trees, and the construction of nearly 15 kilometers of irrigation corridors. In Lesotho, $1.2 million went to support an 18-month feasibility study for the development of 2 potential wind power projects with a combined potential of 900 megawatts. In Honduras, $5 million in Canadian support is unlocking up to $50 million to allow a local bank to provide affordable financing for renewable energy and energy efficiency improvements at small and medium-sized businesses. Mr. Speaker, the track record of this government is clear. We are working on reducing emissions at home and are taking a major role internationally to help developing countries address climate change impacts and grow sustainably. Our plan is balanced, collaborative, and effective, both at home and abroad. I think Canadian employers can find solace in the fact that our government is going to work collaboratively with them, industry by industry, to reach achievable goals without disrupting our economy and potentially putting Canadians in a position of unemployment. These are important times, Mr. Speaker, and our government has taken important steps to make sure we address the reduction of greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To my colleague's discourse just now, and I find it surprising that he's saying that this government is the one that's taken the most action. I think one of the reasons why greenhouse gas emissions are actually dropping in this country is because the economic activity is dropping. I don't think he should be laying any claim to any kind of plan on this, unless he's saying that it was the government's plan to actually reduce economic activity in this country. I don't think he has any claim to fame on this. I'm also surprised to hear that he's talking about how they're helping worldwide wind farms to be installed to help with greenhouse gas emissions, when in fact in Canada they're actually reducing the amount of support that they're giving. Why doesn't he show me how he's going to support the wind farms in my riding as to how we're going to increase our development of those wind farms, instead of starting studies in Ontario, studies on whether the sounds that wind farms make could possibly have negative health effects on individuals, studies which have been performed numerous times by our international partners and numerous times in Quebec as well. So the studies are already in, the results are in, we know what the results are in those studies, so why don't we actually support the wind power industry in this country actively instead of just giving lip service to wind farms in other countries. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his statement/questions. I'll address the first one. The NDP likes to mock the reductions we've experienced in Canada. I've said they're significant, they're meaningful, because these reductions, almost 5% since 2005, have happened while the economy has been growing. I think all members of this House would like to see that economy grow faster. Our government is committed to that. Our economic action plan is committed to that. But we've been able to grow the economy while also reducing greenhouse gases. Our sector-by-sector industry consultation will help us achieve the goals in the future. As per his statements on wind, Mr. Speaker, I think in Ontario it's the provincial Liberal government has essentially put a moratorium on local communities deciding. In our work internationally, Canada's working with our international partners, and if those international partners want to invest in wind and we can, through fast-track financing, help that, we've done that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like the honourable member to know, while the Conservative government deployed Canadian diplomats to lobby Fortune 500 companies in the United States to counter a global warming campaign, 2011 proved to be the year of weather extremes in the States. In fact, 14 extreme weather events caused losses of US $1 billion each. The worst tornado outbreak in history hit the southern states, with April recording a staggering 753 tornadoes and beating the previous record by a startling 39%. The Conservative government continues to fail in meeting international climate change commitments, setting science-based emission reduction targets, developing incentives for low-carbon technologies, and putting in place adaptation measures necessary to respond to the risks of climate change. I will ask again, what does his government plan to do to close the megaton gap?
For Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from the Liberal Party for asking her question and for her well-researched and thoughtful remarks today. Certainly, in some ways, my overview of the Liberal Party's record, which is disastrous post-Kyoto, in many ways she can't take much of that blame. She was not in the House. Most of their members were part of that government. And I'd remind Canadians that they signed Kyoto and then did nothing. There were announcements, there were consultations, there were one-ton challenges. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that greenhouse gas reductions went up. 30%. There was no meaningful consultation working collaboratively with industry, like our government is doing. And the result was talking a good game on greenhouse gas reductions while doing nothing. Our government is committed to a balance I spoke of in my remarks, Mr. Speaker. That balance is meaningful, achievable and helpful targets, while also making sure that we don't cause more unemployment in this country. It's a balanced approach that I think is working, Mr. Speaker, a 4.8% reduction, the first of any government in Canadian history, and we're going to build upon that.
Please, the débat.
Resuming debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and share my time today with the member for La Pointe de Laville. We'll be splitting our time, and thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about this issue. I want to start on a couple of points. The first of all is to commend the member for Halifax. I think she's known in this place as someone who's a reasoned, responsible member of Parliament who's very balanced in the approach of politics and also about her file. And this is not being partisan in terms of this motion has been charged by the Liberals. I won't spend much time on it, but I think it is important to acknowledge, because when I did arrive here in 2002, there was lots of talk about Kyoto and the actual legislation and moving forward in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and nothing got done. Very, very little happened, and I understand why they're sensitive to this. I can appreciate that, but that can't erase what took place in this chamber, in this House, in this country, and our reputation across the world. That just is what took place. So the member for Halifax's motion is very reasoned, responsible, and I think is very key to the future of this country. I want to start, though, with an environmental success story, which I think we can just oppose some of the challenges that we have. I had a meeting today with Lafarge, one of the largest construction cement consortiums in this country, and they have actually international standards where they are pushing back greenhouse gas emissions across the globe. They are looking at 33% per ton of cement compared to 1990 levels, 50% moving to non-fossil fuels in cement plants by 2020, including biomass, and also 20% of concrete containing reused or recycled materials are just some of the examples that Lafarge is moving to, and it's one of the reasons that we need, when we look at industrial strategies, incentives and rewards for those companies that actually perform that way, and also have employment that is socially responsible as well. Whereas when you have this current government providing continued corporate tax cuts for the oil and petroleum industry, continued allowances of them to tap into the capital reduction loss account, and continued ability to actually get subsidies at a time when we're in a deficit is irresponsible. We are borrowing money right now for corporate tax cuts that we will have to put in the backpacks of our kids for an industry that is wildly successful and also damaging other industries and also a polluter. It's a result. We have this industry that we need to wrestle with the consequences of what's taken place. And fine, we need to decide where we're going at this point in time and whether corporate tax cuts rewarding this type of activity is appropriate. They shouldn't be put in penalties, but at the same time, what you should be doing is you should be making sure that we're going to be sustainable. And I think it's important, and I can bring up a case here, and a case that people may not realize, that this industry, the oil sands, can be closer to home than you think. And I can talk from experience on that we currently have in Windsor and Essex County, because bitumen that is processed in a Marathon plant in Detroit from the oil sands is now petroleum coke that is being stored on the Detroit River. There has not been enough investigation with regards to this material, and the research is still out there, but I can tell you it was enough that in Los Angeles, the Port of Los Angeles, they built a $7.5 million barn after years of political wrangling and environmental challenges, and also making sure that the public was going to be reassured, because this material is highly toxic if it gets into your air, if it gets into your water. So what's taken place is, unfortunately, it is Canadians who have actually rented property from the Ambassador Bridge, a private institution on the American River, and we have petroleum coke in a number of different locations now. One of the most significant is about 4 stories high and about 2.5 blocks long. It's so significant it's become a landmark, and it's right next to the Detroit River. Now, thankfully for the residents of Windsor, we have to worry about only the air particulate at the moment, because our intake for the water, our intake for our municipal system, drinking water, is upstream. Not so lucky if you're from Amherstburg or if you go down the Great Lakes system. It's not so lucky there. But the reality is we now have to deal with a haphazard approach to actually using this material. Now, the interesting thing about the bitumen that was processed into the petroleum coke is it now is later used for coal-burning facilities for energy, and it's been described as the dirtiest of the dirtiest fuels. And this byproduct isn't often calculated into greenhouse gas emissions because it's a byproduct. And it's going to be interesting with the pipeline development. And I've been to Washington, Mr. Speaker. I've been to Washington, and I have heard from American politicians from different sides, and some of them do not want the pipeline built. And one in particular told me what they're concerned about is that they get this byproduct into Texas, and it's shipped to China, where it's used as a cheap energy source to undercut American manufacturing. So this person, and I don't know how successful he'll be, is going to try to prevent this from actually going forward, and is raising this issue in the halls of Washington. That's one of the things that could be a result of what we do with the Keystone. Either that, or this petcoke goes to many Michigan or other types of coal power plants across the United States to be used. Right now, it's produced from the Marathon plant in Michigan, but it could be used for others as well, too. In fact, they tried to bring in a ship to move some of the pet coke off the shores because it's stored there temporarily to ship it to maybe it's another customer, and they had problems doing so. Now, I think it's important to note that according to Detroit Marathon Refinery material safety data sheets for petroleum coke and appropriate storage and handling procedures are as follows. Quote, store in properly closed containers that are appropriately labeled and in a cool, well-ventilated area, do not expose to heat, open flames, strong oxidants, or other sources of ignition. And what we have is this material piled up on the water. And the reason it's important to this debate here is I have asked the Minister of Environment to invoke the IJC. And the reason I asked him to invoke the IJC, because I commissioned an independent paper from the Library of Parliament about Canadian and American laws that relate to runoff and airborne substances that could potentially cause human health. And it shows that our laws are not very strong. They're not very strong at all at protecting Canadians, in particular this substance because it is a newer substance. But, however, the risk is potentially there, enough so because we've seen it just dumped on the shore, and obviously the winds that actually blow across that way could result, and are likely resulting, in it getting into the water system. The minister has yet to respond to the IJC, and I'm perplexed by that because the Great Lakes system is one of the most important things for our environment and our economy for the future. Everywhere else in the world they would be bestowed to have this type of a treasure, especially as we approach climate change and we have further issues related to water systems and supply management. To the fact that it's already been debated in terms of diversion of this Great Lakes system, even when the water levels are the lowest in many, many years, which this government denied at first, even despite the Michigan Department of Engineers, Army of Engineers, showing the evidence, they denied it early. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, with noting that this issue and the minister's lack of attention towards this file shows a disregard. At the very least, we should be erring on caution. We fought really hard in this region. We had a blob, basically, for many, many years in the Great Lakes system. We've had invasive species. We have a series of industrialization of plants on that area where we can actually have improvements and have been working for improvements. Let's err on the side of caution. Let's get the IJC involved. And you have to remember, is what's happening in Alberta affects every single community across this country.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague talked about climate impacts and human health, and I'd like to build on that. With warmer temperatures, extreme weather events are also likely to increase, but stormy weather is already hitting Canadians hard. The 1998 ice storm in Quebec downed 3,000 transmission towers, left millions without power, and cost $5.4 billion. In 2010, severe hailstorms in Calgary damaged crops, dented cars, and cost $400 million. Past heat waves underscore possible health impacts. In 1936, Canada experienced its deadliest heat wave. For 2 weeks, temperatures were above 44 degrees Celsius, and 1,180 Canadians died. In 2003, Europe experienced its hottest summer since 1500, killing almost 15,000 in France alone. My question is, what specific adaptation measures would the NDP recommend to reduce the indirect human health impacts of climate change?
For Windsor West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have a climate change plan that looks at greenhouse gas emission reductions. And there's also issues, Mr. Speaker, that we need to deal with. They're talking about the effects on human populations. I'll use the Great Lakes as an example because I spoke about it quite a bit, and I thank my member for the question, is that the fake lake that was built in Toronto received more money per capita than the other Great Lakes in the last federal budget that we had. That's ridiculous. We need to be focusing on cleaning up our environment and putting the resources towards that. Creates jobs, it creates the sustainability necessary, and it creates good population bases that we can actually sustain. If we have clean water, we're going to be able to have good, clean communities. And that's one of the priorities I would see, especially being someone on the Great Lakes.
Some comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's fortunate for me that this is a motion that we're actually debating today, given the fact that I've raised in the House in the last 2 days the issue pertaining to Lake Huron and the water levels there. And I think the minister, when he answered my question today, actually missed the mark on it. And it was about actually the works and the fact that the water is receding so much that the Chichimen won't be able to transport people from one end to the other. And the impact on the economy is going to be grave. But more so, the impact on some of the other tourist areas are also being impacted. So yes, this has got to do a lot with climate change. It could have something to do with diversion as well, but when you mix everything together, it's really problematic. So maybe my colleague can just talk a little bit more about the declining of the levels in the Great Lakes and this government's inaction and the previous government's inaction to actually address these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's a great question from the member, and it's a serious issue, not only just for her area with regards to tourism, but also the freighting system that is one of the busiest in the world, where they have been reducing their loads on a regular basis through the system because the lake levels have been so low. And the problem that we're going to have is to fix some of this will require some dredging. When we're dredging, we're steering up a lot of pollutants that are at the bottom of the actual water. And that's going to create other environmental concerns. And, Mr. Speaker, this is why I focus a lot of time on this bitumen, or pet coke, that is actually stored on the waterfront. And just recently, I just got in from the Department of Environmental Quality from Michigan a letter here saying that they're going to require, it does not actually require a permit to actually do this. So anybody can buy this stuff and do whatever they want with it, but they have to follow some processes for a dust plan and also for leaching. But it's not very strong. So again, I would call upon the Minister of Environment, if this is a department saying that there is some potential here, they're obviously saying there is potential because otherwise they wouldn't ask them to do these plans, to get the IJC involved. And I don't think this government has been supportive enough to the IJC or the work that it does. And again, our Great Lakes system, it's like an H2O highway. It's very important for our industries, and it's also very important for our water that we intake, and it needs to be taken more serious.
Before we continue with the debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, the following questions it is my duty to inform the House that the questions be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
And the honourable member for York South Weston in regards to employment insurance.
Yeah, I need this.
Aurait prise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, as a member of the Standing House Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Halifax and thank her on behalf of all Canadian men and women for her hard work and for the passion she brings to environmental and climate issues, not only within our committee, but also in the House and throughout the country. Now, speaking of committees, this morning the issue of climate change was raised, and all witnesses, even those whose names were put forward by the Conservatives, said they were concerned about global warming. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are discussing climate change. This problem is not even a question anymore. It's a reality that has been acknowledged by all at an international level, by scientists and political men and women. That is how the Kyoto Protocol was born, the Copenhagen Agreement and the United Nations Convention on Desertification were born. This government withdrew from 2 out of 3 agreements, that is Kyoto and the United Nations Convention on Desertification, and it is now on track to completely fail its Copenhagen goals for 2020. It's living in denial. Just last year, the Commissioner for the Environment warned the government and said it was virtually impossible that we be able to reach the Copenhagen targets by 2020. He seems to be right. Greenhouse gas emissions increased in 2011 to reach 710 million tons. It's not surprising then that because of this current government's policies, we will fail to meet the 207 million ton target by 2020. How has the Conservative government reacted to these statistics and to this kind of alarm, Mr. Speaker? Well, we have a Minister of the Environment who came and testified before the committee and who was unable to give the committee members a number on his sector-by-sector approach. Worse still, even questioned the relevance of even having any numbers to my colleague from Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, that shows how amateur this government is when it comes to this issue. And unfortunately, that's not all. Only last week, the Minister of Natural Resources, in an interview with the editorial team of La Presse, said, and I quote, "People aren't worried as much as they used to be about a 2-degree rise in temperature. Scientists have recently pointed out that our fear about climate change is exaggerated." Exaggerated? A 2-degree increase in temperature around the planet would cause irreversible damage throughout the planet's ecosystems and therefore to our global economy. We're already seeing the impact. Don Ferguson from the Canadian Insurance Bureau said in 2012, and I quote, "Climate trends have changed. All one has to do is look at the past 30 years here in Canada, and the trend is very clear. The number of extreme weather events are doubling every 5 to 10 years, and we have to do something." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give you another example of the kind of denial that's happening within the Conservatives when it comes to climate change. In the government's report on the cost, the price to pay for economic repercussions of climate change for Canada, the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy stated that the economic impact of climate change could reach $5 billion by 2020 and from $21 to $43 billion by 2050. What happened to the Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy? It no longer exists. It was cut by the Conservatives in one of their omnibus bills. The study put out by the Roundtable was right, but obviously the Conservatives were not happy about it. Mr. Speaker, as you know, a government can try and hide alarming statistics. It can try to muzzle scientists. It can try to cut and slash funds to economic and environmental research organizations. But there's one thing this government cannot do, and that is hide reality. The 10 hottest years ever recorded took place between 1998 and today. So 10 out of the last 15 years were the hottest in history. And that has not been challenged. It's the truth. Climate change is happening now, and this government has to stop putting its head in the sand, oil sands or otherwise, and it needs to take action now. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Nicholas Machiavelli wrote that one has to divide in order to rule. Well, this government, unfortunately, is relying on that principle by systematically opposing the economy and the environment, pitting them against each other. They think that environmental protection and green action will only slow the environment down. But, you know, Machiavelli wrote in the 15th and 16th centuries, this government has to understand that we are now in the 21st century. It is wrong to give this kind of misinformation. The economy and the environment go hand in hand. Better environmental regulations and a greener economy go hand in hand. And we can be prosperous if we do that, regardless of what the Conservatives say. Our best example of that was pointed out in the study of the National Roundtable on the Economy and the Environment that I quoted earlier.
We have to fight climate change, and we have to do that with a green economy. We have to better protect our natural resources. We have to support our producers, and therefore our local economies, which will be profitable. Not only will we be able to save $5 billion by 2020 and between $21 and $43 billion by 2050, but a green economy will also allow us to diversify our economy, to develop it in a sustainable and responsible way. And ultimately, it will allow us to fight climate change in Canada, and we will have a green, prosperous country that will be also an international leader. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we, the New Democrats, that believe that this government has to take immediate and urgent measures in order to avoid the extreme events that climate change will bring about. It needs to commit now to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions so that the global rise in temperature will be less than 2 degrees. Let us comply with our international commitments and obligations. Let us develop an economy that is green and that is sustainable. Within the New Democratic Party, we will continue to fight climate change and its catastrophic effects. That is our responsibility as parliamentarians. That is to build a better future for Canadian men and women now and for future generations. Let us act today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
North.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech in talking about severe weather. Severe weather is jeopardizing the lives of Canadians, their livelihoods and their property. Losses from natural catastrophes in Canada are rising. In fact, claim payouts from severe weather have doubled every 5 to 10 years since the 1980s. The National Roundtable study predicts that the cost of flooding alone due to climate change could be between $1 and $8 billion per year by the 2050s. Climate change is a significant and emerging threat to public health with considerable effects on the Canadian economy. It therefore seems strange that the Minister of the Environment claimed that staying in Kyoto would cost the country $14 billion, but thinks it's okay to saddle our children with actual and not trumped-up annual adaptation costs of $21 to $43 billion by 2050. And I'm wondering, what specific adaptation measures is the NDP suggesting to reduce the human health impacts, the direct human health impacts of climate change?
The member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. My colleague sits on the Committee of the Environment, and she knows that the Conservatives are in complete denial about these kinds of problems. We see it in the reports they bring to the committee. We know that there are many areas that need to be better protected. A study by the World Bank showed that there have to be even green spaces within urban areas, that will have a direct effect on health and an effect on the economy because people will not be as sick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions or comments?
Comments. L'honorable député de Beauharnois.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you, my colleague, for his fantastic work within the committee and for his very alarming speech on climate change and on Canada's position on climate change. I'd like to ask my colleague this. The Conservative government promised stricter regulations for the oil and gas sector, and nothing has been put forward. We were also hoping to see an end to subsidies to fossil fuel industries, which are subsidized on a yearly basis. Here in the NDP, we want that money to be reinvested in renewable energy, in various clean types of industries, clean and sustainable industry, for example, Leeds construction. My colleague also gave an example in Sorel-Tracy where construction material is recovered in order to make other construction materials. So they use waste and they get energy from that waste. And this has been acknowledged by the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. It also creates jobs, it helps the economy, and it contributes to sustainable development.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Beauharnois-Salaberry for that question. Obviously, she too is on the Environment Committee, and if she's asking for a reaction, it's no surprise that we can see through the questions being asked on the Standing Committee on the Environment that the Conservatives have put the economy ahead of the environment. They don't see that the two go hand in hand, and instead of encouraging green economy, because one day fossil fuels will come to an end, or if it won't be, the other countries will say we don't want it anymore. We have to make a change, a real change. Thank you. We have the time for another brief question as well as a brief response, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. My colleague mentioned that we'll have to do something immediately, that it's urgent. Could he give us an idea of what might happen if we don't take immediate action, as we can see happening with this government? The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Well, as I was saying, on the Standing Committee on the Environment, we have a lot of witnesses who appear who say that the situation is alarming, that if we don't take immediate action, people will get sicker and sicker. It will cost us a great deal in terms of health care. A cardiologist even came to tell us about the effects. We think that it's just malnutrition that leads to these kinds of problems, but the environment is a major factor, even more so than malnutrition. Really, we have to do something immediately, because we mustn't forget that the next generation will be the first generation that will live less long than we are.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to have an opportunity to be part of this debate, important debate on an important subject, climate change. However, I'm also very disappointed to have a debate that's predicated on one of the parties in this House, that's the New Democratic Party, playing politics with such an important issue. The time is long past when we should be using this as a topic to divide parties, to insert into the motion some text that makes it an egregious insult to those in the Liberal Party of Canada who have done so much good work on this issue and have advanced this issue so far, frankly is not worthy of the good intentions and the integrity of the members of the New Democratic Party. So I was very disappointed to see this issue being used in this way. And the time to debate the science of climate change is over. Apparently there's some Conservative members who are speaking out here because perhaps they still think that climate change science should be denied or mistrusted. But frankly, Mr. Speaker, they're in such a small minority on this planet at this point that they're marginalizing themselves. So what we have is an issue that crosses countries, it crosses cultures, it crosses everything. It is a human species issue. And what we need to be doing as a species is cooperating to solve this issue. This issue is so complex that it touches people in the whole range of our society, the whole range of the global community. And we need to work cooperatively together. We cannot advance on this issue with the kind of divisive tactics that, frankly, this motion itself embodies. So that's my disappointment. It is not a Canadian issue, it is a global issue. The atmosphere does not have national boundaries to it. We will be experiencing the effects of American, of Chinese, of French, of every other country's greenhouse gas emissions and vice versa. And this is an issue that is costing lives, it's costing species, and it's costing the security of our future on this planet. It's not just low-lying islands like Tuvalu or low-lying deltas in the South Asia. It's also the forests of British Columbia, where we have 70 million cubic meters of pine that was decimated by changing climate and warmer winters. It's not just the floods in Manhattan that costed billions. It's also floods in Winnipeg, in First Nations communities around Winnipeg, in low-lying suburbs of Greater Vancouver. It's not just droughts in the Midwest or hugely costly drought in Australia and in China. It's also droughts in the Nicola Valley in British Columbia, droughts that are costing the Okanagan Valley wineries, and impacts on Great Lakes and Lake Winnipeg. And Mr. Speaker, salmon, which is the iconic species of British Columbia and First Nations, we saw a 90% drop in the Fraser River sockeye salmon returns, and climate change is part of that impact. Do we accept a world in which we might not have salmon in British Columbia in 50 years because of acidification of our ocean, because of the warming of the streams in which those young salmon fry have to survive, because of the change in the food cycle that nourishes the salmon when they come into the ocean? That's impacting our salmon right now, and the situation is already desperate for many of salmon species. So, Monsieur le Président, nous avons...
Mr. Speaker, it is a race against time when we talk about climate change. It is urgent, and we as Canadians, people around the world, we all have cars, and the motor isn't working. We can't fix it. We can't repair it with arguments. We have to work. We have to work together. We have to cooperate in order to have a car that will work in this race, because we're talking about a race for humanity.
This is some theoretical concept, Mr. Speaker. It is actually people alive today. I mean, think about the projections that we could have a 10% chance of having the vast majority of this planet not able to actually support human habitation, not grow the food, not have adequate fresh water, not have fish protein for human consumption by 2100, by the end of the century. Well, my niece's son is 1 year old. That means he will be 88. It is today, it is people alive today that are faced with the risks that our society is imposing on their future, and that is completely unacceptable. We need to cooperate to deal with this. We cannot keep playing political games like this motion actually embodies. So in the motion talks about grave concern with the impacts of a 2-degree rise in global average temperatures. And, Mr. Speaker, for all the lack of commitment in the Conservative Party's part, that government actually did sign the Copenhagen Accord. The Copenhagen Accord, which is operational immediately, states, and I will quote, "We underline that climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. We emphasize our strong political will to urgently combat climate change in accordance with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities." Mr. Speaker, where is that urgency in this government's action? We see urgent communications to try and convince Canadians they're doing something when, in fact, they are taking us backwards with every month that passes. In the Copenhagen Accord, this Conservative government signed their agreement that, in quote, "We agree that deep cuts in global emissions are required according to science and as documented by the IPCC Fourth Assessment Panel with a view to reduce global emissions so as to hold consistent with science and on the basis of equity. We should cooperate in achieving the peaking of global and national emissions as soon as possible." And I could continue. So this is what the Conservatives actually signed, but what they're doing is completely antithetical to that supposed commitment. In fact, unfortunately, this is a government that has consistently embarrassed Canada onto the international stage, and been obstructive in climate change negotiations. In fact, finally, even ripping up their binding legal international agreement under Kyoto. One would think that this is not an issue of concern. To take that kind of step to smear Canada's reputation on the world stage, one would think that that would suggest that this is not an issue for the Conservatives. And in fact, that is what their actions would suggest. So contrary to the International Monetary Fund, and I would comment that the new president of the IMF has been very clear that climate change is actually one of the major economic threats for the future of the global economy. This is a government that does not seem to consider it a concern at all. And I'll quote the IMF Managing Director, Christine Lagarde, who is a former Conservative finance manager of France, when she said that the real wild card in the pack of economic pivot points is increased vulnerability from resource scarcity and climate change, with the potential for major social and economic disruption. And she called, as I said, she called climate change the greatest economic challenge of the 21st century. Sounds like that's something that one would imagine the Conservative government would actually listen to or take account of. But on the contrary, this is a government that has a focus set on accelerating development of Canada's fossil fuel commodities, from oil sands to shale gas to coal, at the expense of capturing any of the market investment, or virtually any of the market investment, in the thriving clean energy market. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting a study here that's called Competing in Clean Energy, Capitalizing on Canadian Innovation in a $3 trillion economy. And this is a market that is set to grow much more quickly than the other aspects of our economy. However, in Canada, venture capital investment, especially from large institutional investors, is declining in terms of clean energy, the clean tech sector. It's declining from $3.3 billion in 2000 to less than $1 billion in 2012. And I'm quoting, and Canadians have landed only 2% of clean energy patents granted in the United States since 2002, compared with Korea's 5%, Germany's 7%, and Japan's 26%. So the advice of the Canadian clean energy sector is have a level playing field, have some certainty for business, get rid of the subsidies for the oil and gas industry, subsidies that include the absence of a price on carbon, that include the absence of actually regulating that industry. There's been a lot of talk, but there has been no action. And this Conservative government's plans on that, in that regard, are also considered to be amongst the most ineffective and costly approaches to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So, and Mr. Speaker, I do want to also add that there are enormous opportunities to actually taking action on greenhouse gas emissions, but there's also economic, not just environmental costs, as the member from Etobicoke North has been so eloquently able to lay out for us today, but there's also economic costs to not taking action, and those are the kinds of tariffs that other countries are putting in place. Carbon taxes like Japan's on our coal exports to Japan. Canada is now having a massive wealth transfer of approximately $400 million every year into the Japanese treasury because Japan has a price on carbon and Canada does not. And that's just the beginning. Japan is poised to put the same legislation in place for oil, for natural gas, for bitumen, so that all of those products exported to Japan for those products, the Japanese government will collect a tariff, a massive wealth transfer into the Japanese treasury, a competitor nation, because of a failure to act by this government in Canada. So I want to go to the section in this motion that is about condemning the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998 to address emissions and meet our Kyoto commitments. I'll start by asking the member from Windsor West, who was celebrating the reductions that Lafarge Cement has made. That is to be celebrated. And in my province, it's not just the cement industry, it was the aluminum industry, it was the pulp industry, it was the transportation industry, the oil and gas industry. These industries began to make changes to their processes and their technologies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and they started to do that back around 2000. Why? Because of the Liberal government's voluntary reduction registry. And it worked. There was up to 35% reductions in greenhouse gas emissions by the pulp sector. So, Mr. Speaker, the idea that the Liberal government did nothing is completely fallacious. And in fact, I was right at the table in those days. I was the Environment Minister in British Columbia from 2001 to 2004. And I had a chance, not as a federal Liberal, but as a member of a provincial government, to witness the activities of the federal Liberal government of the day. And what I want to say is, when we have an issue that is this woven through the fabric of our society and requires this much cooperation, it also requires education and understanding. And that is what the Liberal government from 1997, when it signed onto the Kyoto Protocol, began to do, began to educate the Canadian public, who at that point didn't know much about this. Now, I understand some members here have been deeply engaged in this issue for many years, not the ones that have been cackling from across the aisle, mind you, but some on this side of the House. And in fact, I wrote my Master's of Business Administration thesis on just this issue in 1992. But the bulk of the public was not of awareness of this issue when the Liberal government began working on it. So part of what the government did was to begin to bring the public on board and to begin to have public understanding of individual actions that could take place, cooperating with the public. Part of what the Liberal government did was work through the Federation of Municipalities, FCM, so that municipalities understood their role in this and began to become champions for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And we see municipalities today and these federations, whether it's provincial or countrywide, as leaders in greenhouse gas reductions because of their partnership cooperating with the federal Liberal government of the day. The Liberal government began working with industry, began doing industry-by-industry negotiations so that the kinds of reductions that they would make would not harm their competitive chances and would not harm their businesses, but would contribute to greenhouse gas emission reductions. And it worked. It worked right across the country. And then they began working with provincial governments. And I was the representative of our provincial government, Mr. Speaker. I witnessed the Liberals of the day in 2001, 2002, 2003 do an extensive set of modeling. How can we actually accomplish our goals in a way that is fairest for the provinces, fairest for industry and for individuals, and as cost-effective as possible? That modeling and those conclusions were then brought to me, to our provinces, to reflect on, to analyze ourselves, and to give input into. And then the modeling was redone, taking in the information provided by the provinces. Now, that's called consultation. I know that the government, the Conservative government of today, does not even know that word. Why consult? They know better than anybody about everything. Well, in fact, the Liberal government consulted, and that is how they got the provinces on board. And, Mr. Speaker, in British Columbia, I had the privilege of leading an initiative that brought the captains of industry and others who were interested in this issue together to work with our cabinet on how we can move forward on this. And out of that, we came up with a climate change plan in 2004 that involved every ministry reducing their own greenhouse gas emissions and those of their partners. Following that, in 2007, in the throne speech, the provincial government of British Columbia launched their greenhouse gas reduction plan that is widely admired across North America today. And an audit has shown that greenhouse gas emissions has actually declined 15% since 2008 under the BC Liberal Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan at minimal or no impact to the economy. Now that ties in to the partnership the federal Liberal government made with the provinces to do bilateral agreements to support the provinces in bringing forward their own plans and doing their own activities. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government in 2005 had Project Green putting down the final piece of their roadmap to action, and that was a regulatory tool that would have accomplished the Kyoto targets had the government of Canada not changed. So the Liberals did nothing. That is one of the biggest fictions of our politics today. The Liberals set the entire framework for the actions that have been done. And I was there as witness to it. And British Columbia was on board because of it. But what happened next? What happened in the fall of 2005 when the Liberals were poised to put that last piece of the puzzle in place? The NDP made a decision that they knew better. They thought it would be better. It would be better to have a Conservative government. It would be better for climate change to have the current Prime Minister in charge. It would be better for Canada's reputation to pull down the government of the day and put a Conservative government into the driver's seat. Whoa. What a mistake. But to then bring this motion forward, claiming that the Liberals did nothing, is the height of hypocrisy, and very disappointing to me as someone who works constructively. I would like to believe with many members of the NDP party. So, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is drawing to a close. I'm just getting going here. I'm having a lot of fun. But I remain highly disappointed that we have to have partisan wedge issue motions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much. And, I usually do get along quite well with the member for Vancouver Quadra, but I couldn't help but engage in this debate after, frankly, just offensive. I mean, the idea that voters didn't know what they were voting for, they elected a non-Liberal government 3 times in a row, and they did so in part because the last Liberal leader on the question of climate change and the environment said, quote, "We didn't get it done." And if she doesn't believe that the government of Canada, under any auspices, should be moving forward with the natural resource extraction industries, then maybe she ought to question her own current Liberal leader, who, of course, supported the Nexon deal, who believes in the Enbridge pipeline project, who thinks that we should go further in that regard. And also, perhaps she could explain why it is that when the environment was such a front and center issue, the Canadian public looked at the Liberal proposal of a green shift, a carbon tax plan, and rejected it. And then she comes in the House and says, well, the Canadian public is just stupid. They're stupid because they didn't elect us, because we know so much more. They put their plan straight forward. It was clear. The public saw it, and they rejected it. Don't insult Canadian taxpayers by suggesting they didn't know what they were voting for. They knew very well what they were voting for. And they knew very well what they were voting for. When she was the Environment Minister for the province of British Columbia, she won fossil awards for her failures as Environment Minister on the question of climate change. And if she wants to talk about elections and getting things done, her own former Liberal leader said the Liberals failed to get it done. There was a 30% increase in GHG emissions. They won the carbon awards, and that's why they were rejected the last 3 elections in a row, and it's why she was rejected as Environment Minister in British Columbia.
Order. I see there is abundant interest in questions and comments for this round. I ask members to keep their interventions to around a minute or so. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I I think I may have hit a bit of a nerve on the other side of the aisle. I haven't seen the Minister of Heritage this excited in a long while, and in fact, I would note that it is that member who has put some very negative words in. It's out of his mouth has come some very negative characterizations of the public, not from mine. So perhaps that is what that member thinks of the public. But I will answer one part of that diatribe, and that has to do with our carbon resources. Our carbon resources are important assets, and it is the oil and gas industry itself that is saying we want a level playing field, and it is the industry itself that is saying pricing carbon through a carbon tax is actually a more cost-effective way than through these cumbersome red tape regulatory framework that the government is talking about and has yet to even launch 7 years of government, and they have done nothing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue along the same lines. The Liberals are saying that now it's the fault of the NDP because Canadians refused what they proposed. Well, I remember back in 2008 when the Liberals said that they were going to be going ahead with a carbon tax, and we were putting forth a carbon market, carbon exchange, that they changed in 2011. We don't know what their position is. And one of the problems that we have with the Liberals, and I think the honourable colleague said, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't do anything. They said they did held some consultations, unlike the Conservatives, but she admitted that they didn't take any steps. And that's why our motion is so good, because we denounce the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998. I think the honourable colleague would agree with that. She could tell us what her measures are, a carbon market or a carbon tax. What is their position?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to answer the measure that there were concrete measures. And that's why emission rates stabilized in 2005, and they started to go down in 2006. It was thanks to our measures, not because the economy was in recession. It was as a result of concrete action taken by individuals in our society, industry, main industry, and all of the negotiations with the provinces. The provinces themselves started to put in place measures in order to reduce their emissions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Speaker, the Minister of Heritage was talking about the Canadian public rejecting certain ideas and so on. But if I recall, the Conservative Party, especially when Mr. Obama was on the rise, the Conservative Party embraced the idea of carbon markets. And people voted for them. So were they? It seems to me that the Canadian public was supporting the kinds of policies that would help combat climate change. It's just that the Conservatives didn't deliver. What would the members say to that?
Well,
the honourable member for Vancouver.
It's a very accurate observation. This is the Conservatives ran twice, in 2006 and in 2008. On a promise to do a cap-and-trade system, which is a carbon market system, which actually it's one of the principal ways of putting a price on carbon. So it is true, the public must have felt that must have perceived this party and this government as one that might be willing to act, but unfortunately that's not the case. And not only that, any of the organizations that are pointing at the best way to manage this, the best way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in a way that is fair, that is effective, that is efficient, organizations like its own appointed National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy. As soon as they use the word climate change, that's it, their history. So this is not a government that anymore is interested in having advice and counsel on how to be effective.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Picking up a little bit on where the honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage left off. It's interesting. It's not just the Canadian public rejected Liberal proposals over the last 3 campaigns, of course mindful of their woeful record with respect to climate change. I think it's also, you know, it's something to hear them continue to retread through ideas that have been rejected and present them once again as though they're new or things that should be uptaken even though the Canadian public have said something quite different. Does the member understand that there is a world price for oil? There is a world price for gasoline. And oil companies like the idea of a carbon tax principally because they will get the world price for oil or gasoline regardless, but the carbon tax would then be paid by Canadian consumers and it would completely exempt them. However, if they're actually regulated, they'll have to absorb these costs and only receive the world price for oil and gasoline. Oil companies aren't charitable organizations. Important industry for Canada, but they're not charitable.
Honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has some arguments to make there that completely ignore the fact that it is imperative to actually do something that works. And this is a government that has failed to do that. While positioning itself as a government that has gone halfway to meeting its obligations under its own rather weak targets, it turns out, it was wrong. It was actually calculating what would happen if oil and gas emissions and other carbon emissions skyrocketed and counting halfway down from that. It's actually on track to increasing emissions since 2005, not reducing them by 17% as it had proposed. And the International Energy Agency, which is really represents the energy industries, is calling is saying that il est impératif de développer.
It is imperative to quickly develop energy technology, which, in order to prevent the climate from facing catastrophic incidents.
What's government doing besides trying to pull the wool over the Canadian public?
We have time just for one short question. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a very short question. I won't be long. I wonder how my colleague can achieve the same diagnosis as us, but be prepared to completely not look at the medical patient's records. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member can repeat the last part of his question. The honourable member. Well, I was wondering, in fact, how my colleague could come up with the same diagnosis while completely refuting the patient's medical file or history.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Monsieur le Président, c'est clair que cet enjeu touche.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this issue affects health and the well-being of our society here in Canada. So it's not just an economic and environmental issue, but it's also a key issue for the health of Canadians in the future. On resuming debate, there are just 2 minutes left for the honourable member for Gatineau. And what an honor, 2 minutes. Well, it'll be a wonderful opportunity to wrap up this interesting debate. I have so many things that I could have said to the member for Vancouver Quadra as a former Liberal who lost in 2006 and who knows what people did. They said it was the people, the party in which people had absolutely no confidence. Mr. Speaker, they gave me a break, a 2-election break. They gave me time to join the NDP, and now they placed their trust in me, 62% trust in me. And so that means something. I'd like to take the final minute that I probably have. I say 1 minute, but perhaps if he continues to talk up there, I'll have a little bit more time. But to congratulate my colleague for Halifax, who's done an extraordinary job as environment critic
Fortunately, we have days like today in order to attempt to move forward on these issues. I'm so disappointed. The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie mentioned something, and I'd encourage my Liberal colleagues to reread the motion. There's nothing dangerous in the motion. There's nothing wrong with admitting that since 1998, we're denouncing the lack of effective action to resolve the problem of greenhouse gas emissions and to honor our commitments under Kyoto. When we look at what the Environment Commissioner said, we realize that, in fact, political parties, and there haven't been any concrete measures. So let's stop on the Liberal benches trying to say that they are champions of the environment when we saw increases in greenhouse gas emissions by 20%, if not more. Look at what the situation is now under the Conservatives. So they shouldn't be mocking this subject. Once we face some catastrophic environmental or weather incidents, people's lives will be jeopardized and it will be very costly. We can talk it about then. We'll have emergency debates on the matter. And in the NDP, we'll say, we had warned you about that. We told you about that. I would hope that we wouldn't be in a position to have to say that. Thank you for this opportunity to wrap up the debate here today. I hope the Liberals will wake up one day and stop saying that they are so pro-environment without doing anything, because they simply need to remember what they did before they were thrown out of power. It being 5:15, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Ms. Leslie, seconded by Ms. Quash, moved that this House...
The International Energy Agency that there is grave concern with the impacts of a 2-degree rise in global average temperatures. B. Dénonce.
B. Condemn the lack of effective action by successive federal governments since 1998. To address emissions and meet our Kyoto commitments.
On the government to immediately table its federal climate change adaptation plan. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les non l'emportent. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I would request that this vote be deferred until Monday, April 29th, at the time set aside for government orders.
The recorded division stands deferred until Monday at the conclusion of government orders. I see the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at 5:30.
Is that agreed? To see the clock at 5:30? Yes? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Dion relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorder division on the motion of Mr. Dion relating to the business of supply. The question is the following one.
Emeru move that Standing Order 31 be amended by adding the following. 1. The Speaker shall recognize members in alphabetical order by party. For the purposes of the Standing Order, all members who do not belong to a recognized party shall be grouped together. 2. When a member is unable to present his or her statement on the date required by Standing Order 31-1, he or she may indicate in writing to the Speaker, at least 1 hour prior to the beginning of statements by members, the name of the member with whom he or she will exchange position. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. McCauley.
McCauley.
Mr. Easter. Mr. Regan. Monsieur Bélanger. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Byrne. Monsieur Dion. Ms. Bennett. Monsieur Coderre. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Gros. Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McGuinty. Monsieur Garneau. Mr. Scarpoleggia. Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Valeriot. Mr. Shue. Mr. Kerry Janis. Madame Saint-Denis. Ms. Ashton. Madame Day. Mr. Alan Wellen. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Harris St. John's East. Madame Boivin. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Nash. Mr. Julian. Ms. Crowder. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Correction, Edmonton South Kona. Madame Perrault. Madame Ayala. Mr. Bevington. Mr. Massey. Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar. Mr. Kelway. Madame Brosseau. Madame Turmel. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Chisholm. Mr. Marston. Madame Hughes. Madame Laverdière. Madame Papillon. Monsieur Bramy. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Stewart. Monsieur Ravignac. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Monsieur Toone. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Madame Péclet. Monsieur Maille. Monsieur Larose. Monsieur Giguère. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Choquette. Monsieur Rousseau. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Mr. Rankin. Madame Freeman. Mr. Benskin. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Atamanenko. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Diane Labelle. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard. Monsieur Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Monsieur Genet. Monsieur Morin-Laurentier de Labelle. Monsieur Bellavance.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Monsieur Valcourt. Monsieur Lebel. Ms. Ambrose. Mr. Taves. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. Flaherty. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukac. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kent. Mr. Fast. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Bright Price. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Dykstra. Monsieur Bernier. Mr. Gosal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Upal. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Monsieur Gourde. Mr. Carey. Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret. Mr. Anders. Mr. Vallacott. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brownies Granville. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Chong. Mrs. Greywall. Ms. Rampal. Monsieur Gauguin. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Del Mastro. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Troupe. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Adams. Mrs. Glover. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leong. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Deckert. Ms. Brown Market Aurora. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mrs. Smith. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Allen Tobic-Mactaquac. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Brenouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Albrecht. Mrs. Davidson. Monsieur Galipo. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storsett. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkerton. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hobach. Mr. Holder. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Rathgaber, Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon, Mr. Payne, Mr. Richards, Mr. Shorey, Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country, Mr. Weston St. John, Mr. Woodworth, Mr. Young Oakville, Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Sopak, Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George, Mr. Adler, Mr. Albus, Mrs. Ambler, Mr. Aspen, Madame Bateman, Mr. Butt, Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Daniel, Mr. Chisu, and then Mr. Daniel, Mr. Gill, Mr. Hayes, Ms. James, Mr. Leaf, Mr. Menegakis, Mr. Tote, Mr. Wilkes, Mr. McColman, Ms. Young, Vancouver South, Mr. Lizon, Mr. Opitz, Mr. Seaback, Mr. Straw, Mr. Trottier, Mr. Williamson, Mr. O'Toole, Ms. Crockett, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Stanton, Mr. Devolin.
Yeas pour 96, 96. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 5:57, the House now proceeds to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-478, a bill respecting families murdered and brutalized persons.
Order. Order. We still have private members' business to conduct tonight, so I'll appreciate if members could take their conversations outside of the chamber into the lobbies. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
No, that's okay. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Rajat, moves that Bill C-478, an act to amend the criminal code increasing parole ineligibility, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure for me to be able to rise for this first hour debate on my private member's bill, Bill C-478, which is a bill that I've titled the Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act. I want to thank earlier today the Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister for throwing their support behind my private member's bill. I also want to thank Senator Beausvenu from the other place for his support of this legislation, and also for his incredible work that he has done when he founded the Association for Families of Murdered and Missing People. What Bill C-478 is focused at doing is amending the criminal code. Section 475 lays out a number of different codes for sentencing for a number of different felonies. And what we are doing is going to create a new section under 7445 that would really concentrate on individuals who have committed the three following crimes together: the abduction, the sexual assault, and the murder of an individual. And what we're proposing is that rather than the one sentence of a maximum life sentence of 25 years without parole, that we give the discretionary power to the courts to look at increasing that ineligibility up to a maximum of 40 years. Now, this is about empowering the courts. This is about giving another tool to the judge and to the jury to look at ways to evaluate individual cases. And I think because we are targeting looking at providing discretionary power to the courts and not mandatory minimums, that we are actually going to be compliant with Section 12 of the Charter. So the judge, when determining the parole and eligibility period, has to take into regard the character of the offender, the nature of the offenses, and the circumstances surrounding their commission. So he can, a judge could task the jury to make a recommendation back to the judge in sentencing on what type of parole and eligibility they wish to provide for these individuals. And that is, again, from a maximum of today is at 25 years, that they now can go from 25 years all the way to 40 years if the person is charged and convicted of first-degree murder in association with the other acts of kidnapping and rape. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a very important issue that really strikes at home of what Canadians expect of this government. And my private member's bill, C-478, follows in suit with and been modeled after Bill C-48, which was the government's bill on protecting the Canadians by ending sentence discounts for multiple murders, and Bill S-6, which is the Act for Serious Time for the most serious crimes. So, again, it is providing a tool to the courts. It's empowering the judges and juries to make stronger sentencing, and it's about going after the worst of society. We're talking about the Robert Pictons of the world, the Paul Bernardos, Russell Williams, Michael Rafferty, Terry Lynn McClintock, Clifford Olson, Donald Armstrong, James Dobson, David Shearing, and even Luca Magnotta, who's in the system right now. These are the most depraved individuals, and one that I think all society really finds repulsive. These sadistic murderers are the ones that go out and snatch up our children, our loved ones, and then go and do their sexually depraved acts upon their victims, and then sadistically murder them. A true brutalization of these individuals. One of the worst ones that we came across is David Theron, who was sentenced to life in prison back in 1975. At the time, and I'd like to quote Justice Hughes, who was the judge at the time, stated in regards to Theron that he should never again be on the streets and roadway of our country. That this individual was so depraved that the judge at the time, taking in consideration his character and the gravity of the crimes that he had committed, should never, ever be paroled. And all the research that we've done, that my office has contacted the Library of Parliament, we have contacted people who are experts in the criminal justice system, we could not find one example where these type of sadistic murderers ever are paroled. Clifford Olson died in prison. These individuals are not being released back into society. But yet they've had tools at their disposal, being parole board hearings, where they can re-victimize the families. They can go and ask for a parole hearing at year 10 if they're a second-degree murder. Robert Picton was only charged with second-degree murder on 25 counts. So he can, at 10 years, be eligible for making a parole hearing. So what we want to do is make sure that doesn't happen. So now the judges can say, even if they're charged with second-degree murder, not first-degree murder, that they can put a more stringent timeline before they can start making parole applications. Now, Mr. Speaker, just a few years ago, I think a lot of Canada, including myself, was gripped with the Tory Stafford case. And it broke everyone's hearts to see how this little girl was caught on camera being abducted from school, and then later found that she had been sexually assaulted by Michael Rafferty and Terry Lynn McClintock, and then was brutally murdered with a hammer. In 2010, Terry Lynn McClintock was sentenced to life in prison. At about the same time, it also came to light that Russell Williams, former member of the Canadian Forces, was also arrested and sentenced at the end of 2010 in October for the murder of Jessica Lloyd and Marie France Como. Again, were abducted, raped, and then murdered. And then during that time, as Michael Rafferty was still in the court system, Clifford Olson was dying of cancer in jail. And it had been weighing on my mind, and in listening to the talk shows, how can we keep these very gruesome individuals from being released back into society where they can really, again, have the opportunity to reoffend. When I heard the story of Sharon Rosenfeld, her husband Gary, and their son Darren, and in listening to how their family was tormented by Olson, along with the other 10 families who had also lost loved ones to this monster, I think is the only way you could describe Clifford Olson. And he would write to them when they were getting ready to attend parole board hearings about how he not only abducted and raped over and over again their children, but how he tortured them and the way he killed them. And I think that all Canadians were repulsed by that recount and by those crimes. So I started looking into how do we save the families from having to go before the parole board every time one of these individuals can apply for parole. Olson did it under the Feign Hope Clause at year 15, and then starting at year 23, he was allowed to again reapply every 2 years. And he would write to the families, and they would be forced to put together all their victim impact statements and then appear at the parole board hearing and restate and relive that traumatic and terrible event of being, informed that their child had been murdered brutally. So this bill is about ending the re-victimization of the families, Mr. Speaker. This bill will end the ability of those sadistic individuals who are incarcerated from using parole hearings to toy, to terrorize, and brutalize the families over and over again. The potential is that if Bill C-478 becomes law, and if a judge and jury make the decision to apply the maximum sentence of 40 years without parole, is that it would save the families 8 parole board hearings over that time. 8 times of having to go before the parole board, facing the individual who murdered their loved one, having to relive the horrific events that occurred in the past. And really, this is about respecting their rights as victims. This bill isn't about tougher punishments, because all the research, and I have to restate this, all the research has shown that these individuals are never released back into society. They're incarcerated for life. Parole boards are over and over again denying them the ability to go back into society. These individuals are not rehabilitating. These individuals, I've been sitting and reading through victim impact statements from a number of the families that I've been in contact with. And one family even shared with me an email from another convict who was incarcerated at the same time and in the same facility as the murderer of their child. And he wrote and said this individual, despite the facade that he's putting on, should never be released into society, to do everything that they could to ensure that he stayed in prison. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about the families of the victims, like Linda Bright, Janet and Karen Johnson, Darlene Priorello, and Sharon Rosenfeld's son, Darren. Linda Bright was only 16 years old when she was abducted by Donald Armstrong in Kingston back in 1978. He's applied for parole on numerous occasions, including just recently in March of last year. Linda's sister, Susan Ashley, made this statement. She says, "It breaks my heart having to live through this again. My heart breaks having to watch my mom and dad drag up their thoughts and pain from that deep place inside them where they tuck their hurt away." Linda's mother, Margaret Bright, said, "This is not fair. We should not have to relive our tragedy. When I remember my daughter, let me remember her as a little girl. Don't make me think about that awful time in 1978. Let me tell you, this has been the most difficult thing I've had to do in the last 20 years. You know, Sharon Rosenfeld this morning, who's been very active with the National Victims of Crime organization, attended our press conference with Minister of Justice and Senator Beausoleil. And, you know, she was what really drove me to this point, hearing her on the radio, driving around in the riding to Manitoba. And so I really appreciate that she has been such a powerful advocate. Well, her son Darren was only 16, and again was a victim, one of 11, of Clifford Olson. And they had to go through Faint Hope Clause hearing back in '97, and parole hearings in 2006 and 2010. And every time he was denied parole. Well, her past husband Gary said that what's really horrendous about this is this is only the beginning. We're going to have to do this every 2 years as long as Olson lives. And this is a very, very painful experience for myself and my family. And Sharon said, attending parole hearings every 2 years or 5 years after the offender has served 25 years is cruel and unusual punishment for the victims' families. And Terry Priorello, when talking about her sister Darlene, who was killed at 16 years of age back in 1982, said, families have already been victimized once. They shouldn't have to be victimized every 2 years. Having to face a loved one's killer and to read what he did to her and how her death has affected our lives is something nobody should ever have to do once, never mind twice. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask members of this House to support my bill and really respect the rights of the victims whose children have been so brutally murdered by these horrendous characters.
Here, here.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Selkirk-Interlake, for his bill. I think that this gives us an opportunity to address the issue of victims, because with each crime, there are often not just one victim, but many victims. But where I have some problems with the bill is that he implies to people listening to us, Mr. Speaker, that this would resolve the issue for all people mentioned, whereas his bill, in fact, extends from 25 to 40 years, the period of time. It's a step. It's a progressive thing. It doesn't go from 25 to 40. It could be anywhere between 25 and 40. And it's up to the court and the judge. The jury can recommend something, but the judge can do something different. So how can he say in this House that this bill will ensure that the victims that he is talking about won't be required to appear every 2 years to address these issues when that isn't the case under the bill? And secondly, has he consulted with people at the Department of Justice to determine whether this bill is consistent with Section 12 of the Charter of Human Rights, or Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as other charters.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you know, I do thank the member for her questions and her role as the critic for justice. And you know, we did talk to the Department of Justice as I was drafting this, and we went back and forth a number of times on trying to find the right wording. I've worked exclusively with the Library of Parliament in drafting to ensure that we were compliant with Section 12. I didn't want to bring a bill forward that was going to fail that test. It would be a waste of this House's time. It'd be a waste of my one and only space that I have to bring forward private members' business if we didn't proceed in a way that was compliant, but still made a difference. So I am confident that because we are giving the powers to the courts, that it isn't being legislated as a mandatory minimum, that we are compliant with the Act. It allows for discretion. The judge, and under the recommendation of a jury or not, will have the ability to set sentencing beyond 25 years. And you know, it still allows them to weigh in all the other matters of the case. So it isn't tied in directly, and I hope that the NDP will be able to look at this, realize that we're talking about a very small number of offenders who are going to be incarcerated in the future, and that this is about protecting the families of having to relive horrific experiences of being at parole.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the comments that the member has brought forward, and to pick up on the word horrific. And I think it's an excellent word to describe what it is that this bill is attempting to do in the minds of a vast majority of Canadians. When they hear of stories of which he's conveyed, I think that's a fairly appropriate word to be using. And so I'm pleased in terms of what it is that I'm hearing from the member, especially given the fact that you're allowing the judge to use it as a discretionary authority, and as such feel comfortable in supporting what it is that the member has brought to the House today. My question is the member looking at any, or does he have in mind any type of amendments that he sees coming, or is he fairly confident of the bill itself?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
I want to thank my friend from Winnipeg North and for his comments and for his support. And you know, I realize that at times in private members' bills, you know, sometimes the wording isn't perfect. I would accept any amendments that really enhance the clarity of what we're trying to do. That we want to ensure that this is just another tool at the disposal of the courts, and that we are focusing in on the most brutal murderers that get incarcerated, the people that are so depraved and sadistic that they carry out the abduction, the sexual assault, and the ultimate killing of our innocent.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't keep any of you in suspense. Here in the NDP, we have decided that we are going to oppose C-478 for several reasons, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with my colleague from Selkirk Interlake that this is about horrible crimes, undescribable crimes. I could list several that are just as horrible, actually, just as undescribable. And for the parents of a victim who has died, and if I use the words of the bill, it would be for only those three offenses, kidnapping and murder. So there would be parents of victims who wouldn't necessarily have suffered from all 3 points, but only one, then they wouldn't be eligible for this. So I do have problems with what's missing in the bill, but there are other more substantial problems with the bill. I just heard the question from my colleague from Winnipeg North. He's saying, fine, they support it, the judge would still have discretionary authority. But the problem is with Section 12 of the Charter. I'm not convinced that this is an issue of discretion. This is a question of how long it takes to go for a parole hearing, and the problem lies therein. The problem lies therein because, technically, if you look at the Rome Convention, even when there are cases of genocide, war crimes, mutilation, rape, murder, all the signatories, and Canada is one of those signatories, all the signatories have agreed that even after a life sentence, there is still a review of the right to parole after 25 years. So that's my concern. I want to make sure when bills come forward and when they're passed, that we're not passing something that is contrary to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms or that presents any other serious legal problems. Now, sometimes I do give the benefit of the doubt to the government or to bills that are brought in through the back door, for example, through backbenchers. I mean, that's often the process that's used here, Mr. Speaker. So one hopes that, yes, there will be serious changes within the criminal code. I mean, let's just take a hypothesis. A jury recommends to the judge that in one absolutely horrible case like the Bernarda case, I do not doubt for an instant, that the jury would decide on life sentence, that is to say a maximum sentence, maximum imprisonment before they're able to come back before the parole board. I mean, the people who followed that crime realized how horrible it is. That person is going to die in prison. That person who's convicted will never, ever, ever be released. However, our system is designed such that there is always an ability to review the circumstances because, who knows, at some point in time, there may be an exception. Just remember that the Bernardo-type people and Clifford Olson, especially Bernardo, they don't have to go back to before the parole board every 2 years, as my colleague was saying earlier. So for those victims, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree. It is absolutely horrible to have to relive experiences. But I've spoken to many victims, to many people when bills have come forward before the Justice Committee. And I can tell you that it's not thanks to conservative bills that these victims are going to feel anything other than, for example, some brief feeling that someone is thinking about them when a bill is passed. But then they go back to thinking about those horrible crimes that happened. There are children who were mutilated, kidnapped, murdered, etc. So we have a legal system, and if the legal system were designed to be more respectful of the rights of victims, and if Crown attorneys were to speak with victims before they're the courts and were to speak to parents to explain what's happening, that would already create a more respectful environment for victims. But it's to tell victims that thanks to this bill they will not have to go before the parole board again every 2 years is really sending them the wrong message. It's making them believe something that isn't actually going to happen. It's like telling them that, it's like telling everyone else that thanks to S7 we're all going to be safer. So you're giving people a false sense of security, you're giving people a false sense of something that isn't actually going to happen. Mr. Speaker, we in the NDP do not play those games. We think these are very serious issues, much too serious for us to go and lead people to believe something that isn't the case. Now, I started saying this earlier. Let's take a jury who suggests to the judge 40 years before having the right to go before the parole board. The judge, for whatever reason, decides to support that verdict. Mr. Speaker, obviously that will be challenged, it will be appealed, and it will probably go right up to the Supreme Court. Why? Well, when you have a similar crime, let's say, there can be very similar sentences. Now, when you go from 25 to 40 years, you just have to remember this. The Conservatives have this sort of line they're following from when they came into power and probably from towards wherever they're going, probably towards a charter for victims. Now, apparently the minister wants to consult even more, consulting rather than acting. That seems to be the minister's style. Anyway, what I'm saying is we have a major problem. Once again, Section 12 of the Charter says that you can't impose cruel and unusual punishment. Now, you may say, well, the crime itself was cruel. Absolutely, I agree. Nobody disagrees here on this side. No one will rise and say that kidnapping and assaulting and raping and killing a child is not horrible and disgusting and it has to be punished. But that person is being punished, Mr. Speaker, life in prison. There are Bernardos around the world who will never, ever see the outside of the prison walls. So let's stop giving people the impression that we're already not severe enough. We are very, very severe. We're talking about the right to go before the board. Now, I've spoken to many experts, Mr. Speaker, whether these be human rights experts, legal experts, criminologists, Crown attorneys, defense attorneys, and here's what they tell me. Let's take the case of Olson. In that case, there was kidnapping, rape, and murder. Now, do you think that the Crown attorney had to prove each and every one, the rape and the kidnapping? No. All his eggs went into that basket, one basket. It was murder, and he got life in prison for the murder. Mr. Speaker, well, not you, but this bill is changing what will happen in the courts. And that's why I put my question to my colleague earlier. I don't doubt the fact that he may have spoken with people from Justice, but I'm looking forward to hearing them. And I know that we'll be voting against. I don't know if the Liberals will be voting with us. But the critic is an expert in human rights. I'm very surprised to hear what their stance will be. But anyway, what the government is doing is changing this framework. And I'm surprised that officials from the Department of Justice think that it may not, think that it will pass the test. I want these people check. And Mr. Speaker, if the purpose here is to spare victims from having to go before these hearings again, well, it would have been much better and much wiser to find ways in which we could help those people. There are people like Bernardo and Olson who go before these hearings. Well, these individuals, these victims, shouldn't have to go before the board, shouldn't have to go to the hearings. I'm sure there are ways we can do that. Now, let's say there's a small danger that those offenders will be released, but that percentage is very small, that it's almost impossible. So those victims shouldn't have to go there. In any case, Mr. Speaker, I'll be listening to the rest of the debate, but what I can say from the outset is that this NDP does not pass the test, and this will create a major change in the way cases are dealt with before the courts.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak tonight in favor of Bill C-478. First, I'd like to ask your indulgence and the indulgence of my colleagues to say a few words about a case in Nova Scotia, with which I think we're all familiar, and of course, it's received national and international attention over the past few weeks. Of course, I'm speaking of the case, the very tragic case of Rehtaeh Parsons. And I know that all members would join me in offering our very sincere condolences to the family and friends of Rehtaeh Parsons on what is truly a tragic loss. Like all members, I think, I'm looking forward to the Minister of Justice introducing legislation that we hope, that we expect, will recognize the dangers that our children face in today's world, that will help us put an end to cyberbullying. I don't know how you legislate to stop people treating others in a way that's ridiculing, demeaning or making false statements about them, because that is part of the bullying in this case. What happened in that school is clearly of great concern, I think more than one school, as we know. So I look forward to what the minister has, and I hope that we can, as a society, not just bring forward laws that deal with this, but go beyond that to face up to what's happened here and try to prevent this sort of thing happening again. So let me turn my attention to C-478. This is certainly an interesting piece of legislation from my colleague from Selkirk Interlake, and I appreciate him bringing it forward. I welcome this change. It's a change from the usual conservative practice in that the bill does not seek to limit judicial discretion. Now, I don't know if that's a result of the discussions he had with the Department of Justice, or maybe it was his own approach to begin with, because normally what we see from this government is not allowing any discretion from judges, and that's kind of a Republican approach they seem to have adopted, which I don't agree with. And I think that you have to look at each case separately on the facts of the case, which is what he's proposing that judges do in this instance, based in fact, in part, on the recommendation of a jury, which the judge can consider. Like Canadians everywhere, the Liberal Party believes that our courts should be empowered to impose severe sentences where warranted. And I don't think that this is a case of a cruel sentence. We're talking about people who are getting sentences life imprisonment. They're talking about what the parole situation is. I mean, often it's positive, it makes sense, depending on the kind of crime, to have the possibility of parole, because in many cases that improves the chance that a perpetrator, that a convict will perhaps do things in prison that will be more cooperative, that they will try to, in fact, rehabilitate. Not that all convicts can be rehabilitated, obviously, but they will actually, hopefully, make some effort so that when the time comes that they can apply for parole, they might have a chance. The experts have said that there are some benefits to that. But I think, as my honourable colleague from Selkirk Interlake has said, we're talking here about a different kind of case. We're talking about cases like Clifford Olson and what happens to the poor families of victims in that case who have to go through a parole hearing or a series over time of parole hearings. I mean, how horrible to think that the perpetrator has the power over those families to force them to go before a parole board, to have to relive the whole thing, not every year perhaps, but multiple times. And so I appreciate very much what my honourable colleague is working to achieve here, and that's what we're talking about. And I think it's important also to remember that what he's talking about here is where a perpetrator has not only committed murder, but has abducted someone, sexually assaulted that person, and then murdered that person. He's saying that you have to have all those three. That's a pretty severe instance. And I think the other thing he's saying is let's leave the discretion in the judge to make the assessment. Is this the kind of person, is this a Clifford Olson type of person who's going to be there forever and who might be trying to take advantage or cause humiliation and upset to the families over that period? And in a case where that judge maybe comes to that kind of conclusion, they can say, you're going to not have a chance at parole until 40 years from now. So that's what my honourable colleague, I think, is trying to do, and our party will support the effort to ensure that criminals of the type we're talking about face a sentence of imprisonment for life without eligibility for parole until the person has served a sentence of between 25 and 40 years, as determined by the presiding judge, after considering the recommendation, as I was saying, if any, of the jury. Now, having said all that, however, I must say that what we see here, as usual, and I am supporting the bill and I appreciate it, but we see, of course, that we've seen a lot in this House that the conservative approach to crime focuses on punishment. And I don't have a problem with the idea of public safety and promoting public safety and that punishment should fit the crime. That's why I support this bill. But what I would like to see from the government is more focus on the actions to prevent crime. And I'll speak more about that in the beginning, because preventing it at the outset, I think, is obviously a very important goal. I mean, far better not have the crime occur than to try and punish someone for it afterwards. Not that there aren't going to still be crimes, and you still have to have punishment, but let's do also as much as we can to try to protect the public and keep criminals off the street in that way, because they're not criminals. But when it comes to criminals who commit serious offenses, let's get them off the streets, absolutely. I don't think that any member would disagree that preventing victims from becoming victims to begin with would be our first and primary goal. I want to be specific about this. This new provision would apply to offenders convicted of one of the following abduction or kidnapping offenses: kidnapping and forcible confinement, abduction of a person under the age of 16, abduction of a person under the age of 14, abduction and contravention of a custody order or abduction, and also one of the following sexual assault offenses: sexual interference, invitation to sexual touching, sexual exploitation, sexual exploitation of a person with a disability, sexual assault with a weapon, threats to a third party or causing bodily harm, aggravated sexual assault, and, as I said earlier, murder. So those three, any one of those, of the first category, the second category, and murder, that's when this would apply. So, as I was saying, this bill, the intent of this bill is to lessen the burden on victims' families, for whom obviously parole hearings can be horrendous and horrific, as my colleague spoke of the offenses as horrific, but clearly reliving them is horrific as well. And that's something I think that needs to be addressed. This bill gives the courts the option of denying parole for up to an additional 15 years without limiting their discretion, and that's why we can support this bill. And I think that meanwhile, the House should be looking at what other measures we can take to fight crime and, if possible, prevent it from happening in the first place. To reduce the occurrence of serious violent offenses, Canada could improve the funding and training of police forces. It could enhance neighborhood watch programs. It could enhance school security. Now, I'm not advocating what we heard from the National Rifle Association in the U.S., talking about having people with armed guards with guns in schools. That isn't what I'm suggesting, but I think there are things we can do to improve security of schools. I'm sure most members, in fact, here today had meetings earlier in this week with frontline police officers. When I met with officers from Halifax, we talked about the fact that the economics of policing is a major issue, and how the police need to be involved themselves in developing policies that affect those economics. In particular, they raised the fact that they're so often dealing with mental health issues, and that diverts their attention. They might arrest someone who really has a mental health problem. They take them to a hospital because they've been injured and needed to be at a hospital, and they sit there for 6 hours having to wait until someone is there to take them over, so to speak. And that's obviously diverting them from their other duties, and it's a drain on the resources of police. They talked also about people who are on parole and breach their parole, and the concern about that not happening quickly, the person can be still left out on the street. So I hope that the government will listen and address these concerns of the officers. But I want to say that we do accept and support this bill as an acceptable amendment to sentencing guidelines. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to be able to speak to the proposed amendments to the Criminal Code contained in the private member's bill before us today. Let me begin by stating that the amendments contained in Bill C-478, the Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act, are based on the same fundamental proposition that underlies many legislative initiatives passed by Parliament in the interest of victims of crime and of their families and loved ones. The fundamental proposition is a straightforward one. The families and loved ones of murdered victims should not become the secondary victims of convicted murderers by being forced to relive the details of their terrible loss every time the killer applies for parole. As honourable members may recall from past debates, both first and second-degree murder is punishable by life imprisonment, subject to a period set out in Section 745 of the Criminal Code, during which the murderer may not apply for parole. While all murderers are morally blameworthy, first and second-degree murder are distinguished from each other by the higher degree of moral blameworthiness associated with first-degree murder that justifies the longer mandatory period of parole ineligibility of 25 years. And while the mandatory minimum period of parole for ineligibility for second-degree murder is 10 years, it may be increased in two situations. First, if a person is convicted of second-degree murder that has been convicted either of a prior murder or of an intentional killing under the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act, the parole ineligibility period will automatically be the same as for first-degree murder, namely 25 years. In such cases, the fact that the murderer has killed before is considered to increase his or her moral blameworthiness up to the level of first-degree murder. Second, even if the person convicted of second-degree murder has not killed before, a judge has the discretion under Section 745.4 of the Criminal Code to impose a period of parole ineligibility of up to 25 years based on the murderer's character, the nature and circumstances of the murder, and any jury recommendation in this regard. In short, the higher the degree of moral blameworthiness associated with a second-degree murder, the longer the parole ineligibility period that may be imposed to reflect it. Mr. Speaker, it is important to bear the concept of moral blameworthiness in mind in considering the proposals put forth in Bill C-478. These proposals are directed at the most morally blameworthy murders, those in which the murder victim has also been subjected to a kidnapping and to a sexual assault by the murderer. It is hard to imagine a more heinous series of acts committed against the same victim. Mr. Speaker, the issue before us today is that, with the exception of the case of multiple murderers, the maximum parole ineligibility period for murder permitted under the Criminal Code is 25 years. This is true no matter how terrible the circumstances in which the murder may have been committed. As for multiple murderers, as members would recall, the government introduced and passed the Protecting Canadians by Ending Sentence Discounts for Multiple Murders Act. These criminal code amendments permit a judge to impose a parole ineligibility period on a multiple murder for the first murder in accordance with the provisions I have already described. The judge will also be authorized to impose consecutive parole ineligibility periods of 25 years, one for each victim after the first, to ensure that the life of not one murder victim will automatically be discounted at sentencing. However, as the current law stands, a parole ineligibility of only 25 years would be applied to an individual who has committed one murder and has also kidnapped and sexually assaulted the same victim. This is the exact situation Bill C-478 is attempting to correct. That is, this bill will eliminate the current devaluation of suffering of the murder victim, as well as the apparent disregard of the extreme level of moral blameworthiness exhibited by the murderer. One has only to recall the murder of Tori Stafford by Michael Rafferty to realize the truth of this statement. Allow me to be more specific about what Bill 478 would do. First, it would amend Section 745 of the Criminal Code to require a mandatory parole ineligibility period for 25 years for anyone convicted of murder who has also been convicted of committing one of the listed kidnapping and abduction offenses, as well as one of the listed sexual offenses against the murder victim. Second, the bill would authorize the sentencing judge to replace that 25-year minimum parole ineligibility period with a longer period of up to 40 years based on the character of the offender, the nature and circumstances of the offense, and any jury recommendation in this regard. As I described earlier, in the context of second-degree murder, these are well-established criminal code criteria that permit the judge and jury who have heard the evidence at trial to make this important decision. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is very clear, very important, and very simple. As the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake himself said when he introduced this legislation on February 27th, and I quote, "This bill isn't about creating stiffer penalties for sadistic murderers. These depraved convicts don't qualify for parole. My bill is about saving the families of victims from having to go through the agony of attending unnecessary and traumatic parole hearings." In other words, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to ensure that families of the victims that have suffered such horrendous violence are not re-victimized by the justice system. It is far too often the case that the families and loved ones of victims experience the greater degree of pain and experience a greater sense of loss because the justice system has failed to protect them from being re-victimized every 2 years when their murderer applies in vain for parole. It could not be more appropriate that we are debating the issue raised by Bill C-478 during National Victims of Crime Awareness Week. In this regard, I would be remiss if I failed to mention the theme of this year's event: we all have a role. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, our role as members of Parliament during this important week is clear, is to reflect on the obvious merits of Bill 478 and agree to move it as quickly as possible to committee and to third reading, and this to ensure it becomes the law of the land in the shortest possible time. In fact, I can think of nothing that would honor the meaning of this week more than if we could see this bill passed through the House and the other place within the year so that we may celebrate it in time for next year's National Victim Awareness Week and take pride in the role we played in bringing this about. In closing, I thank all members for their attention and urge them to come together in the interest of the families and loved ones of victims of horrific crimes targeted by Bill 478. This important legislation that meets a real need. I strongly urge all members, therefore, to give their full support to this bill and urge its swift passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brossard-La-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-478, an act to amend the criminal code increasing parole ineligibility. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague from Gatineau, who is the justice critic and who did incredible work in this regard. She always does incredible work, in fact, and it's a pleasure and an honor for me to work with her on the Standing Committee on Justice. We heard from the sponsor of the bill, and I understand his position. We are all affected by crimes when we hear what the families of the victims have to endure, when we talk about having to relive these situations, be it just during a hearing. I cannot imagine the feelings and emotions of those families. However, I do understand the sponsor's objective, which is really to spare the victims of having to attend the parole hearings. With this bill, C-478, what is being sought here is to extend the parole ineligibility period so it could go from 25 years to potentially 40 years. So we're talking here about kidnapping, adding sexual assault, as well as the murder of an individual. I think that my colleague talked about the fact that there is a lot of doubt as to whether this bill can stand up to the charter test. The sponsor said that, yes, there were consultations with the Department of Justice, but we heard from justice officials recently that the department does not verify compatibility with the charter. There is a problem. So once again, this causes some concern for us with regard to what is being put forward in the bill and whether it is indeed compatible with the charter. My colleague from Gatineau said it. It's surprising to see the Liberals support this bill, particularly when we see the impact that this could have. Perhaps it's a change that we've been seeing since the Liberals supported S7, and now we see that they're supporting this bill. There is a change, and I would say that I do understand the intent of my colleague. We understand the extent to which they want to prevent suffering for the families, but I would like to read, Mr. Speaker, what Steve Sullivan, the first victims of crime ombudsman, said with regard to the bill, and I quote, "This bill is just smoke and mirrors. If somebody is accused of first-degree murder, the Crown is generally not concerned with less serious offenses. When Mr. Olson was found guilty of the murder of 11 children, the Crown was not concerned about the sexual assaults or the kidnapping charges. Even if he clearly also committed those crimes, the Crown should have proved each crime and could have used that to during the arguments. Once again, I'm quoting Steve Sullivan here. I don't believe that many judges would sentence a criminal to 40 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Judges don't like doing that. Life equals 25 years, which says that if the person represents a danger or a risk, that person will not have access to a parole hearing. And he concludes by saying, I think that this is a false promise, despite the good intentions. The measure would be at best used a few times per year, but would change nothing for the families of the victims. And this is our concern, Mr. Speaker, because once again, we understand the intention, but the sponsor himself said it. First of all, judges would not be required to follow this change, that is to impose 40 years. But once again, our concern it relates to the legislation, to the law, to the charter, and our obligations under international to the International Committee. We talked about the Rome Statute, but here I'd like to quote paragraph 11.3 of the Rome Statute for the International Criminal Court, and here we're talking about the maximum sentence, which is life in prison, but it must be reassessed after a 25-year period. So this applies to all serious crimes, and I understand here that our colleague wanted to mention some specific crimes, but even under international law, what is being imposed and what Canada has decided to apply is a maximum of 25 years, and it applies to all crimes, even, well, can we say more serious, less serious crimes? But we're talking about genocide, we're talking about crimes against humanity, we're talking about war crimes here. These are extremely serious crimes. Once again, our role here is not really to say which crimes are more serious than others, but rather what is the rule of law. And that is why I'm very surprised that our Liberal colleagues have supported this bill, because, and I do understand the intention here, but we see this trend by the Conservatives. They come forward with bills and they say, well, we have a situation, we're going to try to resolve it, but we're not going to go and see what Canada's obligations are in terms of our legal system, what are our obligations under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And this was clearly raised by a former employee of the Department of Justice who said, in fact, that the government no longer looks at this. So the conditions in order to assess yes or no whether a bill put forward by the government will respect the Charter, these have been reduced, if not almost not applied at all. The Standing Committee on Justice, we have asked for verification. What was the system that was in place in order to ensure that we respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? And the Conservatives voted against. We were unable to do such a study. So we did not get the reassurance we were seeking. We see that this is a growing trend. We know that the sponsor has the support of the Minister of Justice as well as the Prime Minister himself. So we see once again another trend, that is that private members' bills, well, the idea of our government, which wants to attack law and order and really move in that direction, is criminalizing increasingly, and the primary objective is to put people in prison and to have higher and higher sentences. I really do understand the intention of my colleague who wants to protect the families and to prevent those people from having to hear when there are hearings on parole, from having to hear, once again, these crimes discussed. But unfortunately, this bill does not resolve this problem. Not only does it not resolve the problem, but it goes against our obligations to ensure the integrity of our justice system when we talk about Canada's obligations to respect certain fundamental rights, including the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and our obligations under international law. The question we also have in this regard is that this will open doors to the fact that, once again, this will be brought before the courts. There will be higher legal fees once again for taxpayers, that all this will once again have to go to the Supreme Court. We see it's all happening increasingly frequently. We've seen an increase since the Conservatives come to power, an increase in the fees for going to court, not just in the provinces, but also at the Supreme Court level with regard to the constitutionality and the compatibility of certain conservative legislation put forward. And once again, we do support the idea behind the bill. Why not have looked at another option, which would be perhaps to change the way that the hearings are conducted? Why not try to see what we can do to ensure that the families do not have to listen and relive these situations, because we do understand the intention. This is trauma every time the families have to hear it, and my colleague knows it, that this does not prevent, with his bill, this does not prevent the families from having to go back every 2 years to hear this. There's nothing that guarantees it. When we looked at it and we talked about the case of Mr. Olson, Mr. Clifford Olson, we know that it was a very serious case. He killed 11 people between the ages of 9 and 18. But if we look in the facts, and what happened, and that is why we say that in this case this will change little, because in the case of Clifford Olson, we know that the first request for parole after 25 years in 2006 was denied. The second request in 2008 was denied. The third request or application in 2010 was also rejected. The courts considered that he continued to represent a danger for society after 30 years in prison, and he died in prison in 2011. So once again, I understand the good intentions by the sponsor of the bill. However, with regard to the NDP, we will oppose the bill. We will oppose it at second reading because we feel, once again, that this is a political purpose without really looking at the rule of law, without really looking at what must be done to respect fundamental rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for... There are 2 minutes remaining for the honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to tell my colleague that I hope that...
grudges against me because he knows I respect him and he's a really good member of parliament. Mais c'est simplement pour...
However, it's simply to say, as my two colleagues mentioned initially, I think it's very important as a student of law and as somebody who has a great deal of respect for institutions. I think it's important to bring the debate back to the issue of international law as well as the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I think that it is simply important to take a step back, to be certain that our laws respect international law as well as fundamental rights. I think we would be making a serious mistake. And I do understand the sensitivity and the emotion behind this bill. And I just want to say to my colleague that on our side, we stand with him. We understand the needs of the victims, but we must really avoid destroying our justice system out of hand. We really have to look at the importance of our fundamental principles, which build our values and a justice system that is recognized around the world. The states often look to Canada for its principles of justice and for its criminal justice. And I think it's really important to be able to highlight the fact that this bill raises some doubts with regard to the respect of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and our international obligations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for having allowed me to express myself on this bill.
La période.
The time for private members' business has now expired, and the item is placed at the bottom of the order paper. Pursuant to Standing Rule 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Cape Breton, Canso, regarding Human Resources and Skills Development Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you, it's I think it's pretty interesting that so many of my friends from Leduc, and geez, we got them all waiting for the supplemental here and the late show performance. They want to be inspired over there. Mr. Speaker, the issue that we're talking about today in this adjournment proceeding is one that has created a great deal of concern among Canadians, among a great number of Canadians. I know as the Human Resources Skills Development critic, I had been inundated, once the revelation came forward, I had been inundated with notes of concern from Canadians who had their security breached in what's been referred to as the single largest security breach in the history of this country. And, you know, as my colleague would know, almost 1 in 60 Canadians were impacted by this security breach. So it's fairly significant. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, we won't get into the technical aspects of the actual breach or you know, what the government's going to do around that breach, because we know that there's been a significant breach since. I think what I'd like to focus on here with my question is about those that are impacted, about those that are exposed, because we know that when a Canadian loses or has their identity stolen, we know the complications that brings. It has an impact on banking accounts, on credit ratings, on you know, a whole variety of how we go about living life from day to day, and certainly exposes them to a great deal of risk. And that's the nub of my concern, is about what the government has done or what it hasn't done in making sure that their information is protected. And we know that back in February, when department officials, February 14th, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, when the department officials appeared at the Human Resources Committee, I had asked at that time why the government wasn't following its own agency, the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada and the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, who both recommended as a minimum, whenever Canadians have their security breached and are exposed to identity theft, that both organizations recommended that people should place a fraud alert on their credit union, on their credit file as a minimum. And there are 2 agencies that provide that in Canada, 2 companies, and that's Equifax and TransUnion. And Mr. Speaker, the government itself accessed Equifax, and they secured the services of Equifax. But their own agencies, both agencies, identify, even on their website, that both Equifax and TransUnion should be used, and their services should be secured going forward. We're not even certain if all the people who have had that security breached, had that privacy breached, we're not sure if they've been made aware already. I think it was up to about 85,000 people that have been contacted and notified. The government had indicated at the time that they were going to embark on a campaign of contacting Canadians, and then as well those agencies would also be in contact. So my question, Mr. Speaker, if I could, it's simple. Why are we not using TransUnion, the other company, as advised by those 2 agencies? Why are we not securing their services to protect the security of those who had their security?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, the loss of personal information is completely unacceptable. That's why we've taken measures to ensure that situations such as this one never happen again.
Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and they will decide how and when to proceed with respect to this matter. The offices of the Privacy Commissioner is investigating, and the HRSCC officials have been instructed by the Minister to provide their full cooperation, as we had outlined at committee. Individuals whose information was involved were contacted by the Department, and public notice was given to all Canadians to reach those whose contact information was no longer valid. To answer the member's question directly, All affected social insurance numbers are being annotated by the Social Insurance Registry so that at any time a request to modify the SIN record or replace a SIN card is made, agents will ask for additional information and photo identification. An agreement has been signed with Equifax Canada so that affected clients can request that a notation be placed on their credit files free of charge. What does this mean, Mr. Speaker? This is to protect credit ratings for those students whose information went missing. When a creditor views a credit file with the client's consent, they will see an alert that will advise them to look for additional proofs of identity. This enables the creditor to confirm the identity of the individual they're communicating with and helps protect individuals from having accounts opened or using their name. Nous avons mis en place des protocoles de...
We have put in place stricter security protocols to prevent similar situations from happening again.
Instructed to implement disciplinary measures for staff up to and including termination should the strict code of privacy and security not be followed, and the new measures include the prohibition of portable hard drives in all departmental offices. Unapproved USBs will not be connected to the department's networks. Mandatory training for all employees regarding the proper handling of sensitive data is being implemented, and new data loss protection technology is being developed to control and prevent future sensitive information from going amiss. Ces messieurs sont mis en...
These measures are being implemented in order to prevent such an occurrence in the future.
Such an occurrence in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one thing we know is that when we posed these questions to the government back a number of months ago, the standard lines were, number one, we're very concerned. Number two, we take this very serious. Well, if they were very concerned and they took it very serious, then they would pay attention to the advice of both of the federal agencies. Let me read you this from the Privacy Commissioner's website under frequently asked questions. What should I do if my personal information is compromised by a data breach? Simple. Contact fraud departments in the 2 major credit bureaus, request that a fraud alert be placed on your files, order copies of your credit report, and repeat this step in 6 months. That's on the website of the Privacy Commissioner. So if they're concerned and if they take it seriously, Mr. Speaker, why would they not contract TransUnion to protect the security of these individuals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I previously mentioned, this loss of information was absolutely and completely unacceptable. That's why we brought in the Privacy Commissioner, and that's why we actually asked the RCMP to investigate. And as I mentioned in my previous speech to the member opposite, we have spoken with Equifax, and they are providing a service to Canadians. When the data was lost, data loss was first discovered, we moved to strengthen and improve what was occurring at the department with regards to handling and storage of personal information. The protection and security of personal information remains our priority, and we're acting to ensure that such things do not happen again in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for York South-Weston regarding employment insurance.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's answer in February did not address the question I posed, which was why was Service Canada unable to accurately inform the public on its website? A closed office, the only office in my riding, was still listed as open, and the hours for another office were off by a full day. The minister's facile answer was to repeat that Canadians could use the website to get information. It's a joke, Mr. Speaker. When the minister is questioned about office closures and staff reductions, her response is always, the internet, the internet, the internet. Well, if the internet isn't accurate, what use is it? Mr. Speaker, there are many disabled individuals in my riding of York South-Weston, and when the local office closes and they must travel further, it's another burden on an already stressed individual. To tell them to use the internet when the Conservatives have cancelled the community access program which provided internet access to disabled individuals, it adds insult to injury. And don't get me started on using the telephone service if you aren't hung up on by a message saying, please try again later. Constituents wait for hours on hold. Whole days have been wasted on hold. Often, speaking with an agent is, according to Service Canada, the only way to deal with the situation. And that an in-person is best, but not possible when the office is closed. Waiting on hold means the person is not looking for work. Does this mean they'll be cut off EI if they place on the form that they couldn't look for work that day because they were on hold with EI? It might. And disabled individuals face a double jeopardy. Not only is it more difficult for them to access the internet, but it takes statistically longer for individuals to find a job. No allowance has been made for disabled individuals in the new regulations, which force individuals to take a 30% cut in pay if they can't find work fast enough. Mr. Speaker, the EI system should be available to all Canadians, regardless of where they live. If the government insists that web access is the preferred means of communicating with Service Canada, then provide internet access to those who need it, in remote communities, and to those whose means or disability makes it impossible to otherwise access. Make the internet services accurate. They are not. When something as simple as whether an office is open or not is wrong, it smacks of incompetence by the persons running the all-important websites, and ultimately the responsibility falls on the minister's shoulders. If those running the EI system insist on personal visits or telephone conversations, don't waste whole days of claimants' time by having insufficient staff to answer those calls. Or provide another means, perhaps using the self-same internet, to create the communications link between the claimant and EI. Mr. Speaker, cuts in staffing for telephone access and closure of offices mean huge inefficiencies for claimants. The minister should not glibly suggest using the internet when for some individuals it's too expensive or not possible. And when some of the Service Canada offices, Service Canada requirements are in person or on the phone, make sure that claimants can easily access the offices or the telephone system. To do otherwise means she is failing Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to respond to the Honourable Member's comments regarding Canadians' access to employment insurance benefits and Service Canada. Notre gouvernement est déterminé.
Our government is committed to providing Canadians with the benefits and services to which they are entitled. And I'm happy to enlighten my fellow members on the efforts that we have made to ensure that Canadians can get the information they need about those benefits and services.
Standards is to provide 90% of the population with in-service access within 50 kilometres of where they live. Canadians can also access services through the telephone and the internet. Service Canada websites, as mentioned before, are kept up to date with the latest applications of information and government programs. Employment insurance claimants can secure access to the website to view and update their EI accounts through My Service Canada accounts. Or they can call 1-800-O-Canada. Canadians can reach a trained agent who can answer their questions on where to find program information or how to apply for benefits. Canadians can also use the Service Canada website to locate nearest Service Canada centres or utilize the 1-800 number to do the same. Scheduled outreach services are offered in smaller communities throughout without a dedicated Service Canada centre. Trained Service Canada employees travel to these remote communities and offer the same services that are provided at Service Canada centres. These employees access citizens' individual needs and assess them in order to ensure that they are aware of benefits that they are eligible for. They also help with the application process for employment insurance, Canadian pension plan, and old age security benefits. Monsieur le Président, 90.
Mr. Speaker, it's a fact that 90% of Canadians live within 50 kilometres of one of our 600 points of service across the country.
At any time, residents can also access information on the government's services and programs by visiting servicecanada.gc.ca or by calling, as I mentioned before, the 1-800 number at 1-800-O-Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Well, even in that answer, Mr. Speaker, she did not respond to my original question, which was, how is it that people are to rely on the website when the website's information is completely inaccurate and does not provide them with the information? She did not answer the issue of how do people get to service when a Service Canada requirement is that they access in person or on the telephone, and they can't find an office, and the telephone hang up or on hold is a day long, wasting their time, wasting time they should be out looking for work. How is that serving Canadians? Those individuals who used to have access to the internet through the Community Access Program no longer have that access. And saying that they can get that information on the internet is both misleading, if the information is wrong, is delaying, if that's the only way they can access the information, and is not accurate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to providing Canadians with the services and benefits for which they're entitled. There are a number of ways in which Canadians can access these services and benefits. By calling the 1-800-O-Canada line, people can reach a trained agent that can answer questions or refer them to someone who can provide specific information. They can access our website that is updated with accurate information on a regular basis, and they can also visit one of our 600 Service Canada centres or one of the scheduled outreach sites that Canadians can visit. In fact, Service Canada standards is to provide 90% of Canada's population with access to a point of service within 50 kilometres of their home where they live. Thank you very much.
La motion.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.